Hello and welcome everybody to the Great Push 3. That's right, it's back and it's going to be the greatest and longest push of all. It's going to be a 3-week competition, that's right. We got NA, we got EU region, we got China doing their thing. Then we're going to have finals in week 3, but as you can see, we've got a lot of great casters joining us. I'm your host, Doa. With me today are Nagura, Mix, Zyronic, Tettles, and Dratnos. We've got a big crew because we've got a lot to talk about. We've got 4 dungeons today, one will be added each time. We'll get into a little bit more, but how's everybody feeling? We're back for another great push. Nagura, what's going through your mind right now going into week number 1?
I'm really excited because this season kind of started really early after Season 4 just came out again. And of course, some of the dungeons we already played in the past, but a lot of people kind of forgot how they worked. And then we have new gear and, of course, a new expansion. So it's definitely very different in how you play the dungeons. So I'm really excited to see the kind of strategies and routes the teams came up with. And I think there might be a lot of difference as well on how the teams actually approach the dungeons, which is going to be fun to see.
We're just going to go down the line. Makes, what do you think is going to be the biggest challenge for teams to take on some of these older dungeons, right? Because there is sort of a difference in how they flow compared to what we're used to in Shadowlands, and obviously pretty much everyone, I think everyone that's competing this weekend has played these dungeons when they were new originally, but it's still a bit of an adjustment, isn't it?
It is definitely. I mean, speaking of Karazhan, I think it's been well discussed among all of the social media platforms. It's just, there is so much to know about that dungeon, and if you didn't play it back then or back then you might have a little bit of a hard time on that one. Similar things go, of course, for all the other dungeons that just came back to Shadowlands. So I'm really excited to see if maybe we're going to see new techniques from what was going on back then, or if the old techniques still reign supreme.
Yeah, so speaking of that, Zai, when you've been playing a bit in Season 4, has there been anything like that in your own runs where you're like, well, we used to do it this way, but now I can just do it this way and it's easier? It's either easier or harder. Have you changed things up a little bit?
Not a lot has changed, to be honest. All the strats kind of hold true. I would say that the biggest difference between now and then in any of these dungeons has got to be like the lower Karazhan, the density of the trash in there. It was designed for a day and age where we had 5-second AoE stuns and multiple 3-second AoE silences, which you just kind of don't have nowadays, so that dungeon's pretty nasty. Also, the boss scaling is pretty ridiculous there, too.
But the biggest thing, I think, with like the older dungeons is something that kind of stands up to the older feel is the timer. In a lot of these older keys is generally a lot more lenient. And so more often than not, you're kind of hoping that you don't end up having a wipe, where in the timer, you're not really pressed for time. And so it promotes a lot more defensive play, and so you see teams. I mean, we've seen people running cheat death trinkets and stuff like that. I know that there was like, I was watching something like the China qualifiers, and they ran a lot of cheat death trinkets even on their DPS players to try to make sure that they were able to get through some of the bosses.
Wow, I mean the bosses especially are gonna, we're gonna see some death. That's for sure. But I'm curious. Dratnos, when you were doing the Dratnos routes recently, the updated Dratnos routes for these older dungeons, did you have to kind of change your brain a little bit? Did you have to rethink things a little bit compared to what you were doing in Shadowlands?
Yeah, I mean, the dungeons are just such a different texture for some of these compared to the Shadowlands ones, right? When you look at dungeons like Upper Karazhan, like Grimrail Depot, like Mechagon Workshop, these dungeons are so boss rush, straight line focused dungeons. And then you compare that to something like Junkyard or Lower, where it's just like, this is just a huge open place with 4,000 different enemies that you could pull in there and all kinds of different ways you could learn things. It's going to really test teams to make sure that they're able to handle both ends of the spectrum there, right? The fully open areas with the huge different possibilities of what kind of stuff you want to pull, and then the like technically intensive boss combat dungeons. It's going to be a cool spectrum that we cover the whole thing of.
I'm hyped about this.
With the new seasonal affix, I heard that Zul'Gurmux from a lot of teams is like, so initially whenever it was released, Zul'Gurmux was very dangerous, but now I'm hearing from teams that it's basically on site. All teams are effectively playing this mob in most, if not all, dungeons. More often than not, they're going to commit things like Bloodlust to it, and they really want Mortal Strike effects in their group. So we're going to probably see Survival Hunter is the most popular Mortal Strike bringer, but Windwalker Monk is also incredibly popular as well. So expect to see at least one of those in every single group composition.
I just think it's sad that we're saying Mortal Strike and then we don't even talk about the class that actually had Mortal Strike as the name of the ability in terms of Arms Warriors, but I guess we're not going to see those for a while for many obvious reasons.
that we will be seeing at least one warrior potentially,
Oh.
depending on what maps get included.
Oh,
Yeah, but arms
interesting.
warrior.
I will not leak anything further. I have no
okay.
further leak on that. Just there
Would be
will be a
Definitely
warrior
no.
involved.
partial
Gotta be
leak Boyd
protection,
Ratnos.
Yeah.
All right. Well, as you can
The
see,
tanking kind.
here's our schedule. We're doing the American region, or the Americas region, today, tomorrow, and Sunday. And then next week, we've got EMEA. And then, starting September 2nd, we've got the finals that's going to bring the top 2 teams from each of the 3 other regions, Americas, EMEA, and then China, who is having their tournament, I believe, simultaneously this weekend. So we'll give you updates on that throughout the weekend as well. The finals are going to bring the top 2 teams from all 3 of those together to find out who is the best, who can push the farthest and the hardest. It's great because it's a different skill set than MDI, right? It feels like the regular Mythic Dungeon International is lower keys generally. It's about efficiency, it's about speed, whereas the Great Push is min-maxing in terms of like, what can you do, what can you push as far as the limits of what the gear allows, right?
Yeah, in addition to that too, like the teams don't know the affixes until 7 minutes from now, approximately. And so they have to, whenever they're practicing these dungeons, a lot of it is just strategy development in the sense, and like they also have to know that things can develop across the weekend. So affixes like bolstering will end up changing your routing a lot as well. So you have to have like backup strategies for a number of these keys in case very polarizing affixes are the ones that are present.
Fair enough.
Well, not only that, but like just the difference between fortified and tyrannical in some of these dungeons is ridiculous. Like, you give me a fortified Upper Karazhan or Workshop, one of those keys that's really boss focused, I'll be like, okay, that seems doable. But the instant you swap it to tyrannical, it's like, wait, how do we do this dungeon on
Wait, wait, I don't want to do
back,
this anymore.
Go back. So they really have
I don't
practice
want to
for a
play
lot of
Shade of
different
Aaron
scenarios.
anymore. Well, here's kind of the rules of how it's going to break down. We've got 15 hours of playtime total for all the teams this weekend. It's going to be 5 hours a day today, tomorrow, and then Sunday. Obviously, teams are pushing the dungeons as high as they can. They're scored on the highest timed keystone they can do. And then at the end of each day, one team is going to be eliminated. If you are that bottom team, you are out. So you want to avoid that. You want to at least avoid being the bottom team.
Yeah, it means that you can't do too much, focusing on one dungeon and one on the first day, right? You have to make sure that however many dungeons we give you on day one, you got to at least put something up in all of them to make sure that you are not that bottom team at the end. 15 hours also, it sounds like a long time, but whenever you've got so many different key levels to push up, depending on, again, where that starting key level is, 15 hours goes really fast in the Great Push. So these teams are... It's not like they can just try these dungeons over and over again. Once they wipe a couple times, once they lose an hour or so in one of these dungeons, real quick, they're going to be up against the wire.
Well, here are our teams for the Americas and for Europe. Let's talk about Americas a little bit more in depth because that's what we're seeing this weekend. Obviously, some familiar names. We've got Ambition. We've got a little bit of a modification of Donuts and Despair. Now it's Donuts and Despair as Dorky is joined to tank. But there's a lot to talk about. What jumps out at you, Nagura, when we're looking at the NA teams?
Well, I think the teams that are the most known and probably the favorites is Ambition and Donuts and Despair because they're the veteran teams. They've been around for a long time. They've competed in TGP and in the MDI as well. So they're definitely, also in the time trials, they were number 1 and number 2 seed. So they're probably going to do well. Now, Ulch and Ha are the 3rd and 4th seed, and I think they definitely have a chance to do well as well. And then, of course, there's the 6th place and the 5th and the 6th place. And this is confusing because the 5th place team is called 6th place.
They already
They're not living up to the
outdid
name.
themselves going
already
into this
overachieved.
tournament. I mean, how much of a dominant statement can you deliver if not that?
Yeah, their team name apparently comes from their expected outcome with minimal practice, is what they've told us. But they also say keep your goals small and attainable. Great life advice. But yeah, we'll see if they can exceed 5th and maybe even jump higher. Hey, if they finish 5th today, that's all they need to make it to day 2. So
Yeah.
the pressure is on day 3. I feel like for 6th place if they don't fully live up to their name. I was excited about Olge until I saw that they thought that like one of their players being 35 was old, and I was like, oh, it's not.
Well,
It's not that old.
another one of their players is 29, and that's a fossil.
That is an esports fossil. I mean, honestly, anything over like 27 is getting old for esports playing age. At least that's what they want you to believe. But you know what? They're wrong. Because Daigo the Beast is out there winning fighting game tournaments at 40-something right now. So don't talk to me about like response time going down, all this stuff. No, it's all about your skill. It's all about your ambition. Speaking of ambition, a lot of us picking them to be either the winners or the runners-up, huh? Oh, I mean, it's all more donuts and
every
despair.
single one of us. Every single one of us agrees.
All right. Well, there
Pats
you go.
on the back, everyone.
Yeah.
NA is very top heavy, and just
Yes.
looking at the proving grounds, it makes sense that we're all picking this way. I do think that both Olj and Huh, with their performances, like I feel like if one of the top two NA teams really falters, Olj or Huh could like take that spot from them. So it's not like super safe between these top two teams, but there was a reason that I think we all picked them, and it was largely due to the I think 31 ambition put up in Workshop, but then like the 30s that both of these teams ended up doing.
I noticed that they're calling this the wild card pick instead of the dark horse pick. Tettles, did you have them like rename it or something?
Yeah, Tettles' lawyers have been in talks, and they've changed the wording to this on his request. Yeah.
I've got to ask.
What's a wild card?
I've got to ask. Well, wild card and dark horse. I feel like those names are kind of interchangeable, right? They are a little bit synonymous, aren't they? The answer is
I mean,
yes.
that's what we were thinking, right? When we answered them, so hopefully.
We'll name it the wild horse pick next time. Makes, I have to ask you, why the floor POV pick?
Well, you see, they came in as last team in our proving grounds, so I naturally thought that would be very wild if they took it.
That's a perfectly valid explanation for that. Yeah, all right.
They also said that they're really hyped and ready to blast some keys, and they just want to have fun and play well, so I feel that's a pretty good approach.
Yeah.
Or
But,
1 minute
I
to map, by the way. I'm looking
Ooh.
forward to seeing what these maps are.
Yeah, we haven't really talked about it, but the way that this works is the teams do not know these maps, and they will not until we reveal it here. So it's going to be a big moment where we'll get to see what the texture of this tournament's going to be. And again, depending on which key level we start these at as well, that's going to have a huge impact in terms of how today is going to play out. The lower the key level, the more we're going to be looking at 2 chests, 3 chests, trying to make sure that you don't wipe any of your keys, because if you do, you're going to lose huge amounts of time, right? Versus if we started already pretty high, then instead it's going to be about actually getting that push going really early. So
I think it's time.
Okay, here we go.
let's see what we got.
What's it going to be? All right, we got Tazavesh Streets, Lower Karazhan, Mechagon Workshop, and Iron Docks. 3 Tyrannical, 1 Fortified. Initial responses, what are we thinking?
It's a lot of tyrannical.
It is.
I think it's a lot of tyrannical, but I think the other affixes are all pretty mild, I would say. Right? Like bursting, storming, bursting, volcanic, for example. Both of those don't have too much impact.
Yeah.
So I would say sanguine and inspiring have a little bit more impact. So I assume maybe most teams start with Iron Ducks or Lower Kara. What do you guys say?
I think we'll see people go streets and try to 3 chest that right off the bat.
I thought
You have to do all 4
Sanguine?
of these today, right?
Sure.
Like you have to do all 4 dungeons at some point today, so you're not going to get like a... At least you have to put up a time in all of them to make sure you're not eliminated in 6th place, right? That's the rule of being eliminated at the end of the day. It means that you have to do all the dungeons, or else you're going to have a really low score at the end of the day. So that being said, yeah, maybe you leave one of these and you just do the 24, and then you wait to come back till tomorrow to like actually plan out your strategy over the 19 hours while the tournament's not live. Not sure which would make the most sense for that, though.
I heard there was some hot tech for Iron Docks. I'm really interested to see what these teams bring out. So there's a lot of mobs, notably these foot soldier mobs, that are very dangerous, and I'm interested to see if any team has figured out a way to maybe make them not charge, or ways to deal with it. I have not heard what the tech was. I just heard that there was some cool stuff with maybe even potentially how the Iron Stars function in that dungeon. I don't really know what I expect to see from the teams that were telling me that there was cool stuff there.
I know a little bit of foot soldier tech. If you're in melee range of them, they won't charge you if there's a ranged target. So if your dwarf is down and your immunity's down, if you walk into melee range, it'll go on somebody else. So you can make sure you run through all of your dwarf racials. But if there's stuff past that, I'm down to get wowed.
I have
thinking...
found a spot, but I don't think it's viable for this.
Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe you could do the same thing as in Atel'Dassar. Do you remember where these, I think, juggernauts would charge on
Oh
you?
yeah.
And everyone would jump up a ledge, and then
line
there was
spot?
no path available.
Right.
So
Okay.
maybe if you jump on a chain and there's no path, then they wouldn't do it.
Oh,
Something that
that's
could
really
be a
interesting.
little annoying with these affixes, but also is the inspiring workshop. There are a couple pulls that have inspiring mobs in them that can be really annoying. Notably, the very first pull of the dungeon has an inspired mob in it, and it makes that pull a little more annoying because you can't stop the mobs from jumping out all over the place. You really want to keep them stacked up inside the rocket barrages so they just essentially kill themselves with their own damage. But we'll have to see how teams deal with that. It's going to be a little bit more annoying to deal with than usual.
So
Do you know
the
what, Mike?
workshop that was in the time trials was Tyrannical Sanguine Storming, and that was when Ambition put a plus 31 into. So that's do you think they can equalize that with Inspiring Quaking?
It's actually more annoying.
Well,
Way
yes.
more annoying with Quaking. Quaking is very annoying. It interrupts mind control casts, which is like a large source of damage.
Yeah.
So does
True.
Inspiring. Inspiring doesn't let you. There's a pack with a double tinker in it that also has an Inspiring mob in the pack, and so it's obnoxious for you to be able to get MCs on the double tinker packs.
yeah, I mean, we're starting the keys at 24 today as well, so getting up to plus 30 is something that would take, an hour and a half of 3 chest, 2 chest, 1 chest to even make that happen. So that's something that I don't think we'll see the keys get that high today. I think today it's actually what's really going to be important. We're going to be looking at that 3 chest threshold in a few of these 24s and the 2 chest threshold, especially in some of the 26s that we'll see out of those. If teams are able to beat those breakpoints, every time you do that, you're saving 30 minutes of needing to run the dungeon again. And that's going to be a huge amount of value that potentially we can get. So that's something we're going to have to really pay close attention to.
What did which of these dungeons are actually 3 chestable on 24? Are any of these dungeons really 3 chestable on 24? Maybe streets, but even
Maybe,
then,
yeah.
People have the most experience with streets, so you'd probably lean in that direction, right?
I think lower Kara's
say
timer
lower.
is lower Kara's timer
okay.
is okay to where you can 3 chest it, but I mean that dungeon's just hard. Right?
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
probably looking
they
at
will
mostly
not.
the two chest on the 24, and then the question mark is the 2 chest on the 26, right? Is that going to happen for these teams on these dungeons? And if some teams it does and some teams it doesn't, that's plus 30 minutes, and that is a huge amount of value to be gained there. So we will soon get to start seeing, as you can see, we've got the little scoreboard here at the very bottom. 9th of our tic-tac-toe
Yeah,
board,
sorry.
and you can see the green dots are
Who's
starting to show
winning?
up as our teams are starting to zone dungeons. It looks like Donuts are maybe picking the docks, and 6th place
Yep.
are maybe picking the lower.
Well, that
Well,
was going to be
well,
another one of my questions, too, is what dungeons are we going to see ran first? Because in other great pushes, we saw teams generally kind of look to see what each other went into and focus on the same dungeon and not give anything away until they absolutely had to.
Yeah,
I think they'll start with the dungeons, because there's definitely some affixes that change your route a little bit. And even though they have to play all of the dungeons today, if they start with a dungeon that has easier affixes, then they can think about the other affixes while they're going, right? For example, Inspiring Quaking in Workshop, I think most teams are not going to start with that one. Just because what we said with the squirrels and with the quaking interrupting you, that's something they'll have to think about. And maybe rethink how they do their routing or how they use the squirrels. So they would rather maybe start with something else and then come back to Workshop once they have been playing for a few hours and thought about it in between dungeons.
These dots are moving around. Ambition
yeah.
maybe starting
Yeah.
lower Kara.
It's a
Oh,
shell
no, they're
game.
going Iron Docks in
They're
6th
trying
place.
to fake out the other teams in terms of which dungeon they're starting in. But yeah, of course we'll have the actual footage once they start a keystone. We'll have them up.
I mean,
Ambition,
streets
yeah.
is the safest place to start.
Well-
That you're not going to really be giving anything away there.
Oh,
There's
Oh, we
Ambition.
have a started key.
Lower
Ambition in the
Kara.
top left corner in lower Karazhan. The soul shapes
All
are
right.
out.
Nice.
Yeah, look at all
We're
the
off
Night
to the
Fae.
races. Oh, notably.
So it looks like
we
they
can talk
already
about
skipped
this.
the spirit, right?
Yeah, they skipped the spirit. And the important thing about Lower Karazhan, on the tournament realm, this is old dark tech from 4 years ago. It is always the Beauty and the Beast opera event on the tournament realm, so they have the nicest boss to deal with in this dungeon, which is going to be very difficult. I mean, I think the cap for live keys on Lower Karazhan right now is 26, I want to say. I don't think anything higher than that's been done, so very curious to see what the upper bound is on the tournament realm, where they have, maximum best in slot gear, 311 item level, all the perfect itemization they want. I really want to see how high this key can go.
Yeah, and it looks like they even pull a lot of, like, they don't go straight to the right, they actually went to the left to pull more trash, and also have 2 of these shrouded mobs as well to get extra stats, which is really nice, right, to get the stats at the very start of the key. That's like maximum value you can get out of these stat buffs. And then additionally, also the trash in this area before the first boss is probably one of the easiest trash groups you can even pull in the whole dungeon, because they have nerfed the philanthropists, and they actually don't cast a throw coin anymore. So it's only that rain, the coin that needs to be disrupted, but that can be stunned, which shouldn't be a problem for Ambition at all. So it looks like they're just gathering up everything here, like all the rest of this. This is actually a pretty difficult pull, because there's going to be so many philanthropists that have to be interrupted.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a good amount of AoE stops in the comp, right? You have Shadow Fury, you have Infernal Stuns, you have Dragon's Breath, which you can use quite a bit on the mage. I mean, the Pennies from Heaven, you don't really need. Yeah, Mass Grip as well. I've been playing with the Prod Paladin. I forgot that's even a thing, to be honest with you. But yeah, there's plenty of stops for them. And honestly, the thing is, you're totally okay stopping the Pennies from Heaven, like you mentioned. They removed the throw coin ability from the Philanthropists altogether. So tanks aren't really ever in danger of dying to this pull anymore, because that ability was doing way too much damage before. But a nice little view onto what other teams are doing here. We've got Donuts and Despair in the top right, and that Iron Docks like we saw earlier on. Olge also opting for the Iron Docks, and we see Team Huh in the bottom right with an Old Caster Automatic Jack down there. They're in Tazavesh Streets, so really curious to see if these teams are going to be able to potentially go for a 3 chest in these keys, or more than likely we're going to see some 2 chests early on.
Yeah, I do think most of the keys are going to be 2 chests, right? Because it is still at 24. Of course, they also have more item level on those, because they are in Tournament Realm, of course, so all of the items that they can buy are basically the best in slot items. And a lot of people that are in live service right now, they don't have like full best in slot gear yet. So that means that a lot of these teams are probably doing levels that maybe on live servers are not as easy. So I guess it is possible for some of those keys to be 2 or even 3 chested, but it definitely needs to be an easy timer. And I would definitely say that Lower Karazhan has a really easy timer. It's just, do they want to risk doing bigger pulls in that dungeon? Because we all know how difficult the trash and the bosses are in there.
I only dine with gentlemen, not a brute like
So what would the average eye level be right now in Tournament Realm? Is anyone willing to math it out? I don't know off the top of my head.
It's going to be upper 300s, like 308, 309. Because you can have pretty much all 311 gear, but your item level is bound by having to wear 2 legendaries that are 291 item level.
Right.
So, yeah, your upper 300s about. You can pretty much have full 311 gear except for your legendaries.
311 gear. That brings back 90s memories. Nobody. All right. Fine.
No.
Fine. Hey, I
Anyway.
skateboarded in the 90s a lot. I listened to 311. It wasn't that weird.
If you didn't yell all the time, I wouldn't.
It looks like all of the teams are doing pretty well, though. We have 1 death on the floor of at the bottom left side of the screen, but not too big of a deal, as they just rest them back up, and they're at the start of the dungeon anyway. Also keep in mind, I guess we didn't mention yet, if they actually deplete a key, then it's not that like the level goes down, right? So if they are depleting at 24 or they decide to reset, they can still do the 24. But it's still, of course, it's a big time loss to do that, because they are on a timer, 15 hours in total, and today it's 5 hours, and the last team at the end of the day will be eliminated. So they don't want to reset keys, especially not this early on, because that would just be a really huge time loss. If they deplete and then another team +2s or even +3s, then that's a really big time loss for them.
So that's the question here. It's like, I feel like today is almost the most difficult day, right? Because you have to set decent times on 4 dungeons instead of just like, the 1 dungeon that's added on Saturday and then Sunday. So do you kind of just budget yourself, all right, like 1 hour per dungeon, and then that last hour we go back and see if we can like bring up a number that we need to in a specific dungeon? Like, how would you want to approach it?
Well, I mean, you're kind of, well, not necessarily, I wouldn't say forced. You can definitely like push 1 key up if that's the most efficient thing for you to do, but just getting a good solid baseline in every single dungeon is probably the most important thing, right? Like if you go into one of these dungeons, let's say you're in, in this Iron Docks like Donuts and Despair is up here, you 2 chest this key, you get a 26. You might as well do the 26 as well, because you're already like, in tune with the dungeon, you played it already, you know what to expect, and your second run around you can probably play a little cleaner even though it's a higher key level. And you probably do that sort of thing in every single dungeon throughout the day. Hopefully you play clean enough to get like, 2 solid score increases in each dungeon, and then you can pick whichever one you want to go on from there. it's all about playing extremely clean on the first day. Like was already mentioned, right? If you have one deplete, you are so far behind the other teams because this is a time-based tournament, right? If you lose 30 minutes of your 5-hour day, you just lost a tenth of your time. That's a huge loss. So it's really all about playing as clean and safe as possible on this first day.
Makes
I
sense.
mentioned one interesting thing Ambition just did. So, a strategy that people on live servers do is that after the Opera event, you would just die and reset. Everyone releases, and you go to the left side because the trash after the Opera event can be incredibly difficult. It's on very small space. You don't see that much, and lots of things are going on. There's lots of patrols. The mini boss is there as well. So it's just too much to handle. But what Ambition did was actually very interesting. I like it a lot. They used their Invis pot, and they just completely skipped that area until they were here in this room. And I think this room is definitely a lot more manageable compared to the previous room because there's no patrols running around and you're not going to ninja pull anything or stuff like that. And you still get the infiltrator mobs. So I really like this strategy. It seems a lot safer, and at the same time you don't have to full team wipe because of course that's going to be a pretty big time loss.
Oh yeah. Oh, also, I mean, it's important to note that for whatever reason, this dungeon, it's an old dungeon, right? They weren't really trying to prepare it for re-release 4 years afterwards, but there are some issues on Opera Event, like you mentioned, where some abilities can just pull mobs through the floor, so a lot of teams will opt to just try not to do that area whatsoever. But this is one of the trademarks of that lower Karazhan. Take a look at Ambition in the top left here, pulling probably about 40 mobs together. Those are all going to uppercut the tank here non-stop. He's going to be taking a bunch of damage, but as long as he parries on that DK, he's going to be totally fine, and they're all going to blast a bunch of damage to get everything down really quickly.
And bursting.
No issue whatsoever, but it's bursting, yes.
It's a lot of pods.
But, this might be intended deaths, though, because, like you mentioned, they want to go back to the start of the dungeon here, so it's totally fine if they die.
Yeah.
Not bad at all.
Actually, I thought it was interesting that they didn't pull the other infiltrator. I guess because they don't have enough damage to deal with both, because of course all of the other mobs in this area have a lot less HP than the infiltrator. So I guess it looked like they were just single target combusting, maybe even the infiltrator, while 1C and JBC just completely AoE'd down the other ones, and then they couldn't kill the other infiltrator because it would just take too long and be inefficient. So I really, really like the strategy, and now they're going down to Atumen, and they probably get that mind control from the unholy DK, from the blood DK as well, to help them out.
All right. Yeah, no, 100%. I agree. That's a really good use of death skip, and I think I like that more than the typical live strap because you get probably a solid 20% trash count just from doing those two pulls, the Firelands portal singers downstairs underneath the Opera event, as well as all of the patrons in the audience. So definitely a good, efficient way to get count. But I mean, there's a lot of ways to get count in this dungeon, right? One of the interesting parts of Lower Karazhan is there are so many different strategies and ways to maneuver throughout the dungeon. I remember I was looking at MDT the other day just to check. There's over 250% count in this dungeon if you were to pull everything for whatever reason. So you definitely have your pick of the litter if you want to get your trash, by going through the spider cave or going up through the guardsman area after killing huntsman. There's plenty of ways to go through this dungeon, and we'll probably see a bunch of different routes.
Yeah, I think so as well. We also just saw some interesting tech by one of the teams in Iron Dogs. It looks like the hunter, you have this one ability where you can control your pet, right?
Yeah, the guardsman. Yeah, if you take the guardsman, his frontal, his shield smash, I believe it's called, that places a damage taken increase on whoever they smash, which works for you.
No, wait. I mean, the hunter can control their own pet and move around with it.
Oh. Wait.
It's basically the same that the Warlock ability has with the Eye of Rock or whatever it's called. Just with your pet. I
forget the name of that one. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, but we saw a hunter do that just now in Iron Dogs with that, because they were at the Iron Stars, and I wonder if the hunter maybe gathered some of the trash together for the Iron Stars as they were line of sighting around the corner to not get hit by anything, which I thought was interesting. But then unfortunately our observer did see it, so we didn't see the rest of it.
Tech too strong.
Yes.
We have our first experience with the Grimrail Enforcers in the top right here. Notably, they're not pulling the bosses into that tiny little corner. That has been fixed. They're not going to be able to bug out the bosses and get them to do none of their major abilities. So you actually have to deal with those bosses' mechanics, right? The main one that's the most annoying for sure is the Ariok mob, the one that casts Blood Bolt. The Sanguine Sphere ability, it'll cast a shield on the lowest HP target. If you break that shield, it'll heal everything, all 3 bosses, for about 15% of their HP. So you really want to do your best to not break that shield whenever it pops up.
So, here's the thing, right? I've been doing this dungeon a bunch, and we broke the shield on accident many times because the shield is very, it's a very low absorb shield considering the rest of the HP of the mobs, right? So it can accidentally break through like infernal AoE damage, through ignite, spread, stuff like that. So I was thinking, wouldn't it just be better to put the grievous wounds or like a mass effect onto all of them and just like fully AoE nuke them down?
Oh yeah,
or does
that's
a mass effect
that's
that
what
work?
we do. That's what we do.
Yeah,
We just burn through the shield.
Yeah, just like full AoE, because there's no way it's worth it to just completely stop damage and drag it away. And
technically, it's a little better. It's just really annoying to deal with. Like you see, they had to position Nisa outside the group there just so they didn't get hit by any infernal AoE or hunter traps, hunter bombs or anything like that. But they pulled it off. Neither of the shields have broken, so they're doing a pretty good job so far. And yeah, that was a really clean Enforcers for them. So they're looking really good on this timer. 12 minutes on Enforcer's kill. That is plenty of time to easily time the key. I don't know about 2 chest though. Maybe on 24 they'll be able to 2 chest. It is tyrannical though. That last boss is going to take a pretty solid amount of time.
I mean, Ha is looking really good at the top right side of your screen. You can, right, they're 81% trash already, so that's basically the whole dungeon done. Of course, they have back-to-back bosses, which is going to take a long time, but I also wonder how many stacks they have, because I think streets you can take so many different routes, and the left route has so many stacks. Like you can get up to like 16 or 17 stacks, which I think on Tyrannical it might be worth, but you do lose quite a lot of time if you go left instead of right, because you don't have those huge AoE pulls that you can do. So it slows you down a bit on the trash, but you do gain that extra damage for the bosses. And it might also be really good for high keys eventually when they go up to 30 or more. At that point, it probably would be beneficial to have more haste for the boss, so you actually manage to do the boss.
By the way, is anyone concerned that the brokers seem to be collecting Atrazine? You're not killing them. You're just making them capturable. What are they going to do with all of them?
They've been up to shady things all expansion long. I'm not going to
this is making me concerned.
They're giving me loot. They're giving me buffs. Who am I to question them?
We'll see. I'm worried this is going to come back to haunt us later.
And this is not because I'm a member of Cartel Zai.
Oh yeah, we can't trust this guy. That's don't listen to anything he's saying. Big Screen Ambition is there working on Ottoman here.
This is a...
Yeah, dude.
I haven't seen this asset yet with the 5 small windows on the right.
I like it.
Ottoman, one of those. It's very similar to first boss of Mist of Tyrannus Scythe, right? Where you want to burn down Ottoman as quickly as possible in those tiny little damage amp phases. If you get it sub 25% here, he will no longer get on top of Midnight. So they've beaten that checkpoint. And of course, once Ottoman goes down, Midnight gets enraged, takes double damage, does double damage, and you can burn him down. And that's their second boss done. They'll probably head up to Morrows after this, get the rest of their trash count, and then head towards Maiden of Virtue as their last boss. Maiden of Virtue, by the way, completely different beast this time around compared to back in Legion. That boss is scary. Those shields, I mean, you pretty much have to have a Fire Mage in your group for those shields, so they have combust for every single one. Otherwise, you're going to have a lot of trouble breaking them.
Yeah, and not just the shields, right? It's also the dot from the fire that does a lot of damage. Now, I would assume once they go to higher key levels, they're gonna find clever ways to get rid of the repentance without having to walk into the fire. At least they have so many trinkets available on Tournament Realm. They can just play Scars or something like that. Or once you could even play like Burning Rush. Which would be a pretty big loss, right? Because you don't have Dark Pact for the whole dungeon. But if you don't have anything else, why not?
Yeah, we'll see. But they are going to be finishing off... Well, let's see. Lust available... When is it available for them? Well, it's available now. I don't even think you'd lost Moros, though, at this point, right? Because... Oh, you might. They might get 2 more less. They get 2 more less
You
than
could
the 2
even
chest
do
timer.
a big pull with Moros, right? It is fortified, so they could
That's
maybe
true.
pull like 2 or 3 mini bosses with Moros and just sneak it down.
Very
There's
important
less
to
to
mention.
trash pull here too.
These Arcane Wardens were insanely nerfed this last
Yeah.
patch, like 3 days ago. These Arcane Wardens, you're going to see 2 giant purple circles go out on the group here in a little bit here. Those 2 purple debuffs were literally hard one-shotting players on like 26 Fortified. They were doing like 110,000 damage. They got nerfed by, I think it was 40%? Or was it higher than that? It was some
It
ridiculous
was a
number.
lot. Yeah.
Yeah, you can see this debuff on Elismir here. Let's see how much it hits him for now. Yeah, it did half his HP still on 24 fort. So
Yeah, with a shield,
Yeah.
right? So
That'll be a
definitely
concern
still
for
a
higher
decent
keys.
amount.
yeah, that's going to be... That mob might be illegal to pull once they get up to like 28, 29 range. We'll see what if they change their routes. Probably later today they can easily get there, but not too worried about that right now. Was that with a verse buff too? Does Elismir have a verse buff? It's not haste. I think that's verse. Huh, okay.
Yeah, maybe.
You
So
can see the
how
little stacks
valuable
of
will
their,
choosing verse
Go ahead.
be with the affix going forward? Like, does it get to a key level where you just kind of have to go with that for the durability, or can you still pick something else?
I think you don't pick. Well, depends on the class, right? I think there's some specs
Sure.
that scale really, really well with stuff like haste, and then it would have to be a very specific case where you take versatility. It would have to be like a really, really difficult dungeon where it's only about survivability and not about like how fast you are
Yeah.
at all. Like maybe something like upper, but even then you have to think about the fact that if you take verse instead of haste, you also kill the boss like, less fast, of course, because you do less damage. And therefore, is it really better, right? And a lot of the classes that they play have so many survivability spells as well, right? The Warlock has so much stuff. A Mage has cheat deaths and blocks and everything. So maybe the only one that would really consider it is the Hunter, right? The Hunter has... It's probably the
Alright.
squishiest. And the healer, too, of course, the Priest.
Well, it's important to note that on Tournament Realm, they don't have any access to extra tertiaries, right? They only have the Cloak
Yeah.
enchant, which will give them like 2% of one of the tertiaries of their choice. So they don't have any extra avoidance, any extra leech, any extra speed. So, I mean, there might be some dungeons. I think that the dungeons that come to mind where I would actually consider going verse just to live would be like a Tyrannical Grimrail. Or maybe like, you know, really, really high Junkyard, just because you really want to live and let the Zapbots kill you, but we don't know if those are in the dungeon pool yet. So if we do end up seeing one of those this weekend, I think we could maybe talk about potentially taking a verse buff. But
Grimrail?
usually, yeah, the last boss, and actually the first boss Slam, do so much damage that you pretty much just want any extra damage mitigation you can possibly get. And I think the timer on that key is really easy too.
Worse or lower? At least that was my experience, but I think upper, the problem is that he also just needs so much damage
Yeah,
to
it's,
even
I mean,
kill the
honestly,
bosses.
yeah, the Karazhan's too. It's a lot. There are a lot of tough dungeons
Yeah.
in this pool, which I think is actually one of the reasons it's so much fun. Like, you aren't just kind of on autopilot running through the dungeons. There's important and difficult stuff to do pretty much on every single boss. But we're getting to the end of our first dungeon runs of the day here, and we really need to make sure these teams are getting as efficient as possible, getting those 2 chest timers so they can skip a key level. Instead of having to just do a 25, they can go up to a 26. And Donus and Despair and Olge in the bottom right there are both on the final boss of Iron Docks here with plenty of time left. They have about 5 minutes left until those 2 chest timers are up here, so they really have to be efficient here. And you can see they're actually just leaning into the efficiency, actually full cleaving Skolok and Koromar here. Remember, you have to kill all 3 of these bosses to complete the key, so technically if you're being as efficient as possible, you want to cleave them. But the safe play, of course, is to burn Koromar down because it stops that cannon from shooting your team, which is a lot of damage here. Actually, Olge
Yeah,
is
and-
burning Koromar.
Yeah, it looks like Olge is doing it well. Donuts and Despair are just cleaving. Definitely very interesting. I wonder for how many key levels they can do this strategy, right? At some point, they're probably going to have to play the safe strat as well. Well, Olge was playing the safe strat. They actually still lost one of their players, unfortunately. But they
Jeez.
did have a Belarus left, so they got the Hunter back up, and they can continue. But yeah, still, Donuts and Despair just not focusing Koromar at all. Just finishing off Skalok here, which, again, for time, it's probably safer and faster too, because once Skalok is down, he's not going to knock you back anymore, like this phase that we see right now. And that is, of course, a pretty big time loss, because the way you stop this barrage from happening is someone needs to walk all the way into melee range. But the very first one, barrage, cannot be interrupted. So you cannot really cheese it with something like Elder Time or Portal or whatever. So you always have to line of sight the very first cast. So it's always going to be at least like 10 to 15 seconds time loss before you can go and DPS again.
Yeah, and of course there is some things you can do to mitigate the damage taken by the cannon here from Zogosh, right? Like if your team is all spread out, sideways from the cannon, it'll only ever hit one person. If you're ever standing too close to somebody that's getting targeted by the cannon will cleave and hit multiple people. So that's why you see them staying so spread out. The melee are both on separate sides of the bosses. The ranged are really far apart. Tank's on his own. So every time a cannon shot goes off, it only goes off on one singular person. But there you go, Skull Lock down. All they have to do is kill those last two dudes. Koramar down 2, Zogosh at 20%. This is going to be a nice, easy 2-chest. 4 Donuts in Despair here.
I noticed as well, for Donuts in Despair, is that Dork is playing Night Fae on the Blood Decay. You know why that would be? Yeah.
Well, there it is. First dungeon of the day, of the weekend, of the entire event done. Donuts in Despair with a +2, 24 on Iron Docks. It's going to give him 24 points. But let's continue with what you were saying, Nagura. I am curious about that too.
Oh, it's actually... Wait, they're all playing Night Fae. Trell is playing Night Fae as well, and Nerf's also playing Night Fae. The only Kyrian is actually classy for a Ha. Interesting.
Wow, Ha is actually really close to the 3-chest timer in the streets. They are very, very close. What exactly is the 3-chest timer in streets? Let me... Quick maths here. 39 times 0.6... 23 minutes and 24 seconds is the timer here.
Wow.
Oh, they still have to do trash. Ah, man, this last boss is like maybe 2 minutes on Fortified. It's on Tyrannical, though, so... Yeah, they're going to be about a minute over if they play perfectly clean here, so not going to be a 3-chest for them. Probably another 2-chest. Ambition on Maiden of Virtue as well. They're really close to the 3-chest timer, but I don't know if they have enough time to get that off either. They still have to do some trash after the fact as well.
And they don't have Bloodlust either, so... Probably not gonna happen, but I think they played really clean, right? The deaths that they have on the board are from the reset, so they wanted to have those 5 deaths. So their strategy worked out pretty perfectly for them, and I mean, they could maybe still do it. They still need some trash, though. And yeah, 2.2% in that dungeon is actually quite a lot of trash, because in lower it feels like... In lower it feels like you pull 20 mobs, and then afterwards the bar just barely moved.
Well,
it's because there's just so much trash.
They have exactly 1 minute to 3-chest this key right now. They haven't. They've already used their Bloodlust. Boss is at 50%. They've been in combat for a minute. If they pull the 2 trash bombs on top of the boss here, no, they can't do that. They have to worry about breaking these shields.
I mean, that's the thing. Just getting through that shield takes like a full 5 to 6 seconds. So it's
okay. They're not gonna 3-chest. So it looks like 2 chests across the board. I mean,
also, I just saw that Dreadnought was talking about the question I had earlier about the DKs, about the Night Phase. And Dreadnought is saying that the DK still need the runes from Kyrian anymore, because they get so much haste from affix, they can just play Night Fae, which is better overall, apparently.
Makes sense.
That's interesting.
A couple more finishes coming in for dungeons. We have 6th place getting their +2, 24 in Iron Docks, and Olge as well, getting their done too. So 3 teams getting the +2 in Iron Docks to start their day. It seems like that's going to be kind of the baseline that the rest of the teams have to match. We'll see if they can do that. Ha was really close to a +3 in the streets too, but didn't quite pull it off. So everybody, a lot of teams coming really close to +3s, but just barely over time with that.
Dude, the glow up for 6th place. Calling themselves 6th place, 5th place in time trials, and now 2nd place in the standings in the first 30 minutes of the competition. Whew, if they can hold that spot. No.
It's just sharks, man. They're just pretending, right? They're just
it's a good start
holding their strength. They
That I saw how Ha almost +3'd that streets.
Yeah.
I do think that it's possible for one of the other teams to +3 it. Now that I saw them perform. Because they have the 3 deaths on the board, and I still think that there are some things that they did that a little bit slowly with the portals back and forth, like more of a safety play. So maybe if another team like Ambition or Donuts in Despair plays a bit more risky, then I think it's possible to +3.
I was wondering about that. Because you usually don't see teams take the portals too often, I feel like, when we've been watching them do streets and like MDI and stuff earlier this season. So, interesting.
Well, they do it a lot. It's just that we don't really see it on screen because it's usually one person doing all of the RP on their own, and the other 4 people will do all the trash. No, but in these high push keys, you definitely will have somebody like run across to Menagerie, spawn that portal, while the rest of the team is doing like the Oasis RP, right?
All right.
You'll have people branch out and do different sets of the RP so that it all gets done at the same time. So by the time it's done, you can just go boss, 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 done. So we'll probably get a good POV of that later on here. But it looks like it's just 2 chests across the board here. Floor POV also on pace for a 2 chest here, just 60% left on Soasmi. But we're getting a glimpse as to what other teams are doing. And it's like we were talking about earlier, right? They got their +2 on the 24. They feel comfortable with the key. Go right back into the 26. Both Olge and Donuts and Despair into that Iron Docks yet again here. Donuts and Despair already pretty far into the dungeon too. So they've got their trash count. They've got 2 infiltrators. They'll probably pull this into boss if I had to guess.
Yeah, I think a lot of us were
Yeah, there you
expecting
go.
I think a lot of us were expecting the +2 on the 24, and then the big question is, can they do the same thing on the 26? And that's where there's going to start to be some separation maybe between some of these teams.
Yeah, I think so as well. And we're also going to see how those teams really approach, like how they use their time, right? Because a lot of the teams looks like they just go into the 26 immediately. But the last time in TGP, we saw there were some teams that just did each dungeon once, just have it on the board, and then afterwards they push a key. And then there's even a different strategy where some teams just say, okay, we have 5 hours and we need 4 dungeons, right? And then you just divide the time and just say, okay, we're gonna spend an hour, a bit more in this dungeon, and then afterwards, no matter what happens, like no matter if we deplete it or if we +3 or whatnot, we're gonna move on and do a different dungeon. And then at the very end of the day, we can still revisit one of the dungeons to come back. And I personally like that strategy for the first day, just because you really need to not get 6th place, and I think that is more possible if you use your time properly instead of like scrambling at the very end. It's like, oh my god, we spent 4 hours in 2 of the dungeons and now we still need 2 more, right?
Yeah, I mean,
I think it is
that
important
makes a
to
lot of
mention.
sense.
It's important to mention one thing. I don't think we've covered this like at all today. Since we are on Twitch, there are also tons of players on these teams that are also live streaming their own POVs. So if you want to focus in on one of those teams and just watch exactly what they're doing, go tune into them, see what they're doing. You might get some team comms too. But if you want to keep an eye on the entire competition, you can stay right here on the Warcraft channel, and we'll keep letting you know what's going on across the board.
True. Like for me, I've decided I'm going to tank this season, so I should probably have one of those streams up, so I can actually relearn some of these dungeons. It's been forever.
Oh yeah, there's tons. I mean, tank streams. You can see Dorky streaming DK right now. There's Nerf tank. I'm pretty sure every single tank is streaming actually. So lots of people out there.
I hope you play a Blood Decay.
Yeah,
I want to watch that.
that's the issue there. Yeah, I haven't played Blood DK since original Wrath, which I'm looking forward to doing again in Wrath Classic when that's out in a little bit. But for now, it's been a Warrior and Monk a little bit lately.
The thing about Blood Decay is I was actually playing some keys with Mikkel today, and he was saying he loves it when you wipe, like when you die as a DK and you have to go again, because then your rune weapon is down and you can feel like you finally feel like how it is to play like a Guardian Druid or something like that. It's like you play one class, but it's like all classes in one, you know?
That's a good point.
Alright, so yeah, all of the teams doing pretty well. Of course, it's just the start of the dungeon. We actually have 1 death on Ambition side already here at the very start. And I think lower is definitely one of those keys that gets really difficult on high key levels. Even 26, honestly, is really high. For some other dungeons, 26 is like still very, very doable for these teams, right? But I think lower is definitely one of the most difficult dungeons that we have in Season 4. So I'm really excited to see how they do this 26, and if they can execute it as cleanly as they did the 24 earlier, because that one looked really clean on their side.
Yeah, I mean, lower is definitely one of like the most difficult keys in terms of pure execution. Like all the bosses in there have their own little quirks that you have to deal with. Of course, getting to Maiden last with your 16 or 17 stacks of the buff is really important because the entire boss is breaking the shields, and you have a 10-second window where you have to do something like 600k damage to it, and if you don't do it, you instantly wipe. So it's a very pass-fail dungeon, and the pass-fail is at the very end of the dungeon run. So you really have to make sure that you are ready to go to kill that boss, because you really don't get another attempt at it, right? You have your Bloodlust for one of the shields, and you need to pop it there. It's very, very difficult to pull off. 24 is kind of like the upper bounds of what's doable. The rank 1 teams on live right now will have like 25s and 26s of that dungeon tops. It doesn't go much higher than that right now. So I'm really, really curious to see what the upper bound of this key is. I think purely because of that pass-fail nature of the dungeon, I don't think we're going to see that key pushed very high. We'll probably see teams go like 27, 28 and then just call it quits there, because the last thing you want to do is invest 35 minutes into a dungeon and then just fail the dungeon right out, right?
Right.
That feels really bad.
I guess it's a good point, because it's also like at the very end, right? It's not like Mists of Turna Scythe, where you go in and if you can't kill Ingra, then you just go out again, right? In this dungeon, it's at the very end, and additionally, you can't just say, oh, well, let's just do Maiden first to see if we can do it, because of the way the affix works, right? You want to have as many shrouded buffs as possible before going there, so you can't just go there first. You kind of have to do it at the end, and then it would be a very, very big time loss, as you said. So yeah, that is a very good point. Oh,
Yeah,
I just saw that Old is playing Frostmage in Iron Dogs.
Oh yeah.
That's interesting. What do you think about that?
I hate it, actually.
Okay.
I really
Why?
It's because
I
of
really
the
don't
slow
like
or
it.
something?
Have they
Why do
played
you
it the
dislike
entire key? Like,
I just saw
Okay.
it now. I'm not sure if they played it before as well.
I could see him playing it for the very start of this poll and then swapping, like for these polls and then swapping after. Like, when you're playing Mage and Keys right now, Mage has a very specific niche that it's good for, right? It's good for focused single target damage, and you play Fire for that. I mean, Frost technically can do it too. I think it's just worse than Fire, though. So, I don't know. If he's playing it for the entire key, we'll see how it goes. But
There's definitely some cleave, right? If you think of the bosses, you have first you have the wolf plus the boss, then you have the triple bosses, and then at the very end you also have cleave. So maybe is Frost better for a 2-target rather than compared to 1, I guess? I don't know. Or it might just be for the slow. Maybe they're doing something where they want the slow.
potentially. I
don't
mean, we'll
know.
have to see what they plan on doing with it, right? I don't know. I would never play Frost here, but
Yeah.
I am
Yeah.
also not playing in the TGP, so I don't know. So we'll see.
there's
we'll
always
see,
a
we'll see what the
reason,
plan
right?
is.
Yeah, I mean that's the fun, is trying to like parse out what the reason might be, you know?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to think. I mean, the thing about Frost that it has over Fire is that it's more consistent damage. Like, you always have Icy Veins up and you're always doing the same damage. Fire is very cooldown based, so on AoE you really only have Combust like every 45 seconds to a minute or so. This Frost, you pretty much always have pretty solid AoE damage, so I could see it being good if they're going to go for some massive pulls, which you do in the start. So, we're seeing some good gateway tech here from Olge. Tune in there. You've got the gateway
nice.
through the boxes, so you can skip the Ogron here. This was figured out about a week ago, that you can do this.
Oh.
Skip past the Ogron.
Like
that guy
it.
is illegal. It's a single mob that stomps you for 75% of your HP every time. They're pulling it.
Oh, but here he
Put it
comes.
anyway.
Why did they pull it anyways?
Oh, it's because positioning, right? Because they want the mobs
okay.
to be hit by the
Yeah.
cannon barrage,
Yeah.
and now
Okay.
they are on the other side. I think that makes sense.
That makes
pretty
sense.
cool.
Yeah, making sure it's in the cannon barrage. Yeah, that does a lot of damage. So this cannon, it'll one-shot you, but it'll do like 10-15% of the mob's HP every time it hits them, and that's very useful. If the dungeon kills itself, you let it do it. You don't ask any questions. Okay, so using the gateway for that, sure. I don't hate it.
I like it.
Does Frost maybe have more control? I mean, I personally wouldn't necessarily play Frost just because of that reason, but I guess they also have like more controlled damage, so they don't accidentally kill the shield on the next boss with Ignite or something. But I'm not sure if that really would be a reason for you to play Frost. Right?
That's fair. I mean, yeah, I could see that too. Again, I just think Fire is a little bit stronger in general. Like, Ignite doesn't do enough damage to break the shield, right? Like, a non-combusted Ignite might do like 2 or 3k, and a big combusted Ignite with all of your cooldowns available might do maximum like 16k if you have Orb of Torment and you have like a bunch of Mastery baseline. It shouldn't break the shield on its own. Also, you can just not Phoenix Flames when the shield is out. But yeah, no, I think it's probably just a safety play. Like it's very consistent damage. The slow is really nice.
Also,
as well.
the Destro Warlock can get PI if there's no Fire Mage, right? So that's always worth it in my book.
That's my PI. It's Mage's PI.
It's the worst. Like, one of the worst things that happened in Season 4 is that Mage is back in the meta, because I forgot how annoying they were with all of these buffs. Where's my PI?
How annoying the mages are with the buffs!
Yeah.
The warlocks are way more annoying.
Really? I don't think so.
I feel like Nagura might be
personally, I
ready
was
to
like,
forsake her Boomkin life in favor of Warlock from here on out.
You know,
I feel like the Warlocks are just like, oh, I got PI or I don't get PI, you know? It's kind of, that's what it is.
You ready for a controversial take?
Yes.
Always.
PI is always better on either Mage or Hunter. It is never the best on Destro Warlock. I have done so many.
again,
I have done
mage
so
talk.
many keys. I have done so many keys with both a Survival Hunter and a Destro Warlock, where the Destro Warlock is getting PI'd on AoE and the Survival is topping overall.
Well, of course he's topping overall if he gets PI. If the Warlock
no,
gets
the
PI, he's topping overall.
No. The Destro is getting PI and the Survival is doing more damage.
Oh. Yeah, but that doesn't... Okay,
Buff Warlock, please.
that's a nonsensical argument, though, yeah? Just
So why
because
is
someone
it-
does more
why
damage at
shouldn't
the end
the
doesn't mean that
Survival
PI
Hunter
gives
get
them more
PI?
damage, too. Yeah, but just because you're number 1 on damage doesn't mean that PI is the most valuable on you. Like,
Survival
you can
Hunters have been
get
waiting
more
for a
value,
long time.
and you could be 3rd on DPS, and still you get the most value, right?
They've been waiting a long time for their time to
That's how
shine.
math works.
Let them have this. Let the Survival Hunters
Right,
have this.
alright. As long as mages don't get it, I don't care, you know? You can give it to survival hunters.
As an
I just don't want the
enhancement
mages
shaman
to have
player, I'm happy to see another like weird
Boomkin
melee spec
speaking.
get their time in the sun.
Mute emoji, Boomkin.
Yeah, give it to the Moonkins. It's not the mages.
Boomkin speaking mute emoji.
So
There we
something
go.
happened to Donuts and Despair at the top right side of the screen, as they have some deaths on their side. It looks like the rest of the team is not in combat, so they might be able to get them back up. And they also play full Night. Actually, not everyone, because of course Warlock cannot play Night Fae. But the rest of their team is Night Fae. Interesting, because most classes choose to play Dwarf to get rid of, you know, any kind of debuff, any kind of bleed effect. But yeah, Donuts and Despair playing a lot of Night Elves. Not sure what the issue is though right now. I think their priest is not here. I think Timber is not there to rest, so maybe Timber had to release. Oh, there we go. They got Dorky, but not Cryptics. Okay, so I think the +2 is probably over now for them. Because of that mistake, unfortunately.
A bit tough for sure.
Yeah, can we get a POV on 6th place really quick? I think I saw something a little bit weird on their team, and I want to well, that thing, that's not a red tank. Huh?
Huh,
what is that?
That is a warrior tank. Oh yeah, let's go.
What are
Protection
they doing?
warrior. Are they really trying for 6th place,
Interesting.
or is this that's a good deal? I like it.
Interesting. Well, no,
I mean,
seriously.
there's a lot of
Prot
physical
Warrior,
damage. Yeah.
Prot Warrior was like
So-
hyped coming into the season for sure.
True.
Well, so whenever I see a Prod Warrior, to me, it's like, oh, what can you spell reflect in this dungeon, you know? Like, I feel like that's the main reason why you bring a warrior. That's why I personally assume we're also going to see it a lot in Upper Karasan, right? Because on a lot of boss fights, you can just reflect a lot there, and it makes a lot of sense to play it. But I don't know what you can really reflect in Iron Dogs. On this boss, for sure, a lot, right? There's these blood bolts. Maybe they even ignore the shield, possibly. I don't know how that works, because on this boss, of course, the lowest HP target gets shielded, and if you break the shield, all of them heal for 15%. So maybe if you spell reflect one of these bolts as well, maybe it doesn't actually hit the shield. I guess sometimes abilities have a weird interaction like that.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what else they could spell reflect. I don't think there's anything in the last boss they could spell reflect, unless they could spell reflect the cannon shots. But they'd have to be standing on top of the person that gets shot, because I don't think tanks can get shot. I don't even know if that's a spell.
I don't know.
But in general, like Prot Warrior, they played Necro, right? So they have the flag, which gives 2 of their party members a pretty solid mastery buff, which is nice for overall damage. Prot Warrior is just really
Shout.
solid damage in general, right? You have Shout in the group, which the Hunter and the Rogue are gonna like. I remember actually Dorky was practicing a lot of Warrior Tank coming into this season, and then everyone realized, wait a minute, you're gonna get like 30% haste from the buff. DK is gonna be insane, so they just went back to playing DK. But I think Prot is definitely, it's not a troll pick. It's definitely a very good tank. But
With double legendary, you do get a lot of uptime on that banner too if you
you do.
spending rage a lot or correctly.
You do get a lot of uptime, which the Warlock loves.
Oh yeah. I'm just happy to see it.
Yeah.
As a longtime warrior
So-
player, it makes me feel
we pan away
warm
from
and
it.
fuzzy inside. Yep,
It's
but
no
gone
longer
now.
there. We're back to 4DK POV. Relieved.
Oh. It was fun while it
I
lasted.
wonder if they could even +2 at this point. If you look at Donuts and Despair, at top right side, they're already over the +3 timer, of course. They only have 2
Last
bosses left, but it's
boss.
tyrannical. So this is still gonna take a while, and then they have another boss which also takes. How long does the last boss take at 26?
With 10
Probably-
stacks of the buff, it'll probably take about 3.5 to 4 minutes. I would
I
guess.
would say so too.
Well, you got a little under
So-
5 minutes right now to +2, because it's 24 minutes
might
for
not make it
docks, I
even.
think.
That would be a pretty big
We'll see.
time loss for them if the other
They're
teams
gonna-
are managing to +2.
Yeah, they paralyze or they trap the Dragonhawk, so they're not going to have to deal with that at all. That is interesting. Actually, they have a really good group comp for not having to deal with Dragonhawks until they get the third one, which would be like a 4-minute fight. So they're probably not going to worry about that. They have plenty of ways to stop the time to feed as well, which is pretty nice, right? You can turtle it, you can feign death it. Actually, they have to break all of them, other than the Hunter. Never mind. Actually, no. Timber can Shadow Meld it, so that's something. Dorky will never get targeted with it, so Shadow Meld doesn't matter there either. The biggest scare on this boss is pretty much just going to be these wolves, right? Look how much damage Spen took there from just taking a couple melees from those wolves. He went down to 20% like instantly. If you get meleeed by them, you're in for a world of hurt, but they're able to quickly make work of them with their comp. They're running the triple AoE comp in this dungeon, so it makes sense. Little
Banning
reparalyze
shot
the
is
Dragonhawk.
so good for them. Like,
It's so good.
Probably the best ability you can have for those wolves. Yeah, so
the-
it looks like someone in chat was saying that the
Yeah.
flame spitters take a lot of damage from Spell Reflect. And I'm trying to
Okay.
think, are the flame spitters like the dragons?
It's the one that put the fire on the ground, so I'm assuming you
Yeah,
can stand in the
so- I
fire
believe
and,
so,
and
yeah.
spell reflect it?
Maybe.
Interesting.
But it's interesting
Maybe
that
when the ability
you
gets
can just
cast
skip
or
them as
something?
well. So I wonder, I wonder if it's worth it to play warrior just for that. I guess.
Well,
maybe if
we're
you
not
skip a
gonna
lot of trash
see
earlier. Oh,
what
they
it
even
is,
skipped it too.
because they are wiping, because they skipped just about everything. Do they
Oh.
have...
Well, I guess they don't care about the flame
Oh.
spitters
Well,
then.
okay, the Hunter's alive. They'll be able to battle res the healer here, and he'll be able to mass res everybody. They've got their count pretty much. All they have to do is kill off one more infiltrator. I guess they failed
Yeah,
their
but
shroud,
so
it's a
it's
little
definitely
unfortunate.
not the flame spitters, right? Because they literally just skipped them,
Okay, yeah, it's not.
I guess. So it must be a different reason. Or
Well,
maybe
they have plenty of time to time the key, right? So they're fine.
Yeah.
Not
Maybe
even
they want to
commanding
play it
shout
later,
could save them.
like on a higher
Sad.
key, possibly.
Oh, they're. Oh, I just realized Donuts of Despair is like all Night Fae, not Night Fae, Night Elf. That's the word. So they can pretty much all meld it. Okay, well they dealt with that boss no issue. 2.5 minutes for the boss. Probably not going to be two chesting this. It's going to be a nice little one chest.
Meanwhile,
Oh, well.
Floor POV trying to two-chest their streets. They seem to be on track for that.
Yeah, definitely looking really good for them. You can see they have an interesting strategy as well. I think a lot of teams play it this way, where they do most of the trash, and then they do back-to-back-to-back bosses, which I personally don't like it that much, to have so much like single target damage back-to-back, because especially something like the Warlock gets so much cooldown reduction from you doing an AoE pull in between and getting cooldowns back. But at the same time, it also makes sense to get the Shrouded stacks earlier, so you have them for the bosses, because I would say the haste is pretty valuable to kill bosses quicker, and you can save a lot of time if your team
Man.
has more haste, so maybe that's the reason why.
Okay, something that people need to be aware of, and it seems the teams in the Great Push still are unaware of this too. When those dogs come out on Oshir, do not stand on top of them. They will instantly kill you. Their rogue just insta-cheat deathed, and probably should have died. I don't know how he's still alive, but yeah, just give him a sec to fixate and run, because if you are there solo and as a melee player, you will just straight up get one shot by them. That is... He's lucky he didn't go down there. That would have been their one battle rest. Actually, they have another one coming up, so it's going to be okay.
Yeah, so it looks like Donuts in Despair, top right side of your screen, probably not going to make the +2. It's going to be close. Is it 25 minutes? I think it's 25, right? So they have 1.5 minutes left.
Sorry, and for
still
Donuts in
less.
Despair, it's 24
Yeah.
minutes for the 2 Chester. So
Oh, 24.
That's
okay,
over
then
30
they're
seconds.
Make it.
Yeah.
They were still on the third
yeah,
boss with
unfortunate
less than
for
5
them.
minutes remaining, so.
I mean, maybe Lust.
Nah, because they have to kill the
just
third
get
guys
it.
too. They have to kill the third guys
that
too,
is
so not going to happen here. Look how much damage the cannon shot does, by the way. Through wall on Cryptics there, doing 30% of his HP per shot. That is a lot of damage to deal with. And that's only on 26. This can definitely go higher. Iron Dox is another key that has not been pushed very high on live right now. I think 26, 27 is like the upper bound right now. 27 is pretty doable, but past that, it gets pretty difficult to push this key. Not because the bosses are difficult, but because the trash in here is really, really nasty. We already talked about the foot soldiers doing a ton of damage, but technician grenade throws do a lot of damage. They also have that annoying thing that stuns you, the grease file. There's a lot of really annoying trash mechanics in this dungeon. The Wranglers at the end of the dungeon, they used to do damage to your tanks and everyone in the group as if they ignored your armor. That was fixed this week, so they do normal damage, but they're still pretty difficult. They put undwarfable bleeds on people in the group, so a lot of group damage on that trash after the second boss as well. Just the trash in Iron Dox is really difficult, even on Tyrannical, so the fact that we're already doing a 26 pretty easily, looks like something higher is probably doable for Donuts in Despair and Olge, notably in the top here. We could probably see 28, 29 of this done. It's a question of whether or not they'll do that right now, though, because remember, they do need to get solid times in all 4 dungeons today to secure their chances of moving on to day 2 and day 3. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see these teams time this 26 and then just move on to another dungeon afterwards.
That makes the most sense, right? I mean, get to see what
Yeah.
you can do on 26, and then just make sure you get the other dungeons done. And then at the end of the day, like Nagura was saying earlier, use that last hour to bring something up to equalize the other teams, or, you know, try to get a little bit of a points lead while you can. And speaking of points, we have Donuts in Despair jumping up to 26 after finishing their 26 Iron Dox. First team to do that. They seem to be just a little bit ahead of everybody else in terms of putting points on the board, but we'll see how that goes over the next 4 hours or so of the day today.
Yeah, and it does look like Ambition on the bottom right side is now dealing with Morose, and I saw that they were taking quite a lot of damage from this boss, even though it is fortified. Especially Druger, who cast that Whirlwind, does AoE damage the closer you are to it, kind of.
Right.
That one was pretty much destroying the group, as they were also tanking it in the middle of the room, though, to make sure that they have more cleave. But yeah, definitely looked pretty scary, as they're now moving on. They still have to do Maiden now. So Maiden, the most difficult part of the dungeon, really, for them. Probably really doable on a 26, but it's still possible that they maybe mess up their cooldown assignments and possibly don't kill one of the shields. And if you don't kill a shield, you just have an instant wipe, basically. So yeah, we'll see how they do this. They're really, really good on time. They're not gonna +3, but they're very possibly gonna +2, which is really, really nice. 26 +2 lower, that is definitely really good for Ambition.
Yeah, you'll definitely be happy with a start like that.
See, 26 timer. What is the 26 timer here, actually? One sec.
For lower, it
quick maths.
is... Let's see.
42 times 0.8.
It is...
33,
The +2 is
36.
33, 36. Yep.
All right. Oh, they have plenty of time. They have 10 minutes to +2 this key. So, yeah, they'll definitely be +2ing this unless they somehow make a huge mistake on the Maiden Shield. Like, they don't have damage for it. But with that amount of time left, they definitely just say, okay, we sit here, we wait for cooldowns to come up that we're ready for. Notably, they're not going to have Bloodlust, right? They just use that on, well, actually, no, 2 minutes. Okay, they'll have their Bloodlust for the second shield. That's pretty important. Because the typical Maiden strategy right now is cooldowns first, potions Bloodlust second, cooldowns back up for third shield, and then you kill the boss or you die. So We'll see if that works out for them. If they end up going with that strat, they should have plenty of damage for it though with their comp. Notably, again, the Fire Mage is really carrying the brunt of the damage on the shields here.
So, the thing with the shields that you said, by the way, Sarah, because I did do Maiden a bunch after they nerfed the shield, and it honestly didn't seem that bad anymore. But I also didn't do really high keys, of course, because the dungeon is pain on high keys. So I think the highest key I've done is like a 22 or 23. And on that one, the shield seemed pretty easy. But, yeah, I guess they're now 26. We'll see how it is for them, I guess.
That was our lowest key last week. We did a 27 on Fortified.
45?
And those shields were very close. Those got nerfed by 10% coming into this week. Again. So I could see them being a little easier to do. But that 27 was about as close as it could get. Like we were not expecting to be able to do it. So it is a very, very
They also
tight
have more
check on
item
higher
level,
keys.
right?
They do have more item level, right? They could probably do 28,
So-
29, if I had to guess, but I don't know how much
Yeah,
higher
maybe
you can
even
go.
30? Like,
Maybe.
10% nerf and the more item level, I don't know.
Yeah.
I would like to see a really high lower key, honestly.
I would too, but again, like coming back to the conversation we had earlier, right? Like that has to be like a last choice thing that you do. Like,
Yeah.
you know, you have every other key pushed up and you're like, okay, well, we can go spend 30 minutes pushing a lower Karazhan and then get a 50-50 on Maiden because, you know, you don't break the shield, you die, and you don't get another shot at it. So, yeah, I doubt that'll be like a priority for any of the teams, especially today.
It's kind of like the other side, right? I think that was a dungeon that barely any team even wanted to do on really high key levels just because the timer is such a long timer, it's such a big time investment, and if you don't manage to kill that car, you're just gonna be in trouble and you lost so much time. So I guess it's probably very similar to that. But we now do see Ulch on the bottom left side of your screen doing Workshop. Interesting.
Oh.
We'll see how
was-
they deal with the Quaking and Inspiring.
That was a beautiful, just a nice way to show how to perfectly do that trash pack on Inspired from Trell there. It was amazing. Just the perfect kiting to make sure everything stayed inside the rocket barrage there. Everything got one shot really quickly. Beautiful. Beautifully done. Trash kills itself onto the boss instantly, using the Bloodlust 2 right away. Now, note the biggest difference between this boss, between now and how it was back in BFA. Back in BFA, if you had 5 people stacked underneath these hammers, every single one of those hammer strikes would hit this No Mercy for like, what, 15%, Nagura? Sound about right? 10 to 15%?
Yeah, something crazy like that, yeah.
It was a huge chunk. But I don't know if it was just like a weird way that they designed the dungeon, or if they did this on purpose to make it so people couldn't cheese the boss, but those hammers do like maybe 20k damage to them, which is like, you know, 0.01% of the boss's HP. So it's really not worth it to use the hammers to do damage to the boss anymore. You just use them
just get the
to break
stacks
the
off
shielding.
and-
Yeah, you just get the stacks off of the Platinum Pummeler, and then you just go do DPS. And honestly, I think it's healthier for the dungeon in general, right? It makes the timer a lot easier to balance. You could definitely do a lot higher level of this key still, with some of the
Feels like
other
it's
cheese
more
you can do in
kind
the
of-
dungeon later on.
It feels like it's more kind of doing the boss as it was intended to be done in the first place.
Yeah,
too.
exactly.
Yeah.
It did seem a little weird to see teams go into like a 29 or a 30 fortified key and kill the first boss in a minute and 10 seconds. it was definitely a little weird, but I think it's definitely a lot healthier for the dungeon in general for it to be this way. Because the rest of the dungeon is great, right? There's a lot of really cool tech in here, especially with the mind control from the priest that we'll see later on. I think this is a great dungeon to be included back into Season 4.
Fun to see back.
So,
Step into the light, mortals.
sorry, I just quickly wanted to talk about Ambition because they're at Maiden at the top left side of your screen, and this is
Sure.
the 26, right, we've been talking about. And I do want to mention one thing, that we do see JPC. You can see that debuff JPC has? That is the Scars trinket, right?
Oh yeah,
And he's
he is
running
using
that bleed effect to not have to take the debuff from the fire, which is really nice. I guess it makes sense for the Hunter, because Hunters are pretty, or don't have a lot of defensives to actually survive a dot like that, compared to maybe mages and warlocks who have absorb shields and stuff like that. But yeah, Hunters have a hard time surviving a huge dot like this. So just running the Scars makes a lot of sense. Looks like everyone else kind of is running it too, because only one C and the tank stepped into the puddle.
Yeah, the mage can ice block it. He did do that
Yeah.
there. Everybody else did it normally. I mean, it looked like they dealt with it perfectly fine, so very clean. Good
Yeah.
beakless gameplay from JPC here.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Oh yeah, Shadow Word Death.
Welcome,
Oh, there it
Tettles. Speaking of things that are healthy and all that, it's healthy to
Welcome.
rotate casters throughout the day, give people breaks. So
Okay,
we're gonna.
How is this a segue that you've picked?
Just because. Well, we were talking about health of the dungeons, so now we're talking about health of the casters, and so we're gonna banish Nagura to the Shadow Realm for a little bit and bring in Tettles straight from the Shadow Realm. How's it been?
It's been pretty good. I feel like this Donuts and Despair, the route that they've picked for Iron Dock specifically is very interesting with how they are playing so many foot soldiers and just like setting up that stuff with like Eyes of the Beast. I don't know. I suspect that you guys talked about it, Zyronic. What did you think about that Iron Star setup with Eyes of the Beast controlling that pet?
It was very interesting. Up until the Observer DC'd, so I want to see it again.
I think that the biggest thing is like Donuts and Despair and their Iron Docks. They haven't seemed like they've been putting up insane times. But I think the biggest thing about their Iron Docks route is it scales super well into higher level versions of this Iron Docks, and may even propel them to be able to get like a 30 towards the end of the weekend. Beyond that, just kind of looking around the horn, Olge has now made their way into Workshop. This is one of the dungeons that we had during our time trials. The affixes are a little bit different, but I think it's very important that Olge is able to two-chest this 24 Workshop.
Yeah,
Well, that was the one that Ambition got a 31 on in time trials,
Yes.
which I think was our highest of the time trials as far as keys. There were other teams that got 31s as well, but in NA at least, they were the ones to take the crown there.
Where do you think Ambition's going next? So I think that them being able to complete that lower Karazhan two-chesting that 26, are they going to go for the 28 lower, or are they going to start moving around to other dungeons? Like, what's the play? Like
I think
that's
you
going to
swap
be a
dungeons,
super
right?
interesting one.
I don't think you do 28 this early
Yeah.
on in the competition, especially lower Karazhan. I don't know if you were listening to the conversations we were having a little earlier, Tettles, but did you hear the part we were talking about where it's like going for a high lower Kara is such a huge like 50-50 play because you have to spend 30-35 minutes setting up the dungeon to give yourself a chance of killing Maiden, right? And if you don't break a shield, you just lost 30 minutes of time because you just full wiped. You probably committed bloodlust. I don't think you go for anything too high in lower Kara today. I think you spend almost all of your time pushing up the rest of the keys, and if you have a couple runs left at the end of the day to try to push a high lower Kara, that's when you would do it if you're already like safely in the top 5.
You have to account for the accidental, deaths too. Like you never know when you're going to be in a 24 and like something just randomly goes wrong and you have to start over, right? So it's you don't want to leave that until the very end of the day and be like, oh no, now we need to finish this thing or we definitely lose. So yeah, I think you get the baseline done for all the dungeons and then you go back.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, look at this in the top left. Donuts and Despair, they're setting up this pull again. They're getting all these mobs grouped up. I think this is where we saw the Eyes of the Beast the first time, last time, but it looks like so they kill off this pack and then they Eyes of the Beast, the pet, and pull a bunch of the trash like towards the end of the gauntlet back, is what I've basically seen from the player POVs.
Yeah, and the reason you have to kill off this trash is because the Iron Stars are target capped, right? 15 targets per star, so you really want to make sure that you are getting high priority targets in there. That the Ogrons are probably the most important targets to get because they're very, very healthy targets. They do a lot of damage to your group. You really don't want to deal with them on your own. So there it is. You saw Eyes of Beast on the Hunter.
His turtle, it's running through. You see him? You could kind of see
it
very far away. Oh, okay. Well, I have great eyesight, Zyronic, and I can see the pet. Okay,
it is so tiny.
Just...
I wear glasses, man. Okay, I see it now. I see the shell. I see the shell. Are they going to pull the 5-pack too?
So one of the biggest things about Eyes of the Beast as well is like, so once the pet dies, the hunter maintains threat on the pack, even when the pet's dead.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
You can pull that 5-pack through the wall. So it looks like that's what Yip's going to do on that mob.
Yeah.
So you can actually snag that 5-pack through the wall, and so that's what they're going to do at the end.
Quick score update,
and this may seem slow, but they are literally going to one-shot everything here with this final Iron Star. Dorky's going to pull it off to the left of these little piles on the ground here because the stars do run into those on the ground. You have to make sure that these mobs are in front of them. They missed one deckhands. I don't know if that
Dorky
matters.
Has no
They're going to have to
purge,
kill
by
it,
the
though.
way. So like
he'll be
Dorky
fine.
He doesn't have a cheat death, but he's kiting out this whole entire pack. He's basically not getting hit by any of these.
Wait, nobody's
mobs.
in the star. They're not ready to shoot this. Get in the star.
Get there.
Get in the star, Shinji.
Get in the. All right, the attack run has been set up. There we go.
Oh, they were getting the last deckhand in, and they missed it. Okay.
they missed a couple, but they got
They missed
the
a
big
couple.
ones.
They missed a technician. That's not ideal, but
Yeah.
that
It looked
saves
like
them enough time to time this key for sure.
It looked like the star actually hit the technician, but I think that they killed 15 mobs with it, so I think the technician and the chain master may have been extra, or like it may have actually gone over the target cap. I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. Yeah. And of course, the stars don't hit the infiltrators at all, so you have to kill those on their own anyways.
Okay, so top right, we saw Olge having some deaths in their workshop. They had to end up committing like a battle res, one of the engineering battle reses. So you see they have 5 deaths on the board. They really need to be looking to 2-chest this 24, just in my opinion, to be able to get this up to a 26 as fast as possible, because we have seen teams time a 30 and even a 31 of this dungeon, and with the experience that a lot of these teams have on this dungeon, not 2-chesting the 24 could cost you a large amount of time, because you're going to end up spending probably somewhere in the order of like 25 to 30 minutes if you just miss out on that 2-chest mark.
Right, because you essentially just have to run it again and then hope you 2 chests to 25, and then that only gets you up to the 27 and all that. But obviously they're doing all the tricks they can to speed through this boss, you know, standing right on the edge of the block and all that to make sure you can keep DBSing.
Okay,
But quaking makes that annoying.
Bottom left, Ambition has gone into Iron Docks. This makes sense, I think.
That makes sense. I mean, yeah. We'll see what they plan on doing here. I mean, you can mass pull so early in this dungeon on Tyrannical. Oh, look at these Ogrons, man.
Where is JPC going? So, like on the far right hand side of the screen, on the
he's going to
bottom
pull, yeah.
left picture, he's camoed and running up the right side. I wonder where he's going. He is off to the races. He looks like he's grabbing trash from the maze already, while Nerf and the rest of the group is getting ready for their second star pull.
If this works, it'll be pretty amazing. Yeah.
Wait,
So the typical routing here that people will do is they'll do these 2 Iron Stars on almost all this front trash here, and while you're doing that, you'll get a misdirect on like the first couple packs right in front of the maze to Nerf, and then those will come in time for the 3rd Iron Star to come out. You can see they got everything there.
Nice.
Counted 15 mobs exactly. And JPC should be misdirecting some stuff here. Yep, if you looked right over the boxes in the back right there 2 seconds ago, you saw a little aggro icon from the Ogron in the maze. It is on its way.
Oh, yeah.
You can see it running
Oh my
down
gosh!
in the back there.
He's getting the
Here he
far
comes.
one.
Yep, he's getting the far Ogron. Might be some more Eyes of the Beast tech. They're going to get a triple Ogron death here. Actually, just 2, because one of them is actually an infiltrator. Yeah, this is really, really efficient. This is actually so much faster than what we saw from Donuts to Despair. Now, this is a 24, but this is great tech.
Is this more than 15? This has to be more than 15 mobs, right?
Okay, it is more than 15, but as long as you get the Ogrons in front, it doesn't matter. You can finish off everything easily. What you can do is you can like do a binding shot on top of these, or Ray of Frost works too. Make sure the Ogrons are in front of everything so they get hit first, and then let the Iron Star go off. That's exactly what they did. That was perfect execution. Actually, it looks like it was exactly 15 mobs too.
The reason
Yeah,
that I
just
thought
the
it was gonna
infiltrator left. Yeah.
Well, it's because they got the Ogron out of this patrol. Like somehow they separated out the Ogron from the patrol, and then they were able to pull it into that pack, and that's why I assumed it was going to be a little bit more mobs. That's actually so sick from Ambition being able to get that killed off.
Yeah, that's perfect execution, and I think if I'm correct, they still have the 2, like the 5-pack and the 4-pack in the maze left to kill, but I think that's the best execution we've seen of the Iron Stars so far today for many of the teams, and hopefully people are going to be ready to take notes on that, because that was perfect.
3-chestable, yay or nay? Like, we haven't seen any team 3-chest the 24 Iron Docks. It was close by basically every other team. They were somewhere in the order of like a minute over time.
Oh, they got the 5-pack. Oh yeah, this is on 3-chest base.
Yeah.
This
They
is
got
easy
a lot
3
of
chest
trash.
base. If they kill second boss before 11 minutes, it's 3-chest base. That's the timer you should be looking for. Wow. That was really, really fast what they just pulled off. That's the thing, right?
Han's already in a 28 streets.
Oh, they're doing a 28.
Oh, they did
I
go
mean,
into the 28. Yeah.
So Streets is a dungeon that is relatively easy to 30able on these affixes. It's Storming Sanguine Tyran. Tyran being a little bit slower, but like Storming Sanguine, it's not going to cost you a ton of time. We even saw the world's first 30 on live was a Streets of Wonder. And so we know it is doable even on that 30 at this gear level that these teams have. I'm not super surprised that they're electing to do this on a 28 today. That would be a great way for them to get a considerable amount of points as well. So say teams aren't able to like push up streets super fast, and they would be potentially a team that could be on the chopping block. It makes sense for them to actually go into the streets and try to get a lot of points early on.
Fair enough. Yeah. Floor POV rolling through the sludge as they descend into the other areas of the junkyard.
You better step back.
They look pretty good
And
today.
they're in their 24th.
Squad.
Wait,
The
timer's
timer
wrong.
looks wrong.
I think they're 4 minutes into the key right now. I think that's a week or a
Oh yeah, that's
mistake.
No, they're 36 minutes into the keys. Ironic.
0 deaths, 36 minutes. Like they were just
Interesting.
chilling, you know, for a while. Dance party. We'll figure that one out. Meanwhile, back to in their 28.
Yeah. Okay.
Old's going through their 24 junkyard. If you want to keep an eye on junkyard at least.
Workshop.
Workshop,
Or
right,
this is
right.
not junkyard. No
bad.
zap bots here. This is a workshop.
We've seen teams actually skip that robot. So you're actually able to gate over the wall there from Olge. Obviously, they're not doing it. I'm interested to see if teams are going to be skipping it. So since they changed count a little
can't
bit in
anymore.
Workshop, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
you can.
You can
But
if
you
you
gotta
want
play-
to do the last pack. Do you
Yeah.
want to do
so
the last pack though?
that was what I was going to ask. Is like I don't suspect any team's going to be skipping it. So since they changed how much count the infiltrators give in Workshop specifically, it's a little bit different for like what mobs you're going to be pulling from these teams compared to where time trials were. But like, is that last pack really doable? I've heard that it's not reasonably doable, but I'm really interested
Okay.
to see if any team's going to be able to get it done.
So here's the thing. We did a little workshopping of it, and I'm not trying to make a joke about the name of the dungeon. Just happened. Sorry. Didn't do that on purpose. I promise. With the Holy Priest, that pack is very easily doable. The main thing you have to do is keep the Defender alive so that you have shields alive, because there's 2 of the bots that do the short outs in that.
the Mach
in
3
that pool,
bots,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Mark 3s. That's the one. Now, I'm pretty sure the Defenders are humanoid, right? They're gnomes. So you
Yes.
should be able to have your mage polymorph it to keep it alive, just so that it heals when you polymorph it, so that you can continuously get shields, and then just kill off the Mark 3s while your priest is mind controlling the one Tinkerer in that pack and squirreling everything. That is the tech that should work. But in actuality, what happens is 2 of your DPS get hit by the frontal from the infiltrators that's in the pack, and you die anyways. So, what you really
Yeah.
it's a very difficult technical pull.
And some DK pops that gets Boon at the end off their gavel weapon and actually accidentally kills off your shield bot, because for some reason Boon at the end actually hits those shield bots and kills them very quickly. I've never had this happen, but I'm speaking just hypothetically, of course.
Hypothetically, sure.
Yeah.
Whoops,
I've
sorry
never had
guys,
this happen-
one-shot the bot.
I've never had this happen to me.
My bad, guys. Are shields dead? Who killed the shield? Why did you target that?
Yeah,
Guys, my gavel
but
killed
that- but that's the issue. That's the issue with the pack, is that there's only one defender, and you're having to do 2 of those Mark 3 bots, and so like double short out with only one defender shield. And in addition to that, like if the Mark 3 bots short out is desynced from like the shield, if it's not up at the same time, you're in deep trouble.
Well, it's not only that, right? The debuffs do a ton of damage too, right? You need to have those
Yeah.
shields available. So it's a dangerous pack. Now, if your priest is really good at mind control tech, you can get it dead pretty quickly. Like it's a 40-second cap. You get like three squirrels off, and the pack dies. But it's just a very dangerous pull. So I would not be surprised if teams really don't go for that pull until you get to the higher keys, where you essentially have to make full use of the squirrels. But I don't think that's the best squirrel tech that's going to be used in this dungeon. I think the best squirrel tech that we're going to see from the best teams is going to be on this boss right here. Head Machinist Spark Flux here, the Machinist Garden here. I've heard of some lore titles from back in the day. You remember when Evade was just really trying to go to town on this dungeon, figure out how to do it on a high key back in the day, figuring out how to mind control? Apparently I've heard word that there are teams that can have their priests stand in the top corner on top of those stairs, have a Tinkerer
Okay.
mind control during the entire boss fight, and do nothing but just spam squirrels onto the boss, and do like 30k DPS with it. But your
Okay.
DPS are literally playing do not get hit by anything for the entire fight. If you do,
And it's
you're
quaking.
dead.
And there's
And
a
it's
plant.
quaking. And there's a plant, yes. I
Huh.
wonder if there are going to be any teams that are crazy enough to try to pull that off. if you do, you gain so much time because you can then also use the Tinkerer to kill the 2 cars after the boss, which are a really slow part of the dungeon too. So that there is a lot of time to be gained there. That's actually part of the reason that we saw Olge go for the boss kill here first instead, right? Because they're going to try to keep this Tinkerer alive and pull it to the 2 cars. I would hope that's what they're going to do, actually. They should.
All right.
Yeah,
Well, that's actually
keep it alive.
That's actually good tech in theory, but I'm really interested to see if any team's going to be pulling that off later on. So top left-hand corner of the screen, we have Donuts and Despair. They're looking basically like they're going to put up the exact same time as they did in the 26. And so whenever I was talking about scalability of their strategy, sure, their strategy for the maze wasn't the fastest thing we saw. Like the ambition strategy seemed like it was a little bit faster. However, whenever you're scaling it up to 27, 28, Donuts and Despair strategy is still very good. I saw ambition
really close to
earlier.
2 chest settles, by the way.
Yeah, they are actually incredibly close to the 2 chest. So they are about 2 minutes and 30 seconds off that timer for being able to 2 chest this dungeon. I don't think that they're going to be able to do it just because of looking at how healthy this boss is. But again, this is basically where they were in the 26, where Ambition, whenever we saw them just a second ago, I think they're going to 3 chest the 24, which they'll be the first team, if they are able to pull it off, that was able to 3 chest the 24 Iron Docks.
Yeah, they looked like they were on really good pace for it. I hope we can keep
There
the
they are,
POV
right here.
up there. Oh, they are on such good pace. Remember, the 3 chest timer here is 18, so
They have
I don't know if
920
you
left.
can 3 chest it.
They have 920 left just to kill the last 2 bosses. I think that they have it.
Wait, are you saying Ambition has 9 minutes left to
Yes.
to 3 chest this key?
Yes.
No, the 3 chest timer is 18. No.
Oh, you're right. Never mind. Okay.
Yeah,
never mind.
yeah,
Two chest
no, they're
timers-
not
the
3
two
chesting.
chest
They'll 2 chest
The 2
it.
chest timer is 24. Never mind. You're
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
I was looking at the wrong timer.
That is
Looking at the 2
okay.
chests.
That is why I'm here.
9 minutes to 3 chests. Oh.
I will be the fact checker, the Boomkin fact checker.
Oh, my bad. Can't read.
Join the club.
Can they 3 chest this key? That is false. They cannot 3 chest this key.
No, they can't 3 chest this key. Okay. Anyways. Okay. Is Olge going to be able to 2 chest this key? Because if they don't, I feel like that's a 30-minute, almost like a 30-minute time waste.
This is, I mean, it's really close, and they are, let's see, do they have to kill the last pack? They're at 95% trash count. They have the Tinkerer and the Bot Alive. That should be the last percentage, right? Yeah, those are 4 each, I think. So that is the rest of their percentage. The Warlock gate up to the top. They're going to have about 4.5 minutes to kill this last boss, which on 24 seems very easily doable. This is a long boss, though, so let's see. Get exact timer here.
It's Tyran.
It'll be 25:36 is the timer for 2 chests here for them to beat. So they're going to have about 3.5 minutes once they get this gateway off and run up to the boss. It's actually going to be really, really close. Remember, I mean, the last bosses of the dungeon are always a little bit faster than you would assume, because remember, you have that Shrouded affix stacking up on you throughout the dungeon. Everyone's got like 20% more haste than usual. So 3.5 minutes is actually a pretty reasonable timer for this boss. They definitely can 2 chest it if they're very clean, but you cannot have any deaths here.
King Mechagon in 29 and like 30 was somewhere in the range of like 5.5 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
But I think on a 24, you may be able to just get both of these mobs killed off. It's one of those things too that just this composition that they're playing, the Fire Mage, the Warlock, the Rogue, they should have enough single target damage. They are playing a Destro Warlock, but like Destro is very strong on single target damage, assuming that they're getting power infusion. I mean, even looking at Olge, their lock is at 25k DPS here.
They should not be getting power infusion on single target. That should
was
be going
gonna
to the
say,
Fire Mage.
Don't start that conversation again.
Fire Mage is the best single target class in the game right now, and it is not really even close. If your mage isn't getting power infusion on single target, they should just not be in the dungeon.
That Surf Hunter class is also pretty good on single target, but it is worse.
It's pretty
than Fire
solid,
Mage. Yeah.
On single target, at the end of dungeons, your Fire Mage with SKB is going to have about a 70 to 75% uptime on combustion. It is disgusting how much damage Fire Mage does on single target at the end of dungeons. It should be around, with their gear level. Well, they don't have Lust, so it's hard to exactly say.
They don't have Lust.
But their mage is probably going to end up doing about 25k on this boss ish. When
It
all
depends
things
on
are
how many,
said and done.
Yeah, it depends on like how many stacks of the haste buff they have. All right, so top left-hand corner of the screen, Donuts and Despair, one chesting the Iron Docks 27 in 25 minutes and 10 seconds. Really, really good time for them.
Yep, that's good. Now, you have to assume they're going to go to a different dungeon, right? Because At some point, you really want to make sure you get solid baselines in every other dungeon. You're a quarter of the way through the day at this point, right? You've literally spent, we're an hour and 15 minutes into a 5-hour day. That's a quarter of your time gone. One dungeon down, 3 to go. You may as well go somewhere else, start pushing that up, get a couple good levels there. Get a solid baseline in every key, because they definitely are more than capable enough to get all of these keys down, at a 27-28 pace and then start pushing it up the next day.
Yeah, it's one of those things that Donuts in Despair was a team that basically all of us predicted to get top 2, and so the only way that they would make a crucial error is if for some reason they weren't able to, I think, get all 4 dungeons posted today in some weird feat. So yeah, spending more time in Iron Docks, while I think it's pretty likely that they're able to do a 29 even, just if they're given enough time, probably even a 30, realistically, if they're given enough time in this dungeon across the weekend. It's just not something that they should be doing today, and instead they should be trying to conquer all 4 dungeons. And then if they have additional time, then they can come back to this Iron Docks that they've looked super, super strong on.
Yep. Let's see what Olchi's here. Remember, that time, they're getting really close to that timer, Tettles. It's a 25-36 that they have to beat for a 2 chest. That does not look like it's going to happen for Olchi. This is going to be a 1 chest in the 24 workshop.
Oh,
that is
no.
unfortunate for them. Man.
That's going to cost them 30 minutes across the rest of the day, which
that
is
rough.
That is super tough to be able to claw that back. It's you really don't want to be losing 30 minutes. Donuts in Despair, I think we saw them finish their Iron Docks somewhere in the range of 30 seconds ago, and they're already in Lower Kara, and they've swapped up their composition to a double Warlock comp.
Tettles, that is the fastest I think I've ever seen Dorky leave a key and then start another key in the history of forever. Ever. You're normally talking about, on average, 15 minutes in between keys with him. Sometimes it could be up to 30. I don't think I've ever seen him start a key within a minute of his previous key. This is really cool, though. Double Warlock comp? I guess Demo kind of fulfills the same niche as Fire Mage on Maiden. You can have a Tyrant up for every shield. Actually, it might be even better because you can pre-Tyrant the shield and have it casting while you're stunned from the mass dispel thing, right? The mass,
yeah.
What's the word? It's the Paladin ability. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. There you go, Mass Repentance. That's the one. Yeah. So your Tyrant can just hit during that. That's actually interesting tech.
Ooh, okay.
I wonder if it actually does more than Fire Mage. It might.
In addition to that, Donuts in Despair, they have 3 Warlock mains on their team. So I think it makes sense if there's ever a time for them to bust out multiple Warlocks and they think it's good, they will probably be the team to bust that out.
Yeah, you're right. They do have 3 Warlock mains. Interesting.
It's kind of weird, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it seems to be working out for them. They did well in time trials and they're doing well already so far. Also, you can see Cryptic's already wearing the Scars of Fraternal Strife here at the start of this key on the 24, getting used to using it. Of course, we already talked about that earlier on. The bleed that puts on your character will also break you out of that Mass Repentance, so you don't need to take the dot from the boss. Some nice tech for anybody that happens to have one of those trinkets on live you can use in this dungeon, so your healer doesn't have to do a ridiculous amount of healing on that dot. Looking at the 24, though?
I was going to say, bottom left-hand corner of the screen, 6th place here. Not going to get the 3 chests in Streets, where we saw teams earlier being able to really push up against that timer on 3 chests. I suspect that some of the other teams will probably 3 chest that dungeon whenever we see it later. Top left-hand corner of the screen, is on the Postmaster on a 28. So, so yeah, they're already on the Postmaster in a 28. I think that this is a dungeon that they time on a 28, and then they start looking to get to other dungeons, kind of similar to the Iron Docks situation from Donuts in Despair after they were able to get their 27 Iron Docks dealt with. They needed to look elsewhere. Time-wise, just looking at the rest of the day, after the Streets of Wonder, I think that they're going to need to be looking towards those dungeons that they also have not posted a time in.
Yeah, I mean, we can talk about how weird it is to push up 1 key early, but honestly, a lot of the teams have done this, right? They've done 3 runs of their first dungeon, so I think it's totally fine. This is our first really good POV in the top left here of this ridiculous infiltrator pull that we see a lot of teams doing, where you literally just pull 3 or 4 infiltrators into the menagerie. I'm assuming that they're going to run... They had someone run down and grab the docks too, but there's a lot of really weird lineups, right? If you get a boss grip into the frontals from the infiltrators, you can just get one shot.
Well, they have a lot of ways of actually getting out of of those frontals. The only person who doesn't realistically is their healer Jack. So they can monk teleport, they can lock teleport, and they can disengage that grip. And so that will allow you to negate the frontal cast if you see that it's coming up. The downside too is you can also get gripped into a sleep, which is I've seen a lot of clips from different players getting gripped into that sleep. So it's sometimes a bit sus, but you know, it's just something that these teams are very prepared for.
Speak of the devil, it happens on the first grip. All right, Hunter down.
He had
That's
a
what
button for
happens.
it. You
He had a
can't
button,
disengage
he just
it.
didn't disengage. He probably hit something way more important, like his red bomb or something.
Kill command or something. Oh, now they're Windwalker Monk on set of Sky going down as well. They do have battle reses available for this, so they only had one death.
They do.
Here. I think that this is a totally fine time to burn B reses. They're looking really good on their timer if they're able to get the menagerie down. It's not great because they have no real room for error now without those battle reses. They will have one up at the 30-minute mark. Assuming that they have clean play throughout the rest of the dungeon, they should be fine. This is normally a part of the dungeon now that's not going to cause like this level of teams too many issues.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and of course the infiltrators are dead now, so most of the danger on this boss is pretty much gone. So the only thing that they're really missing out on here with all these deaths is the potential to two-chest this key, but the two-chest timer is so nice in this dungeon. Remember, it's like a 30, it's like 30-36 or 31-36, something like that, so they still have a solid 7 minutes on that. Two-chesting is still not out of the question here. Two tyrannical bosses, but they have a ridiculous amount of those shrouded stacks, so they're all very, very powered up, and this boss is going to go down pretty quickly. And even the last boss on tyrannical, if you have Lust on Pole, the boss dies in like 2.5-3 minutes. So
I mean, this is a dungeon that you sometimes like you go to like 14 to 18 stacks of that shrouded buff in here fairly regularly. There's just so many infiltrator mobs that are positioned nicely for you to be able to pull. And count in this dungeon this season is really, really kind for you to be able to pull in like a linear manner to where you're really minimizing backtracking. You do end up killing that mini boss that's like down below Soasmi fairly often on live servers. So I think that that's where they're going to be getting the last remaining little bit of their count. But I think overall, Huh is playing a very standard route for Streets of Wonder.
yeah, no, this is a very standard for sure.
Oh,
something else I want to mention with the shrouded affix, though. Oh, go ahead. Well,
I was going to say, look at Donuts in Despair. They're actually playing Zulgamux here. I think that...
Oh, I don't like this. Well, okay.
I like this, but...
I think this is actually fine. This Zulgamux, as long as you get into this back room clean, is one of the fastest one to die because they're using those spotlight buffs. Those spotlight buffs that are placed by some of the mobs here. The understudies, right? Those little spotlights, they give you a 50% damage increase. Of course, they give that damage increase to also enemy mobs that are standing in it, so you're seeing Dorky move around the room as much as possible. But if you get in that spotlight, you can break a shield very quickly. Zulgamux won't heal as much. And it's actually a pretty safe mini-boss to kill. The problem is just getting here, right? Because a lot of the trash in this room is very, very dangerous. The crew members that they have in that group, that Phantom crew member, that can actually do a ton of damage. Those pyrotechnic casts do a ton of damage to members of your group, but dealt with it
I'm interested to see if they actually pull the trash that's beneath the stage as well. So the trash beneath the stage is a little bit different than how it used to be back in Legion. So they don't recast if you use like AoE stops, like a Shadow Fury or a stun. But a lot of teams that they are going to be running down under here, you actually see it in that small picture-in-picture. Donuts and Despair are actually playing two of these packs at once here. I think that this is totally fine to be doing, assuming that they do have enough AoE stops and they do have Shadow Fury, things of that sort to be able to get the packs dealt with. They can also just interrupt the Firelands portal off those patrons. But if one of those casts goes off, you're likely going to win.
Yeah, Firelands portal is... Yeah, if the cast goes off, it's essentially a group wipe, because not only does it explode for tons of damage, but it also literally spawns in mobs from the Firelands that just are way too dangerous to deal with. So you just die if that gets off. But like you mentioned, way easier to deal with now than it was back in Legion. You can just use Dragon's Breath or stuns, which they have plenty of with the Warlocks in the group. Should be very easy for them to deal with.
So top left, Huh has 3 minutes and 30 seconds to be able to kill the commander, mini-boss, and the final boss. They do have Bloodlust available, and Soasmi is somewhere in the order of like a 220 boss. Ooh, actually, they're not even killing the commander. They're actually just doing this infiltrator pull right here to be able to get the remainder of their count. Maybe they'll be able to kill this off in like 230 on a 28 with Lust. It's going to be super close, though, on their two-chest timer. If they're able to two-chest a 28 Streets of Wonder, that would be massive for Team Huh.
On Tyrannical 28, if they're able to deal with this boss in the 3 minutes and 16 seconds they have left, or it's actually 3 minutes flat now that they have left, that would be very, very impressive. Of course, they have the trash count. They've already started the RP. The boss should be available the second they get up here. It's going to be a lot of single target damage they're going to have to do here, but it's definitely possible because remember, you have a ton of those shrouded stacks here. If we can zoom in on them, I think they have 16 stacks, so it's a lot of damage. 18?
They have 18. Yeah, I just pulled up one of their streams. I just pulled up Automatic Jack's stream, so
they are very strong. Let's see.
They're going to be blasting.
The boss dies.
Even their DK, Quasi's going to be able to output 20k DPS, assuming he has his weapon here. And if he gets like a good weapon buff, if he gets Boon at the end here, he could probably even do closer to 25k DPS. Because once you do get those stacks, they have their lust up in is it 40 seconds? It looks like 39 seconds.
Yep.
Once all of those CDs are available and their lust is up for them, they should be able to kill this boss off. I think they're okay on the 2-chest timer, which is weird for a 28.
Yeah, no, they're definitely doing a solid job in this key. Now, the question is, if you 2-chest at 28, you're definitely not going for the 30 now, right? You have to spend time in other keys to get that score up. But that's a question for after this key. They still have to deal with this boss here. Down to 2 minutes left on the 2-chest timer here.
Lust.
And they're making pretty good pace. They're definitely ahead of the timer they need, right?
Looks like their DK currently third in DPS on this boss.
There's a lot.
I think no. Oh no. I think so what it is actually they're playing on Holy DK and Brewmaster Monk.
Oh. I heard that there's a mutual friend of ours who likes to screenshot every single time he beats a Windwalker monk in single target damage on bosses, and likes to post the screenshots in the Discord that we're in.
Do they have a 4-letter name that they go by?
Yes, that is the one. It starts with a G.
It starts with a G. All right. Yes. Yes, it is. That is a mutual friend of ours who does do that.
All right, Lust has been popped for Team Huh, and now they are being able to burn Soasmi. They got the double technique. They had a great lock gate for them to be able to get through that wall, and a lot of damage coming out on this boss. They are super close to this 2-chest timer, but if Soasmi doesn't teleport far away from them, they should be fine.
This is free.
It's going to be close.
This is free.
They can commit here. This is a commit. Oh, they're going. I guess they have
All
time.
right.
Committing to a triple teleport though, that's interesting.
I hate
At 10%, the boss needs to come. Remember, 31:16 is the timer. Actually, 31:12 is the timer, so they're even closer. 20 seconds to 2-chest this. 10%.
They got this.
Touch of death and a touch of death and a touch of death. What? They're going through again.
No,
kill the boss. Just kill the boss.
2-chest the dungeon.
And a touch of death. No, and a touch of death. Come on, just kill the boss.
Come on.
Oh, they got the 2-chest.
31:12.
Oh,
let's
nice.
go.
That was close.
Okay.
That is big for tomorrow because 30 is very timeable. I don't think they should go for it now, but
I agree.
That is very big for tomorrow. That is just a free key, a 39-minute key that they don't have to do tomorrow. They can just do the 30 instead of the 29 for score. That's very nice, but they definitely need to make their way to other dungeons to get some score up because you can see, even though they have the 28 down on our scoreboards, they're in 5th place because they don't have those other keys up. So they gotta go to other places, but that's still very impressive to get done. All right. Across the board here, Ambition and their second Iron Dogs, Donuts and Despair still making good headway in their lower Karazhan. Notably different route than we saw from Ambition in the lower Karazhan, going to Moro's second instead of heading down to the Huntsman.
Right now, Ambition's kind of in the lead in regards to like just looking at today in isolation, right? With how fast they were able to get their lower Karazhans done. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think they're doing pretty well. I think it's them and Donuts that are very clearly like playing a little bit cleaner than everybody, but so far everyone is very close. I don't think we're going to see teams start to pull away from each other until we get into the uppers, like the 28s to 29s of the harder keys, right? Once you get into the 28, 29 of the lower Karazhans, the workshops, that's where you're going to start to see like the really tough strats come out, like, the things like the squirrels on the third boss and workshop, stuff like that. So we'll see how it goes. Most of these lower keys, with the scaling of the gear that they have, plus the Shrouded Affix, once you get past the first 10 minutes of the dungeon, you start buffing yourselves from Zolgamuks plus a couple infiltrators, you shouldn't really have any issues living through bosses, right? Your tanks aren't going to be dead because they're going to have pretty much full uptime on their Dancing Rune weapon. They won't have to commit it to random pulls, and you should be totally fine. So these lower keys are... I would be really surprised if any of these teams had like any super catastrophic wipes that cost them their keys in the lower key levels.
Old not 3-chesting that or 2-chesting that 24 workshop I think is the biggest blunder we've seen thus far today. But at the same point, there is a lot of day left for them to be able to recoup those losses. I don't think that blunder is going to be something that is going to end up costing them today, but it is something that they really would have liked to have avoided. I think if they can two-chest this 25, it kind of recovers any additional lost time that they had by not being able to get that two-chest in the 24. But it is a lot harder to be able to two-chest this 25. But right now they have 0 deaths, where at this point, last dungeon, they had 5. So there is a lot of room for improvement here.
Yeah, we've got a little under 3.5 hours to go. So, like you said, plenty of time to get the other dungeons done and kind of rectify things a bit.
Yeah. And remember, we are sending one team home at the end of today, right? So
Yep.
if you are the lowest score, you're gone. You really need to play as clean as possible today. So really got to make sure you get a baseline in every dungeon and then start working on the harder keys afterwards. Unless you're just confident enough to do the high keys right away. I'm really interested to see where that confidence level is for Team after doing the 28-2 chest. I would be very surprised if they go back in the streets.
Like it's kind of a given that a lot of these teams can, blaze through 24s, 26s, and all that. But if you really do tunnel on one key, it feels like you're opening yourself up to risk that you don't really need to, in terms of just some sort of freak catastrophic situation in a key, in a lower key that you should kind of clear as a given. So I don't know. I feel like why take the chance? Maybe push things to at the most 28, like we saw do in streets, but then you got to move on.
We did see a little quick glimpse at what was doing. They were in the workshop, so yeah, they are moving away from the streets into another key. That's good. That's what they definitely should be doing. Looks like a lot of teams are moving into the workshop here. It's just a very basic key to do right. Single target most of the time. Once you get past this first pull, inspiring isn't too big of an issue in the key, except for the double tinkerer pull, like we mentioned earlier on today.
Right.
That's after Cujo. So yeah,
I mean,
very
Donuts in
solid dungeons.
Despair is only our second lower Karazhan of the day. Like you're saying, other teams focusing on the other 3 dungeons so far.
They have 9:47 left on the 3-chest timer. I don't think that they're going to be able to 3-chest this. They have 18 minutes left on the 2-chest timer. Now, if they don't have any wipes, even if they had 1 wipe, I think that they will still be able to 2-chest this, assuming that there's not something catastrophic that goes wrong for them. They just have to get Atumen and Maiden down at this point, but they also have to get somewhere in the order of 30% enemy forces count, which will be a lot of that Atumen trash. They're going to end up killing a decent number of the horses here.
So, something interesting just happened. Well, I don't know how interesting it is, actually. Ambition hit their lust just on cooldown in this trash pull here. They're going to get another lust, literally in the last 40 seconds of the 2-chest timer. So I think that's totally fine. They're going to get their next lust at 23 minutes-ish.
Okay.
So
Yeah, why not?
Playing for the 26 2-chest, I think that's totally fine. It's a pretty dangerous trash pull. That was the double flame spitter pull that they just did.
Yeah.
That is pretty nasty. So I think it's a totally fine usage of it.
I think it makes sense that they are playing so aggressively for... Okay, so whenever you see teams route around lust sometimes, they will do this thing where they make sure that they're getting optimal numbers of lust uses, and they will do this strategy against the timer. It's very rare that you see teams do that against the 2-chest timer, but I think what Zyro said makes a ton of sense. They're really optimizing their bloodless usage, and while it would be better, almost objectively, to use it on this boss here, on Osiris, or Oshir, whenever it gets pulled, it makes a lot more sense that they're just slamming it on CD, because they know that within their 2-chest timer, they are going to be able to get 40 seconds of largely uninterrupted use just on that final boss, and they would rather play it out like that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm worried, though, that about the knockback on the final boss. So say you lose 20 seconds of your bloodlust because you're stuck in the knockback. That is something that, if you don't have perfect timing on that, you could get owned a little bit, but it should be fine.
I think they give themselves enough leeway.
They've just done it enough times where they know, around this time we have this knockback, and then we can lust right after it when we get up there.
It depends on how fast you deal with the trash in Oshir, right? I think they gave themselves enough leeway on the lust usage to where they can still use it at the start of a phase and still get full value out of it.
Yeah.
Or, as much value as you can get on that fight, because it's just a bunch of 30-second phases. So, yeah, I think it's fine. I like they're playing just for the 2-chest timer here, even on a 26.
Donuts and Despair are actually doing a crazy pull here. So what these chargers do is they do an AoE cast. You can actually line of sight the AoE cast, or you can interrupt it. It's called the Trampling Stomp. It does lock you out if you're casting and it ends up going off. But Donuts in Despair, they are allowing just one of those chargers to have the cast go off, and they've deemed it fine for them to be able to just kind of heal through, and then they're getting interrupts on the remainder of those Trampling Stomp casts.
Yeah, heal me, Timbermaw. That's what
Press
I
that
can hear
heal
Dorky
button.
saying, I don't know,
It's your
just heal
job.
me.
It's a healer's job is
You know,
to heal.
I'm
Can't blame
kind of
for asking.
surprised, knowing the way that Dorky likes to pull dungeons, that they didn't just go for the Giga pull, right? Where you just tag Huntsman and everything pulls.
Okay, dude, he's not he's not doing a 20.
Yeah, but he's still Dorky. He's still the bear. Even though he's not playing a bear, I guarantee you he was thinking about it.
Well, I'm sure he tried it a couple of times. Ooh, Cryptic's going in that pod.
Cryptic Seed.
This is
Take a screenshot. Pod champ.
PodChamp. So what these fire circles actually do is you really want to make sure that you're not spreading them to other players. They do an incidental amount of damage whenever they expire. It's not like an insane amount, but if you spread it to a large number of people in your party, it can be dangerous. In addition to that, you can get multiple stacks on you at once, and that's when you're in deep trouble. If you ever see that you have like 2 stacks of that fire on you at once, you want to immediately be popping a defensive, because otherwise you're going to be potentially dying there.
And of course, you want to make sure. Oh wait, yo, the the shrouded dude just stole one of the fire debuffs for him. Did you see that?
Really?
The little
I actually didn't know
cartel
that.
member just stole that. Yeah, they can steal a bunch. They can get hit by a bunch of abilities. Actually,
That's
it's
so
actually
sick.
funny. Yeah, they count as friendly. So like if they come out while things are casting party targeted abilities, they can absorb some of them for you. That's funny.
There's also a good tech in this dungeon where the blood DK, can actually MC. Oh gosh, what's the hand?
The guardsman.
I think is the
Guardsman.
Is it the guardsman that they end up?
It's the
MCing?
guard.
There's
It's the
also-
guardman. The guardsman does a frontal that increases
Okay.
the damage of the target it hits by 25%. That's the one that you would want to take.
There's
I
also
don't think
the
Dorky
healer.
has one though.
There's also the healer mob that is in this room. It's the one that casts the healing touch ability. It also has an active use that reduces target's armor around it by 25%. Oh, okay. Look at what Dorky's doing here. So he's actually running around with the shared suffering. He lock-gated the first one, and then Night Fae soul-shaped the second one. And now he's just going to full tank that third cast of that shared suffering with GS. That is super good by Donuts in Despair. So a lot of the times you're going to have in lower level keys, let's say like 15s to 20 range keys, you're probably going to want to group up as 5 and group soak that. But once you start to get to higher levels, if you're grouped up as 5, you're going to have 4 people die and then the tank be the only person living. So a lot of the times you're going to end up having the tank either solo with something like a GS, or maybe duo it with somebody like the hunter pops his turtle and then they kind of duo it together. Or in addition to that, Dorky can get like feathered or gripped or something like that and run away from the shared suffering and be able to cancel it that way. Overall, that was super sick by Donuts in Despair, and it looks like they're pushing Atumen incredibly fast here.
Yeah, notably, the most important part of that is it extends the phase. Atumen will not jump onto Midnight until he finishes a shared suffering cast and
Yes.
hits somebody with it. So he
look,
needs to
here's the
hit
turtle.
somebody with shared suffering, and yeah, that was really good. That allowed them to two-phase this so comfortably. It wasn't even close, actually. He probably didn't even need to do it on the 24, but yeah, good practice for later when they're in the hierarchies. That saves you a lot of time, because remember, you have to do 50% of Midnight's HP every time you want to do a burn phase on Atumen, so big time save there from them here.
Can we get a timer check on Olge? How are you feeling about this one? This one looks pretty good, right?
Timer check
I
on
think that they're going to be able to
Olge?
two-chest this.
25:36 was the timer. Oh yeah, they're chilling. Okay, I mean, they should be able to. Now remember, in the 24, part of the reason they missed their timer is because they had that like full wipe right before Cujo,
Yes.
right, where they tried to skip and they messed up. They would have easily two-chested without that happening, so it's not too surprising to see them clean up in a second run in Workshop here in the 25 and get the two-chest. It just feels a little bad that they could have possibly two-chested a 26 instead. They're still going to
Yeah.
have to do one extra run overall, so they still have, a little bit of time lost there. But all in all,
It's-
good to bring it back and get the two-chest here.
Inspiring also does weird stuff here, and we saw they actually like Shining Forced the defender away and allowed Toll on that priest to be able to mind control that Tinkerer and drop those squirrels at some point whenever they didn't need those shields active. And so I think that actually gained them a lot of time as well. So that's just something that they were able to reroute here. And now it looks like they're getting their lock gate hopefully pretty soon. And so I think this is looking fairly solid on the two-chest timer. And so that's going to be really good for them to claw back a decent amount of time here.
Yeah, plenty of time. 5 minutes for the boss should be very easy on 25 Tyrannical. Giga Zap doesn't do too much damage on 25 Tyrannical. Probably don't even have defensives up to live it. It's just going to be a lot of healing for the priest here. So, yeah, 70% natural should be totally fine for them. The only way that they die here is if they overlap Giga Zaps, or if somebody just decides to just run straight into one of these little grenades that fly around the room, because those still will one-shot you on this difficulty.
It looks like Ambition's about to two-chest this dungeon without their lust. It's coming up.
Oh,
here
it'll
soon,
come up.
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah, it'll definitely be up. They have something in the range of like 2 minutes left on the two-chest timer.
Dude,
here in Iron
they
Docks.
crushed this key with that.
Oh yeah, no, they're vibing. They literally didn't even use their lust. Cool. That's massive for them. Donuts and Despair weren't even able to two-chest the 26, right? They one-chested it by 10 seconds or something.
That sounds right to me. Let me check the scoreboard here. Yeah, you're right. They one-chested the 26, then one-chested the 27. So Ambition definitely saving themselves. Okay, after that run, 100% agree with what you said earlier. Ambition very clearly in the driver's seat overall now with that two-chest. They're going to set themselves up great here. So that's 2 dungeons now that Ambition has gone into, two-chested twice, and left themselves with a 28 and to go back to later on. And we're not even 2 hours into the day yet. If they're able to go into streets and two-chest, if they're able to go into workshops, two-chest, in the same amount of time, they'll have 2 hours left today to go into the 28s in. That is ridiculous.
Did they ever three-chest the streets? I guess that's a question that's
Maybe
on the table as well for them. This team has looked incredible so far. And for Donuts and Despair, whenever they sent us like their survey, like we sent out like survey questions to all of the teams to try to get a little bit more knowledge on these teams. Something that Donuts and Despair talked about a lot was just beating Ambition and proving that they are better than them and showing how much their practice paid off. Ambition showing that they are not to be messed with and showing why they were the favorite for a lot of the casters coming into this weekend.
Oh, yeah. I mean, when it comes to teams that have longevity playing together, they are the longest, practice team in North America currently. They've been playing together since pretty much end of BFA, right? This squad. Maybe I guess James joined at the start of this expansion, so... But still, playing together for one entire expansion is a very serious leg up on the competition, just from synergy alone. So good to see them sticking together and playing really well.
They took last TGP off. So in the first TGP, they got 4th place. And then in the second MDI of Shadowlands, they got 3rd place in the MDI itself. And then they took the second TGP off. They just wanted a little bit of a break. And they've come back and look like they have not missed a beat.
Oh, yeah. Well, they've been playing live keys the entire time, right? So
Yeah. Okay, so top left-hand corner of the screen, Olge is on Omega Buster, 57%. They do have Lust up coming up in 45 seconds. What's the timer on this? 25? Is it 25?
It's like 25-24-ish. It's right in that area. 25-36 is actually the timer. So they have about a minute and a half to finish the boss off. They'll have full value out of this Lust.
They should be okay.
Blocked there. Is he going to get hit by the grenade, actually, after he comes out of block? He's just next to it.
Not.
Okay, that's good.
Ideally, no.
That was very close. There's a lot of really troll things you can do on Mage in this key. If you alter right before a recombobulate, you have to cancel the alter, because you'll alter right back to where the grenade is and just die. So you have to be very careful with some of your tech as a Mage.
Bottom right-hand corner of the screen, was skipping this whenever they were doing their time trials. This bot in particular, they were skipping this, but with the change to infiltrator count, now they're having to reroute the dungeon to where they are playing that mob. And so I think like basically every team is going to have to reroute Workshop in some capacity, because you're able to skip like 2 or 3 mobs. You weren't able to skip like a ton, maybe even like one full pull potentially whenever they were routing this dungeon. But now teams with the change to the infiltrator count in here, they're going to have to do something a little bit different.
Yeah, you literally have to pull. I mean, the count thing makes sense, because they kind of want people to pull that trash pack, and if not, you should have to pull the rest of the dungeon. It makes a lot of sense, so I'm glad they made the change. But there you go, Olge top left, 2 chests of the 25, coming back with a vengeance. Not bad at all, putting themselves into that 3rd place slot. They'll probably head off to another key next, if I had to guess, either the streets or the lower. Pretty good start to the day for them, just a little bit of a hiccup in that 24 workshop.
Yeah, it's only at the moment that has yet to complete 2 dungeons, although they should be doing that soon with Workshop being underway.
Mm-hmm. 6th place is looking pretty solid, top left-hand corner of the screen.
Yeah, they are.
They're a team, like in their surveys, that they said that they had practiced a little bit, but hadn't ended up putting a ton of time into a lot of these keys. They're just like a team that ends up playing on live a little bit together, and they're able to like string together some really solid runs. But this is something that like just this format in particular, it promotes consistency and longevity between the teams. And a team like sixth place, they're looking really, really solid early on for a team that hasn't put in a ton of time together. And they're on really solid pace to two-chess this 26 streets.
I suppose the skill set
Right.
coming into this is a lot closer to what you'd experience just pushing live keys than something like MDI, right? Where it's lower keys, but all this efficiency, mega huge pulls.
Yeah. They're also a PvP main team. They got a lot of arena players on their team.
So not doing MDI style
yeah.
pulls too often.
No,
Definitely
not.
not. You know, I'm surprised we haven't seen JCP the guy on Rogue as much lately. Dude has always been singing the praises of Rogue, but then when it's time to play, he just doesn't do it.
It's so
going
messed
on
up.
there?
Whenever push comes to shove, he just always bails for like the Surf Hunter. He always goes for that new toy. He's not really sticking to his main. So messed up.
Yeah, so fake, honestly.
He's not
SMH.
fighting. He fights that good fight on Twitter, but then whenever push comes to shove, he's just bailing. He's not a
He's
real
like
one.
that. He's like. Have you seen those gifs of like the dogs that'll bark at each other through the fence, but once the fence opens, they're just kind of like, oh, never
I
mind.
missed old JPC, bro. So messed up.
How different do you think the team comps would look in this if an MDI if people actually played their mains instead of what was just objectively good at the time?
I mean, honestly, the fact of the matter is that team comp really only matters when you're pushing the most cutting edge of keys, right?
Yeah.
You can pretty much play any spec in the game and still do within like 2 key levels of the very top teams if everyone
Yeah.
that's playing is playing perfectly. But when it comes to the level of competition that these guys are in, they want to be as efficient as possible. They want to be as fast as possible. They're going to run the meta stuff. Now,
Right.
does that mean you have to do it if you're playing on live keys? Absolutely not. You can play whatever your main is and do just fine. But these guys are obviously going to err for the best thing possible.
I mean, if
In-
you're just
in
looking to
addition to
hit
that-
Keystone Master, you can do that on any spec.
Any
Absolutely.
spec, easily.
Yeah.
In addition to that, like, so there's about so for tank and healer, it's almost uniformly like Blood DK Age Priest if you're trying to be the most optimal. For DPS, it's one of those things that there are 5 DPS right now: an Outlaw Rogue, Windwalker Monk, Fire Mage, Survival Hunter, and then like Demonology / Destruction Warlock. So I guess 6 realistically, but like it's more like Destro, less Demonology. That's like top tier DPS comps, and being able to flex all of those DPS in different specific positions is important. And it's like you want to be able to have access to all 5 of those specs in varying comps as well. So it's one of those things that you're going to see people err in the side of their mains more often than not, especially if things are very close in a dungeon. But at the same point, if something is like egregiously better, then of course they're going to be swapping. Bottom right-hand corner of the screen, something that I really like from Floor POV is they brought this Tinker into these double race cars and this Infiltrator here, and they were using this Tinker to spawn squirrels on all of this trash and get it killed off. I feel like that saves them a lot of time here.
Yeah, for sure. Is 6th place going to 2-chess this? They are. They have so much time to 2-chess this key on the top left, actually. Yeah, they're chilling
Seems
on
that
that
way,
timer.
yeah.
But I want to point out... Oh, never mind. I was going to point out that Demo is actually really good for bosses for Donuts and Despair. Thank you, production. Yeah, Demo's actually just a very solid pick. I think Demo is like very similar to Fire Mage in that niche, so it makes sense for you to just play Demo because he's a Warlock main and probably hasn't played as much Mage to be comfortable with it. It does about the same single target damage as Fire Mage, maybe a little less, but it still does really good solid overall damage. And it's very tanky too.
One of the biggest reasons that we've actually seen the Demo lock coming out in most situations is like if you really want an MS from like a ranged character and for some reason you didn't want to play like the Serve Hunter or like the Rogue and using like Wounding Poison, the Demo lock is actually, it provides a fairly strong Mortal Strike in PvE style situations, and it can actually, it's one of the only classes that provides like an AoE Mortal Strike effect. From my understanding, and so like it is really good in that specific case. But Donuts and Despair, Cryptix is their mage player too. I don't know why they're running double lock. It's going to be something that I'm interested to ask them like later on, just like why the double warlock pick, like what really caused them to pick that here.
I've talked with a few of the team members of different teams as to what like their comp choices are, and I think James and I are like in the same state of mind where we both think that Mage is completely broken. Like Mage is just so good for so many different things. Number one, it buffs your Warlock player, which is pretty strong, right? You want your Warlocks to do more damage. But Mage is like a ranged rogue class. It can literally, you can play a Mage, stack Mastery, use an Orb of Torment, and just single target combust things, and your Ignite will spread, and you'll do probably like 90% of the AoE damage of your Hunter and your Warlock. It's actually really disgusting what you could do on a Fire Mage right now. And, I mean, you saw them put it to work on that Iron Dox. They two-chested an Iron Dox 2 minutes under the key timer. Nobody else was even close to two-chesting that. I think if you have a really solid Mage player on your team, you have such a huge leg up on so many other teams because it's so valuable on the single target keys, on the tyrannical keys, things like Upper Karazhan, things like even Grimrail Depot, things like Workshop. It's so good in so many of these single target scenarios in this season.
Europe has infinite mage mains. I'm really interested to see like what
they have
they're.
a lot.
I really am interested to see what their take on the meta is gonna be come next weekend, of course.
I think it's very good. I think something that actually has kind of fallen out of favor a little bit is Windwalker. I think Windwalker's really good in pure AoE scenarios, but that's about it, right? Like, we saw it on Streets there. On single target, if it doesn't have cooldowns, you're doing less than your blood DK, which is not ideal.
Actual tank damage. Anyways, so top left-hand corner of the screen, it looks like 6th place is going to be able to get that 2 chest here in this 26 Streets. This is really good for them. I think that they needed this 2 chest for them to be able to kind of stay out of that elimination zone. If they were only going to 1 chest this 26 Streets, I would describe that as very dangerous for them, especially since they also only 1 chested that 26 Iron Docks. But getting that 2 chest in that 26 Streets, would you suspect that they're going to go to 28 now? I think that kind of makes sense, but they also have things like Workshop and Lower Karazhan that they need to tackle at some point before the end of the day.
If I were them, I'd just go to the Workshop or the Lower. Get your keys done. I mean, that would be my... If I was playing in this competition, that's what I would want to do. I'd want to get like 2 timed keys in each dungeon and then push up the easiest key until we're not like 100% going to time it anymore. That would be my strategy, and that's what I'm always going to say the teams should do next. So that is the most important thing. We do need to keep an eye on floor POV here on the top right. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to 2-chest this 26, unfortunately. They only have a minute left on the timer here, and they haven't even spawned the second phase of this encounter yet. I don't think it's going to happen for them, unfortunately.
They're looking pretty good. So one thing that you have to note as well is we're almost 30 minutes away from the halfway point of just today. And so like you were saying, teams really do need to kind of start moving into the other 2 dungeons. So basically everybody's finished their first dungeon of the day, and most people are getting close to finishing their second dungeon of the day. Ambition already in the 3rd dungeon of the day for them. So I think that they definitely have a little bit of a leg up. They're going to be able to probably revisit either the Iron Docks, if I had to guess. They'll be able to revisit that towards the end of this evening. But beyond that, like, teams are going to need to be able to play catch up in a lot of these keys.
Also, 6th place.
Just Ambition is
6th place moving into Workshop now, so they are gonna put that 3rd dungeon time on the board too.
No, it looks like they're good. Yeah, and 4 POV have gotten to the second phase, but only 12 seconds left on the 2 chest timer, so just going to be a chest from them unless they somehow manage to wipe, which would be very unfortunate. I'm not trying to caster curse them, but on a 26 it should be very manageable. The Gigazaps shouldn't one-shot them. They actually have a lot of Night Elves too, so they can Shadow Meld these Gigazaps too on a lot of these players, so they are Omega safe here.
I don't mind the Night Elves. I do think that Dwarf is really good in specific situations, like with the bots in particular. Just that debuff, you're able to Dwarf racial off that debuff whenever it's on you. Beyond that, the Night Elf is really nice on Cujo also. So Rogue is able to get every single vanish if they hit if they end up rolling like CDR, so they're able to vanish off every single Cujo leap. But like if you're running Night Elf compositions, you're able to get that more consistently without having to roll CDR.
Magic Nugget should not be alive right now. I saw that one coming. He alter timed, didn't cancel it, walked away, and that grenade was just barely not on where his altar position was. I would have canceled that altar. Honestly.
Calculated.
That was not calculated at all.
No, it was.
No,
totally
no.
obviously calculated. Yeah. Either way, it looks like they'll get it done. It was a just finished their 2-star 24 in workshop, so it's going to bounce them up to 52 points because they had the 28th street. Huh? It's
We
true.
got to work on our huh pronunciations across the board.
Huh?
Yeah, there we go.
Huh?
I will only be referring to them as Team Huh for the rest of the weekend, by the way.
Huh.
Lovely.
Well, you'll get to practice it as we rotate out casters now, because we got Nagura and Makes coming in. Tettles and Zyronic will be taking a bit of a break. Huh? It's true.
Very good.
Thank you so much for that. Yes.
You have time to practice now. Welcome, Nagura and Makes. Makes, you've been watching for the last 2 hours. What's stood out to you so far? Oh, maybe Makes needs to unmute first. Aha! The first forgot to unmute of the day. We'll get a lot of those this weekend, don't worry. I'm sure I'll do my fair share. I think Makes is with us now. So, go ahead, restart the brilliant point you were making.
How you fare against something more advanced.
Oh. Oh, strange. All right. Well, we're having technical difficulties apparently with Makes coming out on stream, so we'll get back in that. So, Nagura, what have you been noticing today? What has stood out to you in the runs you've seen so far? Do you feel like the team strategies have lined up with what you expected? Anything unexpected yet?
I think most of the strats have been expected. I haven't seen anything like super crazy. One thing that I really liked is the Iron Star perfection by some of the teams, where they send the hunter pet around, and the hunter goes all the way and pulls everything from the mace back, and they get like the maximum value they can get from the Iron Stars. That is something that I really like to see. And then I also saw Lower Karazhan first start from Ambition, and then now I see Donuts in Despair doing something very similar. So interesting to see, because on live servers the strategy is very different. So interesting to see how their approach is, and the fact that they have somewhat similar strategies between the teams, even though they very likely kept their strategies secret. So it's interesting that both of the teams came to kind of the same conclusion on how they want to play the dungeon. It's something that I like to see as well.
Great minds. And do you think the strategy is something that's going to just translate better into higher key levels down the road, or is it something that just is going to be more efficient now and then they swap to something different later?
I do think that a lot of live key pushers, honestly, like even people that are watching right now, might be able to adapt to some of their strategies, because clearly they have practiced, as you said, great minds, right? They have been playing and practicing specifically for TGP to do high keys, and on top of that, those dungeons haven't been out for that long. So I do think high key pushers on live, they definitely are going to see a thing or two that they might be copying for themselves as well, because a lot of these strategies are just very safe, which is always important when you do high keys, right? You rather want to play safe than do something super risky, especially on the higher keys.
Right.
And a lot of it is just very efficient at what they're doing.
Well, it seems like day one is all about like that safety and efficiency, like we talked about earlier, just getting the baseline down for the 4 dungeons, because you have to complete the most dungeons today of any day of the week, right? Because we're just adding one more tomorrow and then one more Saturday, or Sunday rather. So today is all about just getting it done. And I think we've got
one
Mix back.
quick thing I want to say, because they're doing the really cool mind control strategy with Ambition. You gotta look at the top left side of your screen. You see the Elismir, the priest. You cannot see him right now, but he's standing up there.
You can see him, top
all
right
the way
corner.
in the top right corner.
Yeah.
Mind controlling that Tinkerer with the squirrel onto Sparkflux, which is really difficult with those affixes. Just quaking constantly interrupts your mind control.
All right. Well, we'll
You
see if they
also
can keep it
get
up.
like really strong aggro if you mind control them up. So you like the tank has to be very quick in trying to keep aggro here, which of course the rogue would be helping, having tricks and all of that. But still a fun fact: if you want to try this on your own keys, prepare to get melee slammed.
Prepare to die to a mob. They would not be hit by normally.
And we see the priest damage in the damage meter. It looks like not that many squirrels actually hit yet. We saw one more go off right now. But yeah, 10k DPS, single target as a priest, definitely from the squirrels. That's not from the priest itself, especially playing Night Fae, of course. Usually priests don't do as much damage anymore as they did last season, where they played Kyrian with the relic as well. So definitely nerfed the damage a little bit, but now they're giving more damage to other players with the Night Fae Guardians, right?
I think
Exactly.
1Z doesn't have enough imps yet. You need
Yeah,
more imps.
Increase the imps, build a better army. He's working on it for sure. But yeah, they're doing a pretty good job of this dungeon, of course, being 24. We have seen a bunch higher dungeons today, and I'm kind of like still figuring out where teams are going to land today. And I feel like it's around that 28 mark, as Cyro and Tettles were just saying, which, already has in the streets. Huh? So
Do you go
I feel
up at
like,
the end, or do you just go down at the end? That's the question. What do you
I think
prefer?
you have to go up.
I think you have to go, huh?
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 All right.
So,
Well, that's decided.
they timed at 28 streets, and I feel like if you can get all of the dungeons to that 28 mark, you should be fine. Hopefully.
Yeah,
It makes sense.
I agree as well. That's why those +2 keys are so important as well, right? Because it starts with 24, if you +2 to 26 and then +2 again, then it doesn't necessarily matter what you do with the 28 as long as you time it, I think. At least for today. Of course, for tomorrow, it would be great if you even +2 to 28. But since we're probably not going to see a 30 being done because of time restrictions, I would say that just having the 28 done is the most important once they get there. And that's why it's definitely unfortunate for some of those teams that only manage to +1. Like Ulch, for example, on the bottom right side, they're currently in a 27 because they didn't manage to +2 that workshop earlier. So that means they're going to have to do the 27, and then they're going to have to do one more key afterwards to be at the same level as the other teams are that did +2 to 26.
Actually, there are a bunch of only +1s around the board. Sixth place did
Right.
a +1 in the Iron Dogs. There was a +1 from Floor POV in the workshop. And then Donuts and Despair and Olge both +1ing the Iron Dogs. Whereas Donut and Despair had the 27 and then also +1 that.
I guess the question is too: do you feel like there's any dungeons in the pool with the affixes that we have that are not going to be able to be gotten to 30? Do you feel like 29 is the max for any of these?
I think they can do all of them on 30. The one that I think the most difficult one is probably I would say lower. And that is
Just
the most
because you
difficult
have
on
to
30.
live, right? Because the thing
Right,
I have
right.
with lower, and I think we said this before, is that the timer is really, really nice. Like, you can spend a lot of time in this dungeon and take it really slow. You don't need to speed through it. But just the sheer amount of damage that you need to have and that you need to be able to take is going to be crazy on 30.
Yeah, I agree. And Iron Dogs I'm not so sure about because we've seen even a team like Donuts and Despair, which is the second place team coming into this tournament, they, as you said, only +1 to 26 and only +1 to 27. So that's not necessarily like that. Just because they don't two chess doesn't mean it's not possible on higher levels. That just means the timer is a bit close. But still, we definitely saw some issues in that dungeon.
Yeah, I'm not sure if maybe they had like different polls set out that they couldn't do with bursting, because that's something that sometimes
Maybe,
can
yeah.
affect your routing. I also feel like the fact that 3 out of 4 dungeons we see today are tyrannical, not fortified, is also a little bit of like a break we threw them where they have to go a little bit slower and figure stuff out. Because usually teams, of course, they practice both ways, but they prefer running fortified dungeons.
I think that's pretty
Yeah, for
universal.
sure.
Yeah.
So, Ambition on the top left side,
Reload my target.
there's technically is a possibility for them to 3-chest this key, this 24 workshop. But this boss does take a pretty long time on Tyrannical. So, I don't know. What's the timer? Is it 18 minutes? Something like
I
that?
believe it's 18 minutes. But since that's
19.
a
That would be
math
wild if
thing,
they
you
could do
know,
that.
I wouldn't be
Yeah.
100%. They need to like stand around for 10 seconds alone when the boss goes into intermission,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And they still have half of the aerial unit in front of them that they also need to damage. And it is tyrannical. So I feel like
They don't have Bloodlust either.
Yeah, they're probably not going to be able to do it. But they will get a nice 2-chest out of this. So that's good.
Activating thruster.
Definitely very clean. I don't think we've seen any other team have such a good time here, right? Like almost 3-chesting at a workshop. obviously that doesn't it doesn't really help them. It doesn't matter if they're close to the 3 chest, right? It's either a 3 chest or it's a 2 chest, right? So it doesn't really matter. I guess it gives them a little bit of a time advantage, right? If they save 2 minutes, but overall it's not that big of a deal.
Well, there is that like rare tiebreaker scenario too, where like the dungeon time
True.
does matter, and it's like super unlikely that that would end up making a difference, but it's out there, I guess. At least it's in the back of your mind if you're one of these teams doing the dungeons that you want to just try to complete things as quick as you can.
I really
But
want to see
something like
where
24
they
probably is
end
not gonna
up.
matter.
It is going to be very, very close. I don't think they can do it. I think it'll be like 20, 30 seconds over. But, I mean, that still is super, super impressive coming out of them.
Oh yeah, I mean they are kind of the favorites, aren't they?
Yeah, and with good reason so. But other teams are also moving forwards, and we can see Donut and Despair back in that lower Karazhan where they had a 2 chest earlier, and I'm curious to see if they can do the same thing now again on the plus 26, because we were just talking about like the survivability of this dungeon, and Dorky was doing some really cool stuff with the shared suffering on Atuman. I'm not sure if you saw that, Nagora.
No, what did he just skip it?
Yeah,
dodge
like
it?
he dodged it, and that didn't cause, or that caused Atuman to not go into phase until someone was being hit by it. And then the next one they shared with the Hunter's Turtle. So just trying to make the most out of it, and that worked really, really well for them. So if they can repeat that, I'd very much like to see it again.
Yeah, and if you look at their time, right, they're 21 minutes into the dungeon, and they basically only have 2 bosses left, plus this little bit of trash that is in front of Maiden, and this trash back there is still currently fighting on. It also looks like they might be pulling... Are they pulling the boss with the trash? No, right? They're definitely gonna pull the trash by itself.
Okay, that seems very
That-
risky.
this
I don't know.
trash
Risky.
Like most trash in Karazhan dungeons, this trash is not something you easily pull onto a boss.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're
Ottoman will
gonna
pull
have
it
a
for you
bad
if you don't kill
time.
it also.
that's true.
So-
Chaining a bit at least.
They still need to do
Yeah.
Maiden, which they did last when they were in the 24. They still need to do Ataman, and they still need to do around 12% of trash. And I feel like they could get that done within the +2 marker. It's not going to be
think
super
so as well,
easy,
yeah.
but it's doable.
Yeah, I think +2 is definitely reasonable for them. Looks like Ambition now did finish off their 24 workshop. Barely didn't manage to... I guess they were 1 minute
They still
over,
need
or, like,
trash.
close
I was-
to 1 minute.
Oh, wow, yeah, you're right.
I didn't even look at
absolutely
that.
ignored
Quite a bit.
that because
Oh, yeah, they're
we
playing the
haven't
trash back
really...
in.
Yeah, we haven't really seen that. Teams going to the boss and then
Yeah.
going backwards.
Yeah, I guess I
But
just
I
go
guess
back
you
and
can
get this
do
last
that.
pack.
Yeah.
Does this pack give you enough?
I wonder why. I think it's enough, yeah, but I wonder why they skipped this because there's an infiltrator in there, right?
Well,
That means that they're basically missing out on that buff for the boss.
okay, my idea
What?
is they have Bloodlust come up in like 15 seconds, 10 seconds. And maybe their plan was to, like, on a higher key, do this with Bloodlust, because it's not an easy pack to deal with. Now, this is tyrannical, so maybe they could have shifted the other way around. But I feel like that's the route they practiced.
And they aren't listening now, but probably it doesn't
I don't
really
know.
make much difference.
They're
in this
saving it
particular one.
for a nice...
Well, not on a 24, but
Yeah.
I'm curious to see where this lands them on a 26.
I mean, what you said sounds logical, right? Where, like, if you don't need it for the boss, then you just pop it, because it's going to come up around this time for the back. It's still an easy +2 for them. You can definitely see how this can stretch into +2s on higher key levels, too, doing this. So, first team to finish 3 dungeons, though, Ambition. They've just been one step ahead of everybody so far today.
Do you think they want to do something with the Tinker on the boss? I've never seen anyone
Maybe.
do that. I don't even know if it's possible.
Well, the problem is you will have a problem. The problem is you will have a problem once you go into phase, right? Where everybody gets stunned. The Tinker will
Yeah.
just run around and like hit
Well, they
people.
can CC it, right?
Yeah,
Just like
true.
release the Magnetol and put a CC in it.
Does the CC
I don't even know
stay
if it
up?
hits the boss, honestly. Because I've never seen anyone use the Tinker on the last boss. I wonder if it's even possible to do.
Now,
I
Nagura,
don't
you're
know.
giving them ideas. So tomorrow we're going to come back and we'll see everybody pull some nice little squirrels onto King Mechagon.
Yes,
They're going to watch
I'd
the
like
VOD
that.
and they're going to be like, oh, yeah.
I'm thinking, Like the reason why I think that is,
strats.
I'm thinking they didn't like possibly they know how it works, but they didn't want to show it today. Mm-hmm. Like maybe they only want to do it for the high keys, but they still keep the strategy to do the boss first. You know, and maybe that's why they did it this way. I don't know. It's a theory, I guess.
Is that one of the theory you leaked in the TLDR video that only got out to competitors, huh?
Exactly.
Not for us
We're all
regulars.
doing the Nagura routes. Dratnos routes are old news.
Oh wow! All right.
Exactly.
The gauntlet has been thrown.
What's in? Increase the scrolls.
Exactly.
So, just going through that Detectobot section, and every time I see it, I get a little bit anxious because we do have quaking on this dungeon, and you need to really be careful where you're walking and not to stack with everybody at the same time, else you're maybe going to get like a big quaking stack. So it makes sense that teams are going one after another, but then if you're like last, sometimes the timing of these Detectobots can be really unfortunate. So it does cost you a lot of time here.
Yeah, and sometimes I think summoning doesn't even work sometimes in some of these dungeons. So, because technically you could say, oh, 3 people are over there with the warlock, they can summon the other person, but sometimes it doesn't work. So they just have to get there, no matter how. And yeah, Donuts in Despair, they had 1 death on the top left side of the screen on their hunter, but they'd use a battle rest to get them back up, so they're fine to finish up the boss. It definitely looks a bit closer now.
Have their trash percentage. They only need to do Maiden.
Yeah.
So
they're gonna
Maiden
stealth
with
all the way to
Bloodlust.
the boss. Interesting.
Yeah, exactly. So the last time we saw them, they actually had a lot of sacred ground on the Maiden room, just spread all around them. Now, I'm curious if they will have space left now 2 levels higher than we last saw them, and they're actually not deciding to shroud past here.
Yeah,
they're just
they don't need
going
this.
for pulling.
Yeah, they just need to get through it.
What is this route planning?
Huh.
This wouldn't have happened if they used an Agura route. Dang.
Exactly.
It is a little bit surprising.
but,
yeah.
Yeah, and I also, because I was thinking the trash that is in the Maiden area, I personally think it's not that difficult compared to some of the other trash that you have in the dungeon. So usually you play that trash, right? There's also a bunch of shrouded mobs in there, so you get some percentage. And a lot of the abilities are kind of irrelevant. So especially with a priest, because there's a lot of magic debuffs and you can just master spell them. So I wonder why they skipped them. Maybe Dorothy just really doesn't want to dodge the shield slams. Because those are a bit annoying.
So my
Any
idea
guesses?
is...
Oh, go ahead.
My idea is that they don't want to use stealth potions, as they want to use, like, combat potions for Maiden, because you need to have a lot of damage to break those shields. So maybe they decided that they wanted to use them there, and since the timer is fairly lenient, you can just get away with playing the trash even if you don't necessarily need it. It does... no, they're gonna use it here, right?
I think the Invis pod just wouldn't have gone all the way, right? So they had to kill the trash downstairs. And
Okay,
they
fair
probably
enough.
Maybe the ninja pulled the pack somewhere elsewhere, and they just killed it, and that's why they were over.
Yeah,
Either
like
way,
maybe
they are here
it's
now, and they're still within the 2 chest timer, right?
sometimes in this dungeon, for reasons unbeknownst to anyone, you can pull stuff through the floor, so maybe something happened.
Good old
We don't know.
Karazhan.
That does happen. Well, who doesn't have an Invis pod ready?
I mean,
It's the hunter.
some of the architecture
Always
dates back
with
to
the
Burning Crusade,
hunters.
right? So,
All right, so we will see them pull Maiden in just a second. The hunter has been summoned, and they are engaging Maiden on the top left corner of your screen, and they will hold Bloodlust, I would assume, for the shield phase. But still, this boss is not as easy as you might think if you look at the level that it's on. So let's have a look at how this goes. Top right, Olge is also dealing with the Omega Buster in 6 places right behind them, still on the aerial unit. So right now, I think Donuts and Despair is probably the one you want to see how they're doing. I'm always so scared with this boss, because I don't remember Legion that much, right? I mean, I played it, but my memory of it was a little bit hazy. The first time I went into Lower Karazhan and we came to Maiden, I just died and I was like, hey, why am I dead? So yeah, I forgot you can't stack on this boss because of the holy bolts. because they just
Yeah.
like chain react to other melees if you're too close. And yeah, that was my experience.
Yeah, the funniest thing happened when because I was writing a guide for Laura Karazhan, and I watched old videos to remember like a lot of the abilities, and I watched a video from Smock. He's a high key pusher, has participated in the MDI before, and I was watching the Smock video where he did like world first Laura Karazhan some high key, right? And then on live servers a couple of days later, Smock decided to join one of my Lower Karazhan runs, and he was tanking on his Blood Decay. And he said this is the first time he's doing lower in Season 4. So we came to Maiden, and he forgot about Repentance. So he just didn't... and he was a tank, so he was just standing there in Repentance, being disoriented. And I was like, I was the one watching his video to learn this boss, and he had forgotten. So don't worry, you're not the only one.
Yeah, I mean, actually, like, I know there's been a lot of discussion around these dungeons and, like, their assumed difficulty level and so on and so forth. Actually, Donuts and Despair doing the +2 timer on that 26 lower Karazhan, really, really nice to see that come out here. I forgot a lot of the mechanics, so I was always this person in the keys who was going like, so what do we do here? Learning by
To
doing.
be fair, lore is also so complicated. There's just so many different mechanics, so many different trash mobs, and even the boss fights can be different ones, right? So it almost feels like a small raid or like 2 dungeons in one.
True, for sure.
I was planning on
mean-
just jumping into tanking this season, and I got in on day 1, and I was like Gandalf in Fellowship of the Ring, where I was like, I have no memory of this place.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, let's go back to DPS and relearn the dungeons first.
Very, very nice. So, 6th place. Looking pretty good on that timer. Still a bunch of time to get that +2 in, which is something they definitely need here in that workshop bottom right corner. And then I'm curious, Ha is going to finish the pack that they have here and will skip up, not like Ambition did, with a bunch of trash being left, but also looking like they could do the +2 timer. I mean, quite a bit to chew through, but looking good.
6th place definitely doing their +2 on the 24 workshop here. As they finish off King Mechagon, you can see him fly out there. This tiny parachute.
It's not going to save
I
him.
always forget that this is happening, so like whenever the Omega Buster is dead, I think the dungeon is over.
All right.
That does happen.
Very, very nice.
And we do have a couple teams taking their break, and so this is a good time to mention too that all the teams are required to take a 15-minute break at some point during around the middle of the day, and you can decide to chop that into a 10-minute break and a 5-minute break, but we do make teams get up and step away from the PC, presumably, at least once during the day. Which is
I was
good. It's a healthy
actually
thing to
like strongly involved in making that a thing, and I know some of the players
good.
like it and some of them hate it, but I'm still very proud of the makes break.
It's good though.
I like it a lot. It's very good, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's definitely an important thing to remind people to stretch your legs, step
I mean,
away,
the
give
thing
your
is,
eyes a break,
people- People need to realize that this tournament, they can only play during the time the tournament is being broadcasted. So
Right.
once the timer stops, they may finish the key that they're currently in, but after that they need to lock out and they can't log back in. So they want to make the most out of that time, and in prior versions of this tournament, players would just not leave their computer, not even to move for 2 minutes or something. It was just pure gaming, which I respect, but I felt like it would do the competition some good to kind of take a breaker, and I'm happy to see them do it.
I think you're right.
And I mean, if they have a wireless headset, they can just keep talking while they take a break, right? And they can discuss
True.
the strategies.
True. Or just
True.
like Discord on your phone or something, just like there's
Or
ways.
that,
There's ways to keep strategizing when you're away from the PC.
Actually, it's really funny because I have wireless headphones, but I don't have a wireless microphone. So usually when I go
me too,
AFK,
yeah.
I hear everything, but I can't reply. And it's like, yeah, keep talking. I'll be AFK for a second. But
I
yeah,
usually do that when the raid leader explains the strategy. Mm-hmm. I'm just like, yeah, I'm gone. I'll listen though, I'll listen.
I hear everything. I just can't reply. actually right now has made it to the Omega Buster. And it does seem like the timer is a little bit tight here. They don't have Bloodlust available. They do have some Battle Rests, but that's not, hopefully not going to be something that they need. Do you think they can make it, Nagura, in the +2 realm?
Oh, yeah, I think it's pretty close.
Nobody's done it yet.
Tell me that was intended.
It was not. Let's just pretend it was. They do have cooldowns soon. The FPI ready now as well. They have less than 52 seconds, but I think the timer, yeah, they should be fine. Yeah, they're fine.
Alright,
I
you heard
believe
it here
it.
first. Nagura sat there fine. Hopefully not a caster curse. Omega
Wow.
busted down to 58%. Yeah, there it is.
Oh.
Looking pretty
Perhaps
good.
playing a Necrolord Survival Hunter. Is that a thing? I didn't know that's a thing.
So,
They always look curious.
there are some people who say that Necrolord Hunter is really, really good, but I have no clue about range DPS, and I still count Survival Hunter as range DPS,
It's
so
a melee.
they don't count. They can go out and throw bombs
that's
and
harsh.
still do the same damage. They are not accepted in the group of Zook Zook melees. I'm sorry.
So do
Wow,
you,
some
do you
melee
call,
DPS
the
gatekeeping
fire
going on
mages
here.
Melee though? They have to cast shifting power in melee, right?
No, they don't
Mages?
count either. Mages are not melees.
There's a lust.
They're
You know,
way too loved. Yeah, there's a lust.
Old-
Ooh, it's
Yeah, this
going
is
to be
close.
very
It's really
close.
Olge has a +127, 4 POV has a +126. Nobody's +2 this on 26 yet today.
Let's
A couple teams
go.
haven't really given it a
Bloodlust
try
pumping.
yet, but yeah, we'll see.
They still have a
Can
couple
do it.
seconds for sure. But remember,
Yeah.
they still need to do King Mechagon after. So
True.
Oh, yeah.
once that Omega Buster goes down, they actually need to wait for King Mechagon to like get out. And that's gonna take a couple seconds. Jack actually utilizing that Guardian Angel there. Here he comes, King Mechagon, and now just full send it. Blast him away. Let's go. Come on, you can do it.
Got it.
Please.
Oh, it's tight. Well, they got it.
There you go. Let's go.
Oh, it was so close.
Yeah, first +2,
Well done.
26 on Workshop. Both Ambition and 6th Place are trying their 24s right now, so we might see them give the 26 an attempt soon, but... Gets it done first.
Yeah, Ambition is in the 26 right now, right? There we're gonna see
Right.
that mind control tech once more. You can see that inspired technician with the skull that is being mind controlled right now by Edelsmere on that priest standing all the way up the stairs.
There we
And that
go.
basically means that the priest cannot really heal the group, which can be dangerous, right? Especially in this boss where technically all of the damage is dodgeable except the plant. But we all know
That's not really how it is. No,
yeah.
no dingsy achievements here. This boss, if he has it out for you, you're probably gonna take the damage. However, Warlock super safe, Mage also really safe. I'm a little bit worried only for like the Rogue, but even he like has probably some defensive, has a heal pot, that kind of stuff. So they should be pretty good here. And I would like to see the priest. He's on the left side of your screen if you're watching. He's upstairs, yeah, up there. Can't really see him. Azuna actually taking a big chunk from that
Once he's
hedge
adopted-
trimmer.
Oh, he's gonna die.
Has
alright.
ice block, no?
No, once he under Warlock,
once
you can see
he-
he's in
yeah.
a pot right now,
He's
but he's
in a
got
pot.
2 stacks from debuff. He's gonna die as he comes out, I think.
Yeah. Oh no.
There you
Uh-oh.
go.
He's gonna get rest though. They did have the weapon
Yeah.
rest, so it wasn't that terrible. But like we were saying, it's not that easy to dodge here. And if you're a caster, even less so, because you want to be casting, right? As a melee, it's like I just stand and stuff because I don't see it. But casters, they actually need to do stay to do damage,
Nice
right?
blink. Yeah. Especially Warlocks. I think Warlocks are specifically like known to be not very mobile. Destro Warlocks are less mobile on single target than Demo is, but still, they're not like a Fire Mage where you can just cast while moving and have blinks, or like a BM Hunter or whatever. So yeah, this boss is definitely not nice for Warlocks. And if you want to really min-max your damage, you feel like you want to move even less, right? Because you
Yeah, so I'm
wanna get
just
that cast
wondering.
out and stuff like that. Yeah.
The priest is doing like around 9k, 10k, what we saw in the last key. Right now it's on 8. How much damage are they losing to the rogue having to step away from the AoE and the casters running because they have to dodge everything? Is it really
And they don't
worth
get Fey
it to
Guardians,
use it?
and they don't get PI, right? Like,
Yeah.
honestly, it's not buffing anyone PI
It's-
or Fey Guardian, so...
It's a lot of. Ooh,
Oh, Suna.
no!
The gears. Oh, no.
the
All right,
top.
the ice block.
Ooh.
All right.
You're good,
A
I
lot of
think.
damage.
Just a little burning feet situation, but they do manage to kill that boss here. But like I said, that was so much trouble for the damage that we saw. I'm not sure if it's worth it. I could
They
definitely
can
be
still
wrong
move it
here,
around
but
here, too.
Yeah,
like,
okay,
they're still
that's
moving
fair.
it here for the spider tanks. But yeah, I don't know. I guess it would be worth it on, like, really high keys.
yeah, I do remember
because
it
it
doing
scales,
more
the damage
damage.
scales, right?
Exactly. Look at the damage he's doing here. That's really nice.
Yeah.
That's the damage I remember.
Yeah, and I'm still not sure, like, maybe... Ellesmere
One
missed
more,
some
one
of the
more, one more,
squirrels
one
in
more.
the boss,
Look,
and that's
boom.
why...
Maybe. I mean, we did see
Yeah,
the
I'm also
Tinkerer
not
move
sure.
around a little bit, so maybe if Nerf has to dodge in a situation where it's a little bit unfortunate, then having to move the boss out, or the boss moving out where you actually don't want him to.
Sorry, but I just saw that they're killing the Tinker with its own squirrel at the very end. Did you see that?
Oh,
Wow.
yeah.
Live by the squirrel, die
That's
by the
just so
squirrel, as they say,
mean.
you know?
Wow.
Sadness. So they
Victim of
have
his own squirrel hubris.
72.5%. Again, that means they have to play both packs on this pathway here. Bloodlust is still 6 minutes out, so I would assume they either Bloodlust boss or last pack. Last time we saw them, they went for the boss first, but it could have been just a case of, you know, I have my coolies ready, do you? And then everybody agreed no, so they go for aerial unit first.
Yeah, that is very possible. You can see Ellesmere now again, mind controlling that Tinker. They had sheeped it at the start. But this pack is really hard to use a mind control on, because obviously when the priest is mind controlling, you cannot do anything else. And you saw how everyone was dropping really low from that short out that's being casted by the MK3, and then you have all of these magic debuffs on everybody. Whenever you have the shield generators, it's no problem, but whenever the shield generator disappears, then there's just so much group damage going on. So have to be very careful as a priest, because you're responsible for doing damage with the Tinkers, but also heal the group and keep everyone alive.
Yeah, definitely. It's not an easy task. I used to do it back in BFA. Especially if you do it and your tank isn't quick on their feet and you get meleeed, then you're dead and everyone blames you for failing the Tinkerer, which isn't necessarily what happened, but you know, that's what I let them believe. But floor POV on their 24, looking very similar to where we last saw Donuts and Despair. They still have some trash to do here, so still out on that. We'll do that probably once you're done with Attunement, but looking really good. Have finished Attunement now down to midnight, and will go for Maiden after. Ooh, Nugget getting ran over by the horde of ghost ponies.
Oh.
That was mean.
No.
We didn't see
was
that
very
coming
mean.
either. It's okay, no one saw. We were all in the same boat for this one.
Everyone was looking at the other screen. Don't worry about it.
You cannot elude my targeting systems.
It is up to 8 deaths, I guess. So they've taken I mean, part of that I would imagine is the skip we saw earlier from some of the other teams, but still, that's a few seconds added. Do you think they can still? Now they're not going to +2 it, I
Elude
guess,
my
but
targeting systems.
I think they could. They still need elements
could.
of trash, though.
they still need to do.
I'm not
Maiden.
sure. So the thing is, the last time we saw a team here, again, Donuts and Despair, they played trash even though they had trash count. So
True, yeah.
they could have avoided playing that trash and would have been a lot faster, and yet they still two-chested. So floor POV being done with apparently all the trash in the attunement area, they now need the trash on the way to Maiden. And I'm not sure how that's going to go, because you were saying, Nagura, you don't think it's that difficult? I would agree there's harder trash in this dungeon, but especially like the smallies in front of Maiden, not as nice to play. So I'm not sure how much they actually need here. If they need everything, that's going to be a long way.
Elude my targeting systems.
Yeah, and they also use Bloodlust on Attunement now, which is I honestly really like that for time on a 24. I think on a hierarchy you definitely have to lust Maiden, just for shields and for difficulty. But on a lower key I really like the lust on attunement because that boss, if you get one less phase, that's obviously a big time gain, right? So I think I really like that usage of their bloodlust here. But yeah, unfortunately in lower, there's so much trash that 20% or 25% that they still need, it seems like a million trash mobs, right? Like in another dungeon, like after Karazhan, you play one mob and it's like 20%. And in this key, it's like, oh, you play one mob and the bar barely moved.
Yeah, very true, very true. So I think they actually need everything that's on the way there. We see a skull mark being put down. Not sure what that's for, maybe just to bait a frontal in a direction or something. There's a lot going on. People are getting knocked around, storming does its thing. I just keep seeing players in the air and there was so much damage coming out. Again, when these dungeons came out, you just had a lot more CC, so you could deal more efficiently with a lot of the trash mechanics. They're taking so much damage. Malu actually goes down here. Seems like they released, because they still have all of their battle rests, so we'll run to the rest of the group as they try and finish off these ghostly friends. Simivil also goes down, now down to 3, followed by Nugget. Didn't have the seed anymore. It's only the priest and the tank that are still there trying to fight that trash as the rest of the group runs back to them.
Yeah, there's some very difficult combinations of casts going on that require so many interrupts. First of all, we saw a demo shot go through, which is a huge damage reduction on the whole group in melee range. Now only the tank is left alive.
No, I think the priest is here. He procced seed.
Did Ninja pull something on the left?
No, not like this. The storming becoming an annoyance too.
Let's go. Tactics. He's gonna. I played a key with tactics on alpha, so I felt very protected in that group. Was a good experience. So I believe they can do this here.
Looks like Ambition is having good experience on Workshop too. Looks like they'll plus 2 to 26 with ease.
They still need trash again. Don't let them.
Oh, they do. Yeah, you're right.
It's the same thing.
Nobody else is doing that, so yeah. They
yeah,
definitely
it's really easy to miss because you think like, oh yeah, last boss. Wait, what? Do we have to go back? But I'm like very sure they do this because of cooldowns. This time they are sending Bloodlust onto a mega bust, the top left corner of your screen. They're sending it, trying to really DPS it down, making sure that they save on time here. I think they're just sending it as soon as it's ready, to be honest. I would prefer if they send it on trash, but what can you do? Cooldowns are ready, so we're gonna blast it. They will finish a Mega Buster here and then go over, and I still think they're pretty good on time. I think they can +2 this easily.
Yeah, they definitely can. If nothing goes wrong, because we all know this trash pack.
They have 2 battle rests.
Can go wrong for sure.
They have 2 battle rests if something should go wrong. There's a Tinkerer in there, so you're gonna see Alice and Elf go up in the damage meter quite quickly as these things go boom. Yeah, there we are. 1.2 million. Somebody's that squirrel.
cool.
Make sure you.
DPS.
Yeah, just you know. If that could be the Holy Priest experience forever, I think players would not be too happy. But in Workshop, it is that way, and this trash is dying so quickly. They're doing a really good job of keeping it under control. Of course, moving everything out of that shield generator and trying not to smash that shield generator as the squirrels go up, just to have that little bit of defensive there in this trash group, and that will allow them to finish off the defense bot and the Tinkerer. It's actually going to get mind controlled one more time before it goes down. So really need tech here. One more squirrel and that is it. And they +2'd it. Beautiful.
Nice. Yeah. So they're the first team to +2 326s so far.
Yeah, wow.
Did Floor POV stop their pull? Did they reset the dungeon? I'm not sure. I'm missing them, but it seems like they started again. No? Oh, there they are. Let's go. Still in the dungeon. 5% missing. Not looking too bad on time. They would like to chest this though.
I think they can do it. I think they're definitely on pace. They need to do a bunch of trash still. maybe they want to do the trash before they do the boss, just because there's some shrouded mobs that they still could get, so they have more haste stacks. But we'll see, because they're already in the boss room.
Are they gonna get Bloodlust
Yeah.
back for the end of this boss fight? Does it say 3 minutes? Because I feel like then maybe it comes back up?
I don't think this boss is 3 minutes and a 24-40 fight. I think it's fairly like...
Yeah,
2.
fair.
But I don't think they need it. I think they'll be fine.
I think of like when they go back on this, how like I would expect teams to play the same strats in the 24 that they plan to do in the 26 and 28. So I'm trying to see like where the bloodlust timings will go once we enter the realm of these dungeons are actually scary. And I feel like with the bloodlust timing that they've used here in that 24, that means they will have bloodlust once again for this boss when they enter hierarchy levels.
Yeah.
So that's really, really good to know.
It is possible. The one thing that scares me a little bit specifically for them is that they don't have a mage. And I think Fire Mage, as we talked about earlier, is just really, really strong for specifically Maiden for the shield.
So
And
scary.
it looked like they didn't have an issue here, but on hierarchies it's only at 24, right? On hierarchies, without that mage's combustion, I think it could be very difficult for them. They are playing triple scars as well, the jailer trinket, so they don't have to dip into the floor to get the debuff, which is really, really nice.
A fun
and of
fact
course the
about that
priest.
trinket. In case you don't have it, but plan on playing it at some time, or plan on playing with people that do have it, if you have the trinket on, trying to skip, like invis skip a section, is not going to be a fun experience, because you're going to take damage and you're going to get broken out of that invis, and it happened twice or thrice to me before I realized what was breaking that invis. I was like, wait, did I misclick? But yeah, they still need one more trash pack. Then they will have that +2, but it's looking really nice for them. So well done.
Yeah, really well done by Floor POV here. Yeah, I'm a bit worried for them on hierarchies, but for now they're fine. As Ulch is now also in lower, you can see in the top right side of the screen. They also don't play mage. I mean, Windwalker makes a lot of sense in this dungeon, I think, for trash, right? Because they're just so good on AoE pulls, and there's just so many AoE pulls in this dungeon. I think it's definitely really strong. But yeah, not having the mage for single target might be a little bit of an issue. We'll see.
So what would you swap out to bring the mage in? Is it the Windwalker, or is it rather the Warlock, maybe?
I think the Windwalker, yeah.
I was just trying to get a
Just
Warlock
because,
kicked out. Come on.
Well, actually, I'm not sure. I think Warlock is just really good, like for CC, because they have the 4-set stun, like, right? You have constantly AoE stun. And then additionally you have the Health Stones, which are really nice. You have Soul Stone, which can be nice. I don't know. I think Warlock has really good utility for stuff like this.
Yeah, fair enough.
On big pulls with PI, I'm pretty sure Warlock does more damage than Windwalker. You can see right here.
Yeah, they do that, so I'm just trying to, you know, keep them on their toes. I feel like we could do without some Warlocks, but that's just my personal taste, so no serious take on this. But are on their Iron Docks and currently at the Grimrail Enforcers, and they made it pretty nicely until here. We didn't see how they used their Iron Stars, but judging by the trash count they have and the timer on the clock, it is looking pretty nice, no?
Yeah, definitely looking really good for them. Looking at 6th place and oh, okay, now I understand. I was confused. I thought 6th place is pulling on the bottom left side of the screen. I thought they were pulling the whole trash pack in front of Sparkflux into the boss, and I was really impressed.
Like, that
I was like,
would have
wow.
been cool. Maybe we can get that at some point, but I don't think so. I think you probably want to
I think that's
try
something
to
we
stay
saw in the
alive
MDI
for that
back
poll.
then. But yeah. For this format, maybe not the best idea.
So they also are on the 26th, bottom left corner. 6th place is their name, not their current ranking. No, it's a tad bit confusing. Now, they also need to do one of the trash packs. So they can skip the second one They don't need to do that. They have enough percentage. But they need to play the first one and then the boss as well. So maybe a close take on the +2 and the 26 for them?
They would be our only our second team to finish 326s as well if they can pull it off.
I think they're looking good. I think they can do it. Just depends on how fast they're dealing with the trash, because they don't have the mind control, right? At least I don't see... Yeah, Timber is in the middle of the room, so we don't have a mind control. So that means the fighter tanks are going to be quite a bit slower for them. We'll see if they make it. But 6th place is also on the bottom left side of the screen, also doing that last trash pack. You can still see the mind control going off from their priest. Actually, it's not working, it seems like. You had to channel it 3 times to have it off. There we go.
Yeah, so 6th place will skip to the boss after this, just finishing off on these little MKs. Once they do that, they can deal with the boss, and I feel like, yeah, I mean, they don't have Bloodlust right now. We'll probably get it towards the end of that +2 timer. It's going to be a close one.
Yeah, the gate is not up yet either.
So much damage still coming in on the priest. Ooh. Scary. What's going on? Stay alive, Cloakin. There we go.
Yeah, so interesting. They didn't actually have a good placement here for the gate, because you can gate without needing Mind Sooth. But it looked like 6th place didn't know exactly where to place the gate, so they needed their priest to put Mind Sooth on like all of the mobs, which cost them a couple of seconds. Unfortunately, to pull that off. But now they're on the boss, and yeah, the timer is looking okay. Not great, because they don't have Bloodlust available within the timer, right? So that means that their phase 2 damage is going to be a bit lower. But they have pretty good single-target classes. They also have the Demo Warlock. I think almost all of the Warlocks were playing Demo in this dungeon. But, and then we have the Outlaw Rogue as well. Just have to be lucky, roll some 5 buffs, you know. Maybe even a 6 buff.
Oh, really? Is that a thing now?
Yeah.
Yeah, Outlaw is actually really fun. Just trying to get that, and then you hit the 5 buff, and your team is like, yeah, we just finished this trash pull, so have fun with your 5 buff. No, it hurts. So, yeah, aerial unit down to 50%. They will get that Bloodlust right around when the timer comes to the +2. So far, they still have to chew through this pre-boss of King Mechagon. And I'm actually... Ambition is in the streets dealing with the first boss. That's also going to be interesting. We haven't seen the streets from them just yet. It's their first streets. And then Donuts and Despair and Ulch also still need to do the streets. But it seems like a dungeon that isn't too hard. Actually making it to 28 +2. So I expect some fun stuff from them.
Yeah, it's definitely getting to a point, because we're already halfway through today, right? Over 20 minutes over, even. So I think the teams definitely need to look to finish some of the dungeons and move, make sure they have a time posted on all of them. So Ambition is looking really good, right? They're in a really good position. That's they're in their last dungeon that they haven't posted any time yet in that streets. And we haven't seen any +1s from them. Like, all of the keys they've done were +2s, which is obviously great for them. But some of the teams that we thought are gonna be favorites, like Donuts and Despair, right? They don't look so good in comparison to some of the other teams, because they had to play a 26. They only +1 the Iron Dogs 26, and they only +1 the 27 as well. So that means that they are gonna have to make up some time if the other teams are gonna post a bunch of +2s on their side still. So Donuts and Despair are not looking great. I don't think they're gonna be eliminated by any means, right? But they have some catching up to do, especially in comparison to Ambition here. And some of the other teams really need to step into all of those dungeons to at least post a time before it gets too late, because you don't want to be stressed out at the very end of the tournament hour, right?
Oh, Plokin goes down here into the holy form. They do have 3 battle resets though, so that should be fine. Needs to be a little bit careful with accepting that combat res, but everything went well now. I'm not sure. I think the Magneto arm is going to come out in a little bit, so maybe Plokin wants to move away from the middle of the field. No, but 18 seconds to that bloodlust. I don't think they can do the +2 here. It's going to be really tight. If they want to do it, they need to have some insane DPS here. And I feel like that's out of this world. If that bloodlust would have been up like 30 seconds earlier, then that would have been timeable, I feel like.
Yeah, I honestly think... Loki went down
no.
again, getting hit by one of those...
I mean, they still have 2 more battle resets, and now that the timer is over the +2, it's like,
True.
okay, whatever.
But I think their bloodlust planning was a bit off, right? Because 25 minutes is the +2 timer.
Oh,
and they definitely could have used their bloodlust a bit differently to get the last tier at the very end still, to get that 3rd usage. So yeah, maybe something went wrong earlier, or they really wanted the bloodlust in a certain position where they said, okay, we want the bloodlust here, even if we get 1 less bloodlust overall.
Their team is stressing me out so much. I'm sorry, Nagura, but everybody's dropping so low. They only have 1 battle rest left, and everybody's taking a bunch of damage that they shouldn't have to. Like, wow. But yeah, but back to your point, I'm sorry. I do think maybe, again, that bloodlust timing is for, like, a little bit of a hierarchy. So they know they'll get it on this boss when they're not looking to 2-chest. But like you said, you want to 2-chest the early stages of this tournament, so you save time. So trying to adapt that routing for the lower level dungeons is definitely a very smart move that can save you up to, 30 minutes at a time, because you don't need to run a dungeon twice to get it up 1 more level.
Yeah, now Donuts in Despair on the top left side of the screen, definitely going to +2 this dungeon. Esther's still in the 24 though, so I think almost all of the teams, in fact all of the teams did 2-chest at 24 workshop, so nothing too crazy there. But they were also kind of close to a 3-chest even, which is something we saw as well from Ambition earlier, right? Where they were really close, only like 30 seconds to a minute off. Same thing for Donuts in Despair here, doing a really good job in the workshop. And Ambition now, bottom left side of the screen, in that streets. I wonder if they can 3-chest it, because we've seen a team earlier almost 3-chest a streets. And if any team can do it, looking at the performances from today, then it would be Ambition, right?
It's
that would
kind
be
of the
really nice for
expectation.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it is around that half mark, right? We have gone over it at this point. So from here on out, teams need to really get every dungeon timed, because that's your fastest way to get kicked out. One team will leave us at the end of the day. If you don't time a dungeon, then you're actively inting yourself. So you need to get a time for every dungeon. Then you need to try and up them. So I feel like that's what teams are going to look at now. Unless they feel like they have a really good momentum in a dungeon, they're going to run it twice. But they really need to get on doing these dungeons.
Yeah, I agree. You don't want to be stressed out at the very end, especially teams that are in the last place right now, right? We see Ulch and They definitely still need a lot of points on the board to make sure they're not going to get eliminated at the end of the day. So, let's see. I guess the worst part about both and Ulch is that they have lower left.
The cogwheels on the bottom left of the leaderboard. There's these little wheels that are actually driving around from the first boss in Workshop.
Oh!
And I didn't notice before, so they come up at a time and just roll around. It's actually really fun. Sorry.
Oh, I hate them so much because I always feel like their hitbox is so much bigger than the animation. Like, I'm not in this. Stop knocking me around.
Yeah, they seem a lot wider than you'd expect, don't they?
Yeah.
Plaguefall, last boss all over again. I swear I didn't stand in this. I took the damage because something must be wrong. I wasn't standing in it. I promise.
The tentacles are bugged, clearly. It's not the player, not the player.
Yeah. Actually, getting that +2 on Skullock here in the Iron Dog's top right corner. Really nice time from them. It is a
Yeah.
24, but they have good momentum, I will say.
Yeah, they'll
I agree.
vault up to first place in the standings for the moment with that because of their 28 streets. But we'll see what they can do. I mean, I would imagine you jump right back into this Iron Docks and try to get that plus 226. But yeah, performing well.
Sorry, I can't stop, and I won't stop. Not at this time. So
It's too late. I mean, they're the ones who named
Ouch.
themselves that.
True. They did that to themselves, so now they're gonna pay the price.
I guess
Anyway.
so.
Olge in the plus 24 in Lower Karazhan. They are on their way to get that trash count up a little bit. Not sure it will be enough. I don't think they can get enough from this area here, so they need to place some of the trash on the way to Maiden. Maybe their routing is the routing that we've been looking for, where they don't go overcount, but they also don't pull a bunch of trash that is very, very scary.
Yeah, they also just had a death on their Windwalker, but they just decided to release. They didn't want to use the Battle Rest, even though they almost have a second one ready. But I think that's a very good decision if your goal is to just time the key, or, I mean, I guess your goal is to +2 the key, but still, I think +2ing on a 24 is very doable, as long as you don't have any huge mistakes on like a boss or something like that. So saving the Battle Rest makes a lot of sense. I really like the decision. Even to seeing here as well, you can see they're actually using Incap from the Monk to have less stable hands in that group. I like it.
Yeah, as someone who has died at this point in the dungeon before, I can tell you the way is actually not that long. So I feel it makes sense to kind of let him just walk here. They are dealing with the trash, and even though they would probably like to have that little bit of extra DPS, I feel like you can easily let one of your DPSs run. If that was a healer, they would have probably picked them up, but for a DPS, you know, they'll be fine. They'll be fine.
I agree.
And walkers can just roll their way back speedily enough.
True, they're very mobile. So if I can do it on a DK, they should do it on a monk, I feel like.
No problem, yeah.
Yeah,
They
I
also
mean,
already have 15 stacks as
maybe
well,
they can-
so...
maybe they can get to 100%. They're actually going to pull
Ooh,
some of these
alright.
stable hands here into Ataman, which will be, you know, not terrible. It's not the horsies who run around, but you need to interrupt those healing spells as they get some healing through. But Midnight taking substantial damage here. No Bloodlust for the team of Olge. They're going to save that for Maiden, and now they're on to Ataman. So yeah, I really like this routing, I think. They have the Bloodlust ready, they have still some trash to do, which you're going to do on the way there, so we're probably going to see the route that we saw from Donuts and Despair, where they played the first trash and then skipped the corridor, and they will end at 100.
They could technically even +3 this key if they're like really fast from here on out.
Okay, now you
Their
said
time
that.
is looking really good.
That is optimistic.
It's actually
It
looking really good.
is. It is.
They can even they can
Okay,
skip a
here
lot
come
of
the
trash
horsies.
still.
I'm scared.
Yeah, gotta
I'm
match
always
those.
scared with these. Look!
There's that. Ooh.
Ooh! Tarzan just with the knowledge of where they're gonna spawn. Wow! Ooh! Another one. This is so scary. Ah! Okay.
The thing with these horses is actually you can outrange them, but only if the boss is really far away from you, right? Because the horses spawn in proximity to the boss. So if you stand really far away, they'll never spawn on top of you and never move so close to you that you get hit. But yeah, the boss was tanked a bit close to where the range were standing, so you weren't really able to outrange it there. You can also outrange the stomp as well, which that's quite a bit of damage. And yeah, there we go. The shared suffering just happened. I think they just soaked it with all the melee, right? It looked like at least.
I think they
That's what I
used
saw.
Guardian Spirit because it has gone
Maybe,
on
yeah.
cooldown for Tolu, so it must have been used there on Trell, and they will finish off Ataman here on to Midnight. I don't think they can do +3. They would need to be insanely speedy to get there.
Oh, I believe they can do it.
Okay,
Wow.
Nagura.
I mean, they do have lust up in 2 minutes again. So maybe.
Yes,
who
they
knows?
do, but they still need to play some trash. And then Maiden is also, I mean, it is fortified, but it is a boss, so.
We haven't seen anything +3 yet today.
True. That would be a first.
So I
It
think
would get
both
them big
Ambition can
applause.
+3 their streets. I think they're on really good pace for +3ing that.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yes.
And Ulch, I think. Yeah, I mean, okay, it's. Yeah.
I would love.
Maybe
Okay,
not. It's
hear
looking
me
a bit
out.
close.
Hear me out.
Yeah.
Old currently is 6th on our leaderboard. So if they +3 this, it's going to really, really push them up and get them a nice count of points, get them a lot of time save. So I would love for them to be able to do this. Just coming from the, the underdogs are going to take it narrative. I'm here for it.
So
but it
here's
looks
what they have
very
to do.
unrealistic.
They have to finish off this trash bag.
And then
they
run.
have to invis pot. They
Yeah.
have to invis pot to Maiden. And then the rest of the trash they still need, they need to pull into Maiden. And
Okay,
then
let's
get
see how
Lust,
they do.
right? So they can invis to Maiden, then Lust, Maiden,
Yeah,
and
they're
the trash.
not going to do that.
Aw, come
Aw,
on.
disappointment.
Are they not listening?
Why aren't they listening to
Come
Coach Nagura
on.
here? Come on.
You should have watched the TLDR Nagura video. She probably explained it there.
It was
I'm definitely
just a video out on
explaining
YouTube.
that you should do that there, yeah.
I mean the internal one, not the public one, Segura. The competitor
true,
ones.
That one, yeah. I forgot.
True pro strat.
But yeah,
man.
Ambition now close to 100%. One is still missing, but it's there. The Nathrism Infiltrator running with them to the menagerie as they're starting this last boss event. Keep in mind it is at 24 and tyrannical, so they will spend a little bit of time here before they can go to Zoasmi, but I feel like their time could be the first +3 that we're actually seeing today.
Yeah, I think
And
so
who
as
else,
well.
right? Who else would you expect to do it but Ambition, right?
I mean, I
honestly-
expected Olch to do it. I'm here for any team to do a +3. They can all win my heart.
But really, who did you expect to do it?
Any team. They
That's
can
a very
all
diplomatic
win my
answer.
heart. No, Troll went down. Oh no, they need to summon him.
Looks like that
Wow,
was.
no invis pod ready? Wow.
That's a bummer.
Usually it's the hunters. This time it's the tank.
True. Always
Alright.
the hunters. Shake
Well,
my
speaking
head.
of things being ready, it's ready to change, or we are ready to change over our casters. We're going to welcome back in Dratnos and Tuttles. I believe Mix is sticking around still.
I
that
will
correct?
be around, yeah.
All right, cool. Well, Dratnos, Tuttles, well, welcome back. Here we are. Are we about to see our first +3?
I
No,
Well,
it's
maybe-
huh?
okay, so Ambition has count. Ambition has
It's
count.
not it's
Huh? I think Ambition, I mean, it's tyrannical. It's a tyrannical keystone, right? They still have to do the half of this boss encounter, skip to Zoasmi, and then finish it off. I mean, that is a lot of
They have a
that is a lot
shroud.
of damage they need to do.
okay.
They're just
I
gonna
think that-
zoom.
I actually think that it's not really doable. So they have 3 minutes even to be able to get this done, but they have to get through this bot, and then they have to get through Vinza Gold Fuse. So I don't think it's realistic for them to be able to kill off Zoasmi, this robot, and Vinza Gold Fuse in 3 minutes.
There's no Bloodlust available for them either, so I'm also leaning towards no for Ambition.
Non-believers.
Currently, however, Olge are also just shy of that 3-chest timer. They are working towards, though, a 2-chest, as long as they don't wipe to this boss twice. They've got a 2-chest here in the 24. Olge actually a little bit under the gun. They're currently last in our leaderboard. This will spike them up, though, to a reasonable position, but they're actually in a bit of a vulnerable spot because they don't have any 2 chests on their leaderboard right now, so there's not an easy +2 points for them available either.
I do
Well,
think
there
they're
will be
27
after this.
workshop. Well, yeah, that's true. But they're 27.
But then they'd have to
workshop
come back into lower.
So what?
Yeah.
They can do that.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen every team
Their
so far that's gone
Their
into low 2
routing
chests
is looking
with
really
26.
nice.
By fire be cleansed.
True.
Yeah, it's going to be Maiden going down for them, and that is 24 points for Olge, putting them into 5th. Now, Florpov actually are our last place team right now, trying to avoid, again, elimination at the end of the day. So in just 2 short hours, when we stop having our runs, plus whatever run is active at the time, the team at the end of that does not get to come back tomorrow, whoever's at the bottom. So a lot of pressure coming in here. All of these teams are going to want to make sure that they go to whichever dungeon they haven't done yet and put something on the board to avoid being that bottom team as well.
I thought overall Old's lower Karazhan, like route and run just in general, was really solid. So I think that they should be able to two-chest the 26 and kind of tie it up with all those other teams that have two-chested that 26. And then they get to work in streets, which we know is a very fast dungeon for these teams. Even being able to two-chest that 28 streets, they're at the top of our leaderboard right now with that key being able to be done. It's a dungeon that you are able to put in like 2 or 3 hours in, or like you could probably put like an hour and a half in even and bump that up to a 28 for Olge. So I think that they're in an okay spot, primarily with that workshop 27 being done, because that key is not very easy. And the teams that two chested the 26, they're not super likely to go and do a 28 workshop today.
Yeah, it's a question of where is the good use of your time, and also, do you need to, right? Every two chest that you have on your scoreboard, it's potential, right? It's potential extra points, it's potential, but you have to actually go back in there, do the key again at that 2 higher level to actually get those points back. And if that key is starting to get to the point where like, hey, maybe we need to reset this a couple times to get those points, that might not be something you want to spend on day one, since day one you're just under so much pressure to not be in that 6th place spot at the end of the day.
Okay, so question. What do you guys think the teams are going to land on at the end of the day in terms of key levels? Because Negra and I were saying that it's around 28-ish. Is that what you think as well, or do you think we'll see teams go higher even?
Do you mean key done?
So we've seen like has already done a 28 streets, right? But are there going to be a lot of teams landing on 28s? 28s across all dungeons? Definitely not. There's just not enough time to get all 4 of the dungeons up to 28. That's the thing. 5 hours is such a short amount of time for getting from 24 to 28 in 4 dungeons, right?
I think if there's a team that is going to do it, it will probably be this Ambition team, because they were able to get that Iron Docks, the 26. They were able to two-chest that, where other teams have not realistically been able to get that dungeon done in a two-chest time. They do two-chest this Tazavesh Streets of Wonder 24, and so now they have straight across their board, all 4 dungeons have been completed by Ambition, all of them two-chest. I think they're like pretty firmly in the driver's seat here with that 26 Iron Docks two-chest. If there is a team that's going to do it, it's going to be them. I think their strategy for Workshop was really solid. I think other teams doing it, all 28s across the board, seems fairly unlikely. For Ambition, I think it's probably 2 28s, 2 26s, if I had to guess.
Yeah, we have another hour and 50 minutes for teams to start, and then whichever key they're in, when we get to the end of the day, you're allowed to finish that key as well. So maybe you can steal another 30 minutes against the clock there. So maybe Ambition, if they're really fast, could get to 28s across the board, but I don't know. I feel like 3 28s and 26s, or 2 28s, 2 26s, is indeed a more likely lineup for them at the end of the day. Every other team also still has an empty scoreboard spot, so they really need to go and make sure that they're getting at least those 24s done, because if you're missing 24 points, you are going to end up being the 6th place team and eliminated at the end of the day.
Where's Tolu going? He's just running ahead. Starting the event?
Starting the RP. Yeah. So you have to talk to the individual on stage. Yeah. And so you normally want to send like your healer to be able to start that, because that RP is somewhere in the range of like 45 seconds. But the downside, especially on bursting, is that you can have a death.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Kel going down for Olge.
That was my thought, because it's a pretty big pull. There's a lot of damage going out, and if you have your healer run off, then it's very scary.
The 2-chest timer in this lower is actually still fairly generous, so they're not going to go out and reset based just off of this or anything like that, but this does probably take 30 seconds or so off of their timer, which, if that happens a couple more times, we might be just looking at a 26 1-chest instead of the 2-chest, which that's the kind of thing that probably won't hurt them today, but it'll hurt them tomorrow when they come back in and they can't run the 28 without doing the 27 first. And that'll tax them an extra 30 minutes of their weekend.
It's crazy. I don't think we've seen one team reset so far. No dungeons have been reset. Olge probably had the most scuffed run in their 24 workshop, where they only 1-chested that dungeon, which probably should have been a 2-chest realistically. But with even a full wipe, they were still able to time it. They didn't zone out, and they didn't lose like that 10 minutes there.
Yeah, I mean, in the one sense, you could think of it as not losing 10 minutes. On the other hand, paying 10 minutes to go from a 1-chest to a 2-chest, and then not having to spend another 30 minutes in that next level of a dungeon is another way of looking at it, in which case not resetting may have cost them 20 minutes.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
I
not a
think
math
you're-
scientist.
No,
Yeah,
it's huh. It's not. It's huh.
It's actually not it's
The problem with going out and resetting is like if you go
it
out.
sounds like the goose that goes honk.
Yeah, the problem with resetting in like a 24 is if you go out and you wipe again, it's just so
Yeah.
bad, right? You're now in a spot where you've actually like lost like 40 minutes, 50 minutes, and that sort of thing would be catastrophic. So it's kind of a safety play, I think, to just not reset these dungeons, even if you know you can two chest it
That
and you see
pull
the
is
two
really
chests kind of slip
scary.
away.
Yeah, I mean this pull is a lot more reasonable now with like the Wrangler nerfs, right? So before the Wranglers used to ignore armor with their bleed that they were putting on the tank, but now with just the change to that like serrated spear cast, it's a lot more reasonable for you to be looking to do a pull like this, especially on like the 26 level. Quasi's the player who's most at threat of dying on this pack. A lot of the other trash doesn't do like an insane amount of damage to your group, assuming that you're not getting charged by the rampaging cleft hook, which is like completely avoidable damage. It looks scary, but assuming Quasi's comfortable here, this pull is really efficient count-wise.
Yeah, sometimes it can be annoying because these Wranglers love to disengage and get kind of all spread out, so your AoE gets a little bit scuffed, and then they also cleave once they're back in melee range, so your melee DPS need to be really careful to avoid getting cleaved as well. But have done a great job there of managing that as they head down onto the little dock here to get the last of their count and secure one more Infiltrator, a little bit more stat buff. That's going to bring them up to 12 stacks of the stat. We've got Haste being stacked by everybody in the group except for the Windwalker Monk, who has gone with crit, it looks like. So, slightly different plan there. Makes sense, though. Haste, not usually the greatest stat for Windwalkers.
Most classes this season are stacking haste, just generally. It's kind of how the stats end up lining up. Whereas, like, so with Mastery, you end up running into stat DR because it's like a flat stat, because it's 69 Mastery per stack. With Versatility, you only get 1% versatility as opposed to like 2% of the other stats. So for most classes, the choices are only realistically haste versus crit. And most classes don't want that much crit. They'd rather take haste. And so that's why you end up seeing more often than not classes are taking haste this season. So that Windwalker Monk preferring crit is more of an anomaly than anything else. I think them and Rogue are most like, and then like
Looks
Brewmaster,
like it.
I think are the classes
We
that
can
have been
see
taking
yips
crit.
on the crit as well.
Yeah, you can see actually it looks like Masterful has been selected by the Windwalker down on Floorpob's side of things as well, so definitely another option there. The problem with Masterful on Windwalker is your Mastery doesn't actually help with the spinning crane kick, spinning crane kick, spinning crane kick part of your rotation. You get no damage bonus from Mastery during that little bit, which can be some of your most important damage. But besides that, it's also a stat that works really nicely for the spec. And then if we see any prop paladins, they're also Mastery aficionados sometimes, which can be pretty cool.
I think it's been super interesting to what like routing decisions that we've seen across this weekend with like teams playing Zul'Gurmux. Floorpob's tank getting slept there was very scary. But as I was saying, I think it's like super interesting to see the routing decisions with when to play Zul'Gurmux versus when to skip that mob across the weekend. That mob giving a pretty considerable amount of count and stacks of that shrouded buff. It's really nice just to be able to kill packs and bosses faster, but at the same point, it costs a lot of resources to normally kill off.
Yeah, in every Season 4 dungeon, aside from Grimrail Depot, you can kill Zul'Gurmux with 3 or more bosses left ahead of you in the dungeon, and that just means so much stats for so much of the rest of the dungeon.
True.
That sort of thing can be hard to pass up, but on the other hand, you know, if the mob is impossible, or you know, because it's in a really rough spot, or if it feels like it's just going to take you 5 minutes to kill it based on what you want to pull at the time, then it might be worth thinking about skipping. Most of our groups, most of the time, are choosing to fight Zul'Gurmux, though, as you can see Olge in the bottom right doing just that behind the Opera event in Lower Karazhan.
Actually, in Grimrail Depot, you can pull it before the first boss if you pull it through the wall. So
That's cheating, though. Yeah. That's
unethical.
It's actually called tech.
Yeah.
Some would call it cheating,
Unethical
some would
tech?
call it tech. No, it's not unethical. Please desist. It's ethical.
Desist.
And Floorpob on the bottom left actually reset this Lower Karazhan, haven't they? They had killed the first boss at some point, I think. Remember we were last looking at them.
I think
Florpov
so
are
too.
the team. They're in some danger of potentially being eliminated if they're not careful here by the end of the day. They're sitting on 2 26s and a 24. So they do need to add some more times to their board. They need to get this 26 up quickly, and they need to head over and put some stuff up in Iron Docks as well if they want to avoid elimination. Right now, they are currently at the bottom of our leaderboard.
So they're at 24. I'm not sure if you guys saw it, but it did turn out to be a little bit messy towards the end. When they finished Attumen, they went for Maiden, and the trash that's upstairs on the balcony when you walk towards Maiden before you enter the corridor, it just nearly full wiped them. Tactics was the only person being still alive. The rest of the team was like running back to salvage the pull, and they somehow still managed to get that 24 plus 2. So I'm really curious how their 26 is going to look.
Is Han going to 2-chest this Iron Docks?
They are 4 minutes and 30 seconds away from that 2-chest timer. They have one boss to go. It is a 26 tyrannical encounter, though. They're going to have 4 minutes to do it.
Let me pose a question.
I think so.
Have you guys heard of the way to get the guy out of the machine gun on the last boss before killing the small ad? Because I have figured out a way.
No. Okay.
How do you do that?
Have we seen that way? Do we spoil
we have
it,
seen
or?
it from we have seen it from another team earlier this weekend.
Okay. I
Apparently,
don't think I saw it.
if you tag and feign death the boss, it'll shoot the guy out of the machine gun, and you have to wait for the boss to respawn. But then you'll be able to fight the boss with both of the small
Wow.
dudes at once.
What's the? Do you roughly know what the respawn timer is on this?
No clue.
Okay.
Absolutely
'Cause
no
I'm,
idea.
like,
I just saw a team
figuring
do it
out
earlier.
if that makes sense.
I haven't learned much about this. I just saw it earlier.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
It's a new one for me.
It definitely is.
Here they go. They are working on that boss, trying to kill Koromar. As soon as you kill Koromar, those nasty cannon shots stop, and the rest of the group gets to live for a bit here. But you can see the damage is coming out on everybody. Oh! Big damage. Koromar's still alive, too. They are going to be able to get that battle res out. They have one battle res left. Now, Warlock Gateway is set up, so as soon as this barrage is done, they'll be able to go and quickly re-engage the boss. Now you can see tagging the boss. And here comes that battle res as well.
One of the biggest reasons.
There it is.
Like, okay, so it's actually very important that Han is able to 2-chest this here.
Yeah.
And then, so if they're able to get this 2-chested here, they're more likely than not going to be safe coming out of this day, I would say. Just making sure like they have that 26 2-chested would be super nice for them. In addition to that, like day one is important just in the sense of you want to make sure you have 2 chests that you're able to actualize the dungeons later on. And then in addition to that, you want to set yourself up to where like your day 2, if you don't get eliminated, you're able to kind of come back after you end up pushing that mystery key that we're going to have for tomorrow up to a point where you feel like it's acceptable, and then you're able to revisit those dungeons. Because in reality, you're only going to end up probably spending 2 hours in whatever mystery dungeon that is, assuming that you don't end up having to push it up 15 levels or something. You're only going to end up having to spend 2 hours in it tomorrow. And so just being able to come back at the end of the day is important. And Sky going down for I don't know if they're going to be able to 2-chest this dungeon now.
That may have just cost them the 2-chest. They have 90 seconds to deal with a little bit more than half of Skulllock's health. I actually think that's not going to be realistic, because that's another 2 Grand Smashes they're probably going to have to deal with as well, getting sent to the back of the boat here. So I think we're probably looking at something like 30 seconds over that 2-chest timer, but maybe not. The damage is starting to ramp up here. What is this Destruction Warlock single target that I'm witnessing here? 30k and rising. With the power infusion as well. Huge damage coming out on the side of
I'm so sad.
I hate this bit so much.
You started it.
Me?
Yeah.
Me?
How? How did I start this?
How?
How did I start this bit?
You and Cyber were doing it.
All right. 45 seconds now and 37%. So they need to do almost a percent of Skulllock's health every second here. I'm watching that thing, and it seems to be going down at a much lower rate. I think this one is indeed a 1-chest for the team, whose name that I won't say because it will get us into 30 seconds of memes.
They're already spamming it. I know it.
Yeah.
I see them. They're literally spamming the cat. The cat is already in the chat.
Oh no, I'm not talking about chat. I'm talking about you and me.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm trying to safeguard here.
Oh, yeah, of course.
10
I don't
seconds
think
left.
they're
Yeah.
safeguarding Draddles, but on a different note, Donuts and Despair were able to +2 their 26 workshop. So they can go on, and it looks like they're going to go on to Streets, which will put them on the 4 dungeon angle that Ambition is on as well.
Ambition with the Iron Dock differential. So with Ambition being able to 2-chest that 26 docks, and Donuts and Despair only getting that 1 chest in that 27 docks, Ambition has somewhere in the range of like 30 to 40 minutes advantage just on Donuts and Despair right now.
Yeah, you can see Ambition now just moved up to the top right as they are working on their 26 Streets of Wonder. Looks pretty good so far as well, on certainly 2-chest pace, even in this 26 key. That would be quite good for them to add to their list.
There's about an hour and a
Orge
half
also.
plus some overage time left in the day. So basically, I think every team is going to be able to get all 4 dungeons at least posted. And so there's not going to be an elimination situation where one team isn't able to get all 4 dungeons posted. It's going to come down to who was able to make the most efficient usage out of their time and who was able to really actualize those 2 chests on those 26s.
Yeah, Moreau's up in the top left here for Olge as well. Nasty boss encounter, but they've handled all the adds nicely before pushing to 60%, except for the Iron Whirlwind
I was
boss
gonna
with
say
2
there's
melee
one more.
DPS. They are going to just ignore that mostly, it looks like, and just run away from it and kill Moreau's. This is one of those mobs. Yeah, you can see that's exactly what they're doing. It jumps and starts its whirlwind, and they immediately just run away and leave it over there and leave it as a havoc target for a little bit of extra destruction warlock damage.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't. So the Iron Whirlwind, if you're not within 15 yards of it, it doesn't do any damage to you. You can actually see like the radius of where it will actually be pulsing that AoE. And so it is kind of scary if you don't get the boss moved quick enough. But with the groups that have this level of coordination, they know to get away from Druger whenever that Iron Whirlwind is going off. And so the rest of this party should be fine. They kite the boss away. They're making sure to just continue to hit the boss. And it's like, it's not going to do anything assuming that you get the boss away and your melee don't lose a substantial amount of uptime.
Terrasan taking a little bit of his health here from that Iron Whirlwind, but like you guys are saying, not giving them too much trouble here. Dealt with very nicely. And I'm like looking at their trash count. Again, the last time we saw them here, their route looked really, really good. Now,
Yes.
I'm not sure they can finish off within the realms of +2 on that 26 again. But I'm very curious to find out.
So they play a lot more count up front than most other teams. So most other teams were at like the 30 or 40% enemy forces count whenever they ended up killing Moros. Old here just need a lot of the freebie trash. So they have to do all of the spectral chargers, which you're basically forced to do in the Moros area, or the Ottoman area. Otherwise, you're going to end up getting them pulled whenever you pull the boss. And then they just kind of grab the guest packs, which don't really do anything. And so that's going to be the remainder of their count. I think they're looking okay on 2-chest timer.
Yeah, the thing that I love about this strategy from Olge is you kill one boss, right? And then you kill like 40% enemy forces count. By doing that, you're getting so many Shrouded Infiltrators. So they're actually sitting here at a 12 stack of Shrouded. And that's going to go even a little bit up from here, but even fighting the second boss of the dungeon, they have plus 24% haste across their group, right? Like, that is a crazy amount. That's a bloodlust across their entire group, right, for the rest of the dungeon. Now, they're going to grab even more, and it's going to stack up higher, but by front-loading the trash in this dungeon, they get to get that as early as possible and leverage the benefit for as long as possible.
I think they have something like 3 or 4 infiltrators left to fight in the remainder of this key, just in that Ottoman area, and then just going up towards that maiden wing just to be able to get there. They have a couple of infiltrators that are going to be left on the board. But just, like you said, front-loading all of those stats, how many phases are they going to get on Ottoman? Are they going to be able to potentially skip a phase because of that damage? They don't have Lust available to them. It is on a 7-minute CD, so it's not great. But at the same point, do they really need it? Because they have passive Lust perma.
Yeah, that's, I mean, the second Lust is definitely good, too. They will be happy to get that for sure, but they
real
definitely
one.
are permalusted right now as they get these blacksmiths and another infiltrator here. That's going to bring them up to their 14th stack of the buff. So much power there.
Ginos and Makes, I have a question. What mobs do you guys like to MC here, normally, on DK?
You're
like to
asking
get
me that as if I would utilize my utility on DK? I run in
Yeah, you
and
think
I
I have
kill
that
them.
bound? I have to cast. I have to channel a cast on that.
Okay.
I can't be pressing Heart
That's
Strike while I'm doing
downtime
that?
on my obliterate. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Okay,
who do you
well.
think you're talking to right now, Tuttles?
Okay, it looks like Trell is grabbing the hand, the mob that makes the so like it has
It
an
casts
AoE
Healing Touch as well.
The healing,
Well, it's,
yeah.
it's the healing touch, but the big effect on that mob is it makes the mobs around
Yeah.
it take increase, like it reduces their armor, and so it makes them take more physical damage from some of your melee classes. The alternative
nice.
is the shield slam mob, which can stun targets.
Yeah, the stuns, though, I mean, depending on the affixes as well, sometimes that can be more curse than blessing. Sometimes on Sanguine Week, you got to watch out for that thing just stunning everything in there. But luckily, Sanguine not active here in the Lower Karazhan. Lower Karazhan, we've got just bursting and storming going on here. You can see storming is sending that Windwalker up to walk among the wind, but they do have the Mass Dispel to mitigate most of those bursting stacks right at the end, which makes it a whole lot easier to deal with.
Ambition in the top right are on the Postmaster already, 17 minutes into the dungeon. They have finished also Myaz's Oasis. This is an interesting route. So most teams on live end up doing Postmaster second because you are able to just like have a better lust timing. But with Ambition, apparently they're so far ahead that they want that 1340. Like they have that Myaz's Oasis already finished at 1345, and so their lust isn't even back up. So they're really pushing for the 2 chest here. So they did lust the Postmaster, and it did come up at the time that they were expecting it. But it's a route that I wonder how they're going to play it once they start pushing into like that 30 range, if they're maybe going to reroute the dungeon and like reorder these bosses whenever they're in like 1 chest territory, or if maybe this is just like the route that they really like in this area is dealing with it like that and having that bloodlust timing. Because it's non-conventional is what I will say about it.
It's definitely an interesting question because, like, moving around and having a different route between the 26 and the plus 30, it sounds like a weird thing to do, but it's actually so valuable if you can guarantee the 2 chest, right? Like, increasing the chance of the 2 chest and increasing the chance of timing the 30 are both really important because both of them are saving you time when you only have 15 hours to do the dungeons over the course of the weekend. So a team that is able to actually focus and do both of those things is going to benefit. But Olge almost wiping here up in the top left. We're seeing 1 player down. Battle Res is coming out for them. Terrasant is entering frog form here as he runs away.
Just running, but it's seed proc for him as these mobs hit pretty hard. Trellis trying to regain control, but it's not going too great. His HP bar looks super scary. Purgatory also being proc. Now they need to make sure they interrupt all of these casts that are coming out. Every stomp is just hurting so much, and you can see it on the group as they are dropping again and again and again.
Yeah, they're trying to keep everybody alive, and it looks like they're mostly stable here, although another charge goes right through Talia there on the Priest, taking him into Angel form, and now they just have the last few mobs. Oh, Cry decides, you know what? Had enough of this pull for now. Take a little nap. Mass Dispel, gonna free him from that.
So important.
So you can
You need to rest and recharge.
Oh no. Kel going down on that Windwalker monk. I think that so Olge is definitely gonna still be able to time this 26. I don't know if 2 chests is on the table anymore after that.
Well, how much time does this realistically cost them? This probably cost them like
30?
A minute and a half.
I think it's a little bit less
I would
than
say
that.
a minute.
Yeah. Definitely the pull. Oh, they're still in combat as well, so they're not able to summon. So they're actually going to have to kill off the stable hand by itself before they'll be able to reconvene the whole group. So yeah,
But do they need
I do
to?
think probably
The way
90 seconds.
isn't that far. Like Kelchi can easily run. You can actually see him in the background. If you
so he'll get here eventually,
release,
but they weren't able to just summon and go right into boss with the stable hand. So that's even more time compared to if everybody had been alive.
Just looking, they are... So the 2 chest timer is 33:36. So they have 10 minutes left on that
10 minutes
timer.
for Ataman, Maiden, and 8%. You're right. I think it is still fine.
I think it's still fine.
They also have
but
Bloodlust.
Oh,
Like,
they
will
say
have
plus
bloodlust for Maiden.
Yeah. They say plus
but
for
like
Maiden. So
they're gonna get it in that time frame. So
Right. One more
probably
lust
okay.
in the dungeon for Olge. I do think the 2 chest is indeed still on the table for them. It's certainly still on the table for Ambition in that Streets of Wonder in the top right. Meanwhile, 6th place down in the bottom left are actually having some trouble even in the 24 lower. They are getting Midnight down, and they have just Maiden to do so. I think they're also good for this.
They need
for
a
this 2
lot
chest,
of
although
trash,
they do have a few
though.
deaths on the board too. Yeah, they need 15% count, but they have 10 minutes to find it.
Yeah.
So I think they are okay. Florpov, meanwhile, though, in the bottom right, they have 12 deaths on their board as they are working on Moreau's second. They actually may be running into the timer itself, not just the 2 chest timer, if they have any further difficulties here.
I would say that generally, especially at this level, the dungeon is still timeable, even if you have somewhere in the range of like 20 deaths. But I think too many more mistakes for Florpov, and yeah, like you said, they're probably running into the timer. I think that they could still be under by somewhere in the order of maybe like a minute to a minute and a half with 12 deaths, but any more major mistakes, especially in that Ottoman area where they haven't gone, which there can be catastrophic wipes in the Ottoman area, that would be really, really catastrophic for them.
All right, looks like Olge just barely... Are they going to be able to get Ottoman
They're good.
down before
So-
Midnight remounts? Yes, they are good indeed.
At I think it's 10%. Ottoman won't remount. Maybe it's a little bit higher. There's a
Something like
percentage
that, yeah.
threshold where Ottoman will not remount Midnight, and so I think it's actually 20 now that I'm really thinking about it. And whenever you get it below that threshold, you're kind of chilling. So you're really trying to push through that. What you saw from Olge in the top left as well, and why they kind of dipped in line of sight, is that trampling stomp whenever Midnight's enraged, especially like the 26 level, it can one-shot people. That are not the tank realistically.
Yeah.
And so they dip out of line of sight, or alternatively you can range it at 30 yards and you won't be able to you won't be taking damage from that.
Yeah, remember, that one's also, if you ever wonder why you're getting interrupted, spell locked on that fight, it is that ability. So if you are having that happen, outrange the boss or line of sight it during that stomp to prevent that. Olge now working their way over towards another guest pull. These guests are really easy. They don't do basically anything, but they only give 1 point of count deep, not 1%. 1 point, so a little bit less than 0.25% for each of those guests. So you can pull them. They're nice and fun packs to pull, but you're going to have to pull a lot of them if you want to get your count from it.
Might as well do a little bit on the way, though. I mean, how, is this part of the... I mean, obviously it is part of the route, but, like, you kind of have to get through it, I guess.
Yeah, the other option would be to skip through in some way, but there's a lot of walking you have to do to get to Maiden, so...
Yeah.
If you start your skip there, you're going to have to do something clever to skip the rest of the Maiden trash, and Olge not interested in that. They are just going to finish getting to 100% count with this pull, and then they will be able to skip most of the way to Maiden. I think this is either count or a little bit short. How much is that servant worth?
This should be count. I think that this is really... I think that their route here is really, really solid. Just in general, the packs that they're pulling, they pull a lot of the low-hanging fruit pulls, and... avoid as much as possible as like those wipe pulls. For a lot of groups in like Pugs and LFG, they don't like going and doing those backstage pulls with all of the lights and whatnot, and they end up skipping Zolgamuks because of it, and they do a lot of the kitchen trash. But it seems like these TGP teams, they have the poise and the precision to be able to get those pulls dealt with, and so then they're able to get like the stage trash, which is like so lucrative.
Yeah, it makes a lot more sense. And to me, like, I mean, I remember raiding Kara when it was new, right? And it just became so ingrained into you, like how to do the spotlight pulls and things like that. I'm sure it's a little bit different now, but like how to move the pack around, like for tanking, for instance. So do you think once people get more experience with it, with those mechanics in particular, that'll become a little bit more common?
I think so. I think that these dungeons, like the reason that there's a lot of friction on live servers right now, just due to the fact that, yeah, the dungeons are so new. Ambition on the big screen here, they have Soasmi down at 47%. Their Bloodlust coming up in 8 seconds. They are very far ahead of the 2 chest timers, so they're looking fairly solid here. This is a dungeon, especially whenever you have like 12 stacks of this buff, that melts on even on Tyran in like 2.5 minutes. So Ambition's going to be able to pretty handily 2 chest this key.
Yeah, and that'll be them 2-chesting every 26 they've walked into so far today. So again, maybe not a big surprise. I think they're coming into this as favorites. We're kind of expecting this, but The question is now, where do they go from here? Do they try to get a 28 2-star like did a little bit earlier on Streets, or do they move on to a different dungeon? You gotta pronounce it right.
I think that Streets or Iron Docks are probably the 2 picks for Ambition here, just looking at where they got a lot of time. I think their Tack and Workshop, some of the stuff that they were doing there, could lend themselves to going back there, but I think that like Streets is probably the easiest 28 right now, and it's like,
Yeah.
you've been gaming for somewhere in the order of like 3.5 hours. It's the least stressful dungeon, I would say, and so it would make
Streets
sense
actually,
for them to stay here.
I think it's my favorite dungeon of the season. I especially love all of the shady dealers that they've kind of thrown throughout this dungeon that are just neutral mobs that turn into Dreadlords whenever you want them. Really opens up your opportunities of like where to go throughout the dungeon. So just a great dungeon that got even better with the Season 4 affix.
Olge saving Lust. So are they committed to getting a second shield? Like, I wonder why they would save Lust here. That just kind of feels weird, doesn't it?
Feels like they thought their damage was low enough where they need to go through a second shield, like you're saying? Yeah.
They should send it now, right? The boss is at 30%. It will either die or it'll last into the shield at this point.
Yeah.
But yeah, they are maybe just they're just using their high key Lust strats, which is Lust second shield, and that's what they'll be doing on the 28. And there you go. They press the Lust now. Here comes that Mass Repentance. They probably wouldn't have, the Lust wouldn't have done 15% more of the boss's health necessarily. So
that's true.
I think this is actually going to work out rather nicely for them as they nuke their way through that next shield. Actually, and it is fairly close, although still 3 seconds to spare.
They saved Infernal Soul Rot and Coordinated Assault for it. So they were. I feel like they were kind of chilling with Lust there. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Olge being able to 2-chest that 26. It puts them in a pretty good spot. They have to go in and get into Streets of Wonder now, so they're not going to be able to improve on that 26. Maybe able to 1-chest a 28. Nobody's actually even tried that dungeon yet, so I don't know how reasonable it is. But Streets of Wonder, looking like it'll probably be pretty solid for Olge, considering what they have put up as a team and as like a 5-man group on live servers.
Yeah. Meanwhile, 6th place jumping out to 2nd place with their finish that they just got done on a dungeon, and so that means. Where are they going to go? Are they going to jump into the 26 lower really quick here?
I think they have to. Like just looking at the dungeons that they have done, if they don't want to get eliminated today, I'm pretty sure they just have to do the 26 lower.
Seems
right. When you see those 2-chest stars next to people's timers, right? That only gets you extra points when you actually go in and run it, right? So when you're looking at what 6th place has actually got the kind of freedom to do.
Floor POV. Ottoman is becoming like the deadliest boss today. He is a scary dude. His horse.
That boss is hard. That boss is unbelievably
this is
hard.
actually going to be a reset from Floor Pop. They're going to run out here, bring Midnight out of the room. That's going to force the boss to reset, and then they'll be able to mass res because they don't have any battle res available. 16 deaths now on the board for them. They do still have 15 minutes, though, in the dungeon timer. So I actually think they're still vibing on the timing the dungeon check. The problem is just it's going to be a 1-chest, not a 2-chest.
Right.
If they wipe again, it may not even be that.
Well, they still haven't done Iron Docks yet either. So we've got multiple teams
to get in there.
Yeah, we've got multiple teams with 4 dungeons done right now, and they have not even started their 4th dungeon. So definitely things progressing a little bit slower than Floor POV would have hoped for, I think. I would have wanted to go faster if I were them.
Yes. Simply avoid wiping entirely and kill the bosses very quickly.
And just don't die.
You can win the tournament.
Easy.
I don't understand why they haven't picked this strategy up yet.
Yeah.
Oh no!
It seems so obvious from where we're sitting.
Who got these 2 on this?
Huh? Have just taken out the opera boss, and they're now getting some of the trash from the backstage, actually pulling it back towards the stage. It's nice to do this because it you don't have this like confined space with more trash around you. So they are going to be able to do that. They've taken out a lot of that, and now they're going into the Zulga Mux pull. A scary pull back here. Especially want to make sure that you do not have Zulga Mux in a spotlight, because I think Zulga Mux also gets the damage amp from that spotlight if you're not careful.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do not want that. So it's
He's
fine
in
in the Shadow Eruption, because that shouldn't hit anybody anyways, but if it casts Blood Siphon in one of those, that is when you are a sad, sad set of gamers, because the more damage it does, the more healing that Zulgamux gets out of it. They are able to quickly land that interrupt, though. Yeah. Nearly dealt with the trash, and they will just have that Dreadlord mini-boss afterwards to take care of.
Why'd you gotta make those Nathrazim, Sardonathrius? Why'd you have to go and do that? Big mistake.
Yeah, so some would say it is a big mistake. Zul'Kamuk's a big mob. Here, electing to play Zul'Kamuk. I think it's so interesting. I think Ambition was the only team that has skipped this Zul'Kamuk's mob across this weekend. Most other teams have been actually electing to play it.
I think in lower in particular, right? It's like you've got 40 minutes of dungeon ahead of you at this point. Getting these 3 stacks of Shrouded buff, especially in a dungeon where you want as much count as you can get your hands on, is really valuable. So, is something that makes sense. Quasi now heading down, grabbing. It's going to be half the room there with the one infiltrator. Floorpov having another death here on Ataman. They just have Midnight left. Actually, no, Ataman's still alive there atop Midnight. So they are going to have a long way to go on this fight, but they're not opting to reset with just the one death.
The horse is not in the back for Floorpov. It is front and center, and it is ruining them.
Who hired this guy? This guy is making you're making Old Town Road jokes in the year 2022. Are you? Really?
Yeah, why not? It's more relevant than my 311 reference earlier.
Yeah, that's actually probably the most modern reference you've made that I've heard so far.
It's true. Hey, anyone see that Obi-Wan Kenobi show?
What, The Phantom Menace?
Yeah, that one, yeah.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Which one did you think I was talking about? Obviously.
All right, well, have had a wipe here on the Firelands portal casters. Instead of resetting, I actually love what they're doing here, though. They are just going to release and head left. This is something you should do in your lower pugs, and this is something that will dramatically increase the chances of not having your keystone deplete. If you ever die after Opera Hall is dead, just abandon the plan of getting anything backstage at the Opera, head left instead, and you can just jump straight down to Morose's room and just pretend that nothing went wrong at all, pretend it was part of the plan all along to do this.
It's what we call the death taxi. You know, a tactical wipe to get yourself into a better position on the map.
Exactly, yeah, just a little relocation there as are doing their best to keep the momentum from falling too far for them, as they really would prefer to 2-chest this plus 24 keystone. If they only land the 1 chest here, that's going to put so much pressure on them. Even if they qualify through to tomorrow, it will mean that they are going to be under so much more pressure when they actually do come back tomorrow.
Okay, so it's looking like they're grabbing this waiter in addition to this pack. These waiters are normally very dangerous if you don't have like a D-curse in your group, because they just make the tank take an insane amount of damage. But here with I think that these wardens that they have right here that they're posturing to look to pull, they did get, I think they got nerfed in this most recent build, but they're very dangerous if you pull multiple of them at once, because they can end up like one-shotting you, especially once you start getting to higher levels. And so here routing around here, making a very safe route just in this Moros area. Their lust isn't up. Do you need lust for Moros on a 24?
I don't believe so on the plus 24 fortified keystone level, but we'll see what they decide to do here. I think that they will probably just, pull the boss without it, so it should be okay for them. It's going to be interesting to see if there comes a certain key level where groups decide they do need that lust from Rose. I guess probably once they start getting higher than like that 26. It's just so good to remove those mobs early on from this. Oh, that Willbreaker's just going through and it's just getting defensive.
Okay.
Love that.
Huh.
So
Don't
do
move. Just Warlock.
Well, they have 2. So, oh my gosh, are they just going to let it go up again?
Yeah, life grip me.
That was
Life
nice.
grip me. I'm not
Service.
moving.
Go Jack.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay, so more often than not, it goes like grip, mass grip, grip on the Crispin Willbreaker. What's the reason of letting it go through?
The
Just 'cause you
Willbreaker?
can live it?
Yeah. It depends. You know, sometimes you want to use your grip to get those mobs in early, and so it's on cooldown for the first Willbreaker. That's something that can be a common situation. But yeah, you can stop it with any displacement effect. If you truly believe in yourself, you don't need to plan that at all. Braun will get it for you. So you just keep fighting the boss naturally. Braun will show up exactly when he's needed and will knock all the Willbreakers for you, and you don't have to worry about it. So don't assign the interrupts or anything like that. Just let it work out for you. Oh, mana drain in the back. Good grip. As they stop Jack from having all of his mana go away there, something that he does not enjoy having happen to him.
I don't think healers enjoy that.
Understandably.
Yeah, he gets particularly annoyed by it.
Legend has it that Nightfade Priest, it's illegal to actually go on that with that Covenant choice. They just get so much mana back.
That is very true, as Moreau's getting pretty low here, and are not having much trouble at all with managing the healing check here. Jack doing a great job of just keeping everybody alive there, 15k HPS, and it'll be interesting to see whether this will be enough to keep the group alive on the higher key level, but here on the balmy plus 24 keystone level, Jack is having no trouble at all.
Interestingly enough, while all of that was going on, Floor POV had some trouble on a pull that we actually saw them have trouble on earlier as well. So there was some more deaths that have happened, and they are approaching the dreaded marker of the timer running out. But I feel like they can still do it. So right now they still need to chew through like 15% of Thrash and Maiden. They have like 5 or 6 minutes for that. But it is starting to get in a realm where it's maybe a little bit tight.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit grim, isn't it?
Indeed, we'll have to pay attention as that timer does get close to expiring for Florpov. Meanwhile, a little survey across the board as we can see a few other runs are just getting started here. Ambition have actually gone into the 28 Iron Docks. 6th place, working on the 28 Streets of Wonder as well. I'd love to see this.
Ambition's Iron Docks is actually very, very strong. Just the speed at which they get the packs grouped up for their triple Iron Star pull, they're basically the fastest team at getting those Iron Star packs ready. And this is very interesting, seeing all of this trash that they're gathering. So they're actually grouping a lot of these mobs that teams really like to avoid on live. They're getting a lot of foot soldiers. They're getting like some of these commanders. There's a couple technicians in this pack as well. This is a healing intensive pack. Where there's a lot of ambient damage, but in addition to that, there's a lot of physical damage bleeds that are going on to players, which can end up killing them off. Those physical damage bleeds from the foot soldiers did get nerfed, but they're still pretty dangerous, especially on the 28 level. It is Tyrant, but I don't know how much of a difference that really makes.
On a 28 plus, probably not as much as other keys.
Probably not as much as you'd like.
Yeah.
Ambition, they are saving their lust, and I'm interested to see if they're going to start pulling Zul'Gurmux here, or if they're going to be looking to skip it. And where they're running, that's a nice Mind Soothe even, to allow them to get around this pack. And it looks like they're just going into the boss? Maybe
well, so just past here, there's one Shrouded mob you can tag nice and easy, and that's exactly what Nerf is going to do. Actually, not just the Shrouded mob. They're going to get some of these Technicians as well. Even if you don't want these Technicians, that Shrouded mob is a really nice one that you can pull just by itself. But they are going right into boss with the Bloodlust as well, and all of this trash. Big AoE going to be coming out from Onesie and JPC on this huge pull.
This is a very
considered
dangerous
as well.
Yes. Yeah, a lot of damage coming out on the group here. Good thing they can now dodge those fire arrows. And once they get Dreadfang below 50%, the fight actually becomes a little bit more lethal for a while as well. So they're kind of hoping to have the trash taken care of before then, because that's when you get the wolf to start jumping around and murdering people.
Ooh,
so good job there as they capture the Dreadlord.
So much damage.
The general
Ellesmere also.
The general consensus this boss doesn't do a ton, and so like lusting it's normally not great, but with this amount of technicians and foot soldiers, there's just so much group damage coming out. They do have the boss pushed to 50%, so now they have Dreadfang dismounted, and a lot of damage can come out of melee if they're not able to like pay attention to all of the mechanics that are going on at the same time. So they have to, JPC has to be super worried here, just with that savage mauling. Ellesmere able to keep himself healed up and healthy. There are 2 foot soldiers left. I would like to see those die quickly before too much happens.
Oof. There's so much going on at the same time. Foot soldiers, fire, dashing doggies. Like, oh my goodness. They're doing such a fantastic job of that. And even though right now they're fairly low and Ellesmere has proc that seed, that pot tender, that is a really, really crazy pull, and they're finishing on off so well. Dreadfang now down to 10%. They will be able to just get this off here, and then the only thing that could cause them any problems is the reckless provocation, which shouldn't be a problem.
I think they need to clip that fight and put it into the intro video tomorrow in place of this boss that they have in there ready.
The provocation like can get spell stolen off as well, and then if the dog tries to savage maul the mage whenever he has the provocation on him, it'll just cancel it instantly. So it's a nice tip. So You want to spell steal that as fast as possible for all mage players, especially if I'm in your group. Ideally, before it fears me.
Oh, the more
Yeah,
you
it
know.
can be tough though. I would usually give it about half a second so that Moonfire ticks and Tettles gets feared before doing the dispel. So, you can choose however you want to approach that.
Or instantly. Counterpoint, please.
All right, well, in the bottom left, we have Olge working on their 24 Streets of Wonder. That is their last keystone that they don't have timed yet on the board. Still working on getting a lower in the board in the top left.
I feel like when
Actually, that
Dratno
just
says,
means-
you say it more like you're lifting something heavy. You're like, whereas like other people say it more quizzically, like,
Floor POV!
You know?
Floor POV.
Oh,
They
no.
did
They're doing
manage to finish Maiden.
Good enough.
Nice.
They just
And now
gotta
they
2 minutes
only
for
need the trash here.
2 minutes for 2%. They can do this for sure. They are going to be able to get this on the
Despite
board.
22 deaths, I want to say, like, that was a messy, messy key, and they're still managing to time it.
This is a great
Any
example
keystone
for.
you can walk away from is a good one.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great example for your pugs, right? Don't give up. You can have 22 deaths and still finish at 26 in time.
I mean,
What are-
especially lower Karazhan.
Oh my goodness!
Oh
they're-
no!
They're
Maybe I'm
one,
supposed to-
they're one mob away.
Please no, not
They
like
got
this.
2 mobs
Get
and they still need
something.
1 more mob.
Focus the gentleman.
0.24%.
Let's go.
They're fine, I think.
There's a
Yeah,
skull.
they got a
Use
skull mark
coolies,
Skulls out.
everything.
It's gonna be fine,
15
but
seconds.
was
Do
a
you know
little bit
when
worrying.
you're in that situation and someone marks skull and then the other mob dies faster? That's how I feel right now.
5 seconds.
So stressful. But they are doing it. Come on. There we go.
Okay,
Yeah,
all
there
right.
you go.
1.8 seconds
Whew.
in time.
And an extra minute as well.
A minute and
Oh,
1.8.
okay.
Yeah, I got baited by that as well. But
I
yeah,
was an
no.
art major, all right?
Yeah.
We can tell.
All right. Oh my goodness.
ouch.
So Floorpop actually, they need to head over to that Iron Docks probably pretty soon. There's only 70 minutes left to start their last keystone, and that is going to start burning a hole in their pocket if they are not careful and they don't at least put up those 24 points. But actually, even if they do that, they're going to have a hard time catching up with Olge and to make their way into the.
I just know you
Into day
tried so
2.
hard to say it right this time.
So,
They're going to make it through, too.
What
Get ready
are-
for a whole weekend of this.
So it's
What are
sixth
the
place
tiebreakers?
actually. That the tiebreaker. So our first tiebreaker is highest keystone done, I believe.
Okay.
And then I think the second tiebreaker is second highest keystone done. I think.
okay.
So it's only if they have the entire same list, right? If both teams are on like 26, 26, 26, 24, that we would then move to basically total time. It's not exactly total time because we kind of I think we normalize it for each of the dungeons timers, although I'm not 100% sure on that. I might be making things up. So sometimes we like to make some extra complicated tiebreaker rules just for some more fun, so that our admins can have a good time doing it. That was at least the rules last TGP. I don't know if we've changed it a
Yeah.
little bit since then.
It should be the same thing still,
Yeah.
but
I believe so.
for today, it's only going to be relevant who ends sixth, right?
Right, exactly. The
So-
tiebreakers for first and second is not important. The tiebreaker for fifth and sixth is exactly what will matter at the end of the day.
Because for anybody that's maybe a little bit unfamiliar, one of these teams that you are seeing, well, not anymore, thank you, production, that you were seeing will go out of the tournament today. We're going to move on with 5 teams tomorrow and then 4 teams on day 3. So every day, one team gets eliminated. It'll be really, really important for these teams to get their keys run and get those timers in and try to stay ahead of the competition.
Are Ambition and Donuts and Despair looking about how you expected coming into the weekend?
I wouldn't say so, no. I think Ambition, yes. Donuts and Despair, I actually expected a little bit more, and so far it has looked a little bit chaotic at times, where I really didn't think that would give them problems. And then on the other hand, I'm seeing like some really good keys and routes from the other teams where I didn't think them to do as well. So I feel like it's a lot more balanced without Ambition. Like Ambition is obviously like very much leading the pack, but then the rest of the groups are fairly close, I would say. And that's not something I had in my expectations, at least.
Ooh. We saw just for a brief moment there. Now they're in the picture-in-picture. Ambition, in their 28, they have 0 deaths. And they've already done all their Iron Star pulls. So that's really
Wow,
good
yeah,
for
look,
them.
you You can just see that yellow bar that's their trash count if you get your magnifying lens out. You can see it's already almost full, so they are zooming through that dungeon. I wonder if even the two chest is going to be on the board for them. We will check in with them later as they actually approach that. Right now, our main screen has as they work on finishing this 24 lower Karazhan.
This is so bad.
Dude, I got to petition a name change from these guys. This is not happening all weekend.
They are zooming towards Maiden of Virtue.
Only $15.
They have 9 minutes and 30 seconds to secure this.
But they also have some
here.
trash. Like 38% in other dungeons, that's a lot. In lower Karazhan, that means you still need to play a lot of packs.
They're players of banned mobs, the attendants and retainers. They actually end up playing them sometimes, huh?
Yes, so
do not like these mobs.
If you end up pulling attendants and retainers, there's a couple of kicks that you basically just need to land. There's Shadow Rejuvenation, and there's like Chains of Servitude, and if you don't kick those two things, you are going to have a tremendously bad time. So if you want to fight attendants and retainers, it's not the end of the world, but you have to make sure you stop those casts.
In addition to that, the retainers have like 1.5 times the amount of health as any other mob that you're going to be fighting. 2 times as much HP as the guests, by the way. And on top of that, the attendants that are typically with the retainer pulls, they do like this arcane bolt that is like non-interruptible. That if
actually, Shackles, it's Oath of Fealty that you need to stop. There's Oath of Fealty actually going off, and you can see they're going to end up. You're able to purge it. It's a mind control, so they were able to purge it instead of interrupting it, and that's fine. Although actually, Shackle the Unworthy was on show for a while there as a result, taking him for a little bit. So a little bit of pain there. You can see this pack does go a little bit. It has a potential for going wrong, but they are going to be able to get through it. Because they weren't fighting it with another pull or anything, even with a little bit of that extra nonsense. The thing is, whenever you have like 2 attendants and a retainer and a pull, there's just like 30 interrupts you want to land.
I think every pack in lower Karazhan feels like that. I don't think it's just the retainers and the attendants. Every pack has like 3 different casts where people will tell you, you need to interrupt these, and you're like, okay, I have a stun. And then I have an interrupt, and what do I do with the other 10 casts that are going through?
Right, the answer used to be, well, we've got, 3 AoE stuns and 5 Blood Elf torrents, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, nowadays the answer is instead, well, what if we just get our count from somewhere else in this dungeon for most teams, but have decided that they can just do this trash count if they want it anyways. It is just fine, and they'd rather fight this than fight the sentries and the gentlemen and the maidens in the hallway towards Maiden.
I will say, I worry about the scalability of this this routing that they have in this dungeon. So it's fine on a 24, but if they ever end up entering this dungeon on, let's say, like a 28, is this trash like really that reasonable to be doing? Are they going to get because the attendants can one-shot people if they have the bolts both fire off at the exact same target? You can get one-shot. I have been one-shot by them. This season.
Is that a Moonkin ability, or can anyone get one shot there?
So the attendants, like, they will fire these bolts, like, almost seemingly at random, and they will hit targets. And if you hit by both of them at the same time, you will just die at a high enough level.
Yeah, that is the worry that as they start moving up in key levels, that may not be perfectly scalable, but they could make some minor adjustments to this. And I think that this was also the run where they wiped backstage and released, so they probably needed that count because of that wipe. So if they have this run go without that wipe, they probably don't need to pull those attendant packs. But you can see they have made it to 100% count, and they're activating Shroud of Concealment. Once they get to Maiden here, once they kill this boss, that will be a 2 chest for them on the board on this 24. Unfortunately, they have pulled a little bit of count here, 1 guardsman. Although maybe that's intended. Maybe the guardsman is going to be used to break them out of the mass repentance. Maybe it just got pulled by accident, though. That seems a little bit more likely.
Yeah, but they're just gonna roll with it. Press Bloodlust and just AoE cleave. Make sure you're not standing too close to the rest of your peers as these holy bolts come out, and they hurt a lot if you stand too close to someone. But this boss shouldn't give them too much trouble. Interestingly enough, they're just bloodlusting at Paul, not even caring to hold it until that shield comes up. But they just know they have so much damage that they should be super fine here.
Well, if they were incredible gamers, of course, they could time that bursting to tick them out of the mass repentance.
Wow.
However,
you think we're going to see that on like a 29? That would be very impressive.
Probably never. In a past life, we have seen people actually, use things like Sanguine to get them out of Mass Repentance, but that was the old Sanguine.
Yeah, Sanguine now only lasting 20 seconds. Definitely a tough thing to do. We have a production letting us know, just got off the phone with about a possible name change. They agreed the name did look kind of silly, so they're going to flip the letters around, just put them in the exact opposite order. So actually, we're going to have the question mark first, but otherwise it'll be the same. So we'll have to change the intonation slightly. So now,
like, how do you say it? Oh.
Yeah, as they now hearth out with that two chesting by a mile, actually.
Oh, yeah.
28:30 is their timer. And that's going to bring them technically into first place on our leaderboard right now, although they are sitting on only a 1 chest in their Iron Docks compared to Ambition's 2 chests. So once that gets realized, that'll be a point for Ambition, and Ambition are working on doing just that right now. They are zooming through their Iron Docks run. This looks faster than some of the 26s we've seen. They are almost at the end of the dungeon already, and they're only halfway through their timer.
So Huz Streets 28 is that's where they're actually gaining a lot of their points from. Whereas whenever you're looking at a team like Donuts and Despair or 6th place, so Donuts and Despair has that 27 Iron Docks, which I think a 27 Iron Docks is a little bit harder than a 28 Streets just generally, and Donuts and Despair is going to be able to get a lot of points once they end up chesting that 26 Streets, and so there may be some slingshotting here, but I feel like at the end of the day, a lot of these teams are going to be having 27s or 28s posted in most of these dungeons. So back to the conversation we were maybe talking about an hour and a half ago. I think, Mix, you were right about the 28s. I think the top team is probably have 28s in every dungeon.
I like hearing that.
In every single dungeon? I mean, we only have 1 hour left for teams to finish.
I think Ambition can have a 20, assuming they time this.
Ambition need to finish this Iron Docks, and then they have to do 2 keys in less than an hour, and then start the last one in order to get a bunch of 28s on the board.
That would be fast.
So what I'm hearing, Dratnos, is you're not a believer.
I'm not a believer, no. I think that they will be on 3 28s and a 26 at the end of our day.
All right.
You gotta...
Probably,
Close
you can
enough.
take that one to the bank.
You gotta Sonic the Hedgehog
right.
that one. You just gotta go fast, man. I believe.
Yeah,
Exactly.
They
I
are
believe.
capable of going extremely quickly, but I'm not sure. I don't think that an hour is enough to get all 4 of these dungeons upgraded from 26 to 28.
So hear me out. They have 1 hour to time 2 of these, and then they can start another key and just play that until the end, or once the time runs out, because they're allowed to finish the key that they're in. So if they, what do they have? They have Workshop, Iron Docks, Lower. They're gonna do Workshop and Iron Docks in the next hour. And then they're going to start the lower once the timer hits midnight, and they're just going to send it.
Streets is a 30-minute timer.
Yeah, so you do
True.
you save the lower for last because that's the longest timer, right? And so
Yeah,
you do
exactly.
the other 2 and you try and get them finished in less than an hour.
But they are
but
in the Iron Docks right now, no?
yes, but if you're trying to get all 28s done, they have to go finish this Iron Docks and then go do 2 more in less than an hour,
Yeah.
and then
They
start
can
the
do
last
that.
one.
Psh,
So they
easy.
need to be well under 30 minutes. They
right.
need to have like 25 minutes on average in those 2 that they choose
So,
to go do.
I believe
don't
they can
think
do that.
works out.
On further
You just
reconsideration,
gotta trust.
Dratnos is right. I was being foolish for a second.
Yep. Everybody just clip that and save that MP3 file. That one will be useful a lot later.
Sounds like a great week order to me.
Yeah,
Yeah, include that in the just put the download link near the Dratnos routes.
absolutely. I mean, if Ambition if they have 0 deaths and they instantly start every keystone and they do 10% more damage than everybody else I've ever seen, it's maybe possible. I will give you that, Mix.
Look at floor
I
pop.
just believe, I know they're
Yeah.
going to do it, so they will.
They'll find some way to do it.
They have JPC
Like,
the man.
both of these dungeons are like, what? Oh, for a second I was like, what's going on? But he's jumping. So, they have the Iron Docks nearly finished, right? They were on Usher the last time we saw them.
Yeah.
So they are
Ambition,
on
yeah.
Usher still. We see them
Yep.
top left corner. So they only need to do Skullok, no trash left. Which means they will be finished in like, what, 5-ish minutes? Maybe
Yeah,
7
so then they'll
at
have
most?
50 minutes to do 2 dungeons
Exactly.
and start a 3rd.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no problem.
Well, a
That's
little bit of a
like,
problem, though.
So their streets in their workshop took 27, if I round it up, 27 and 24 minutes. which
Yeah.
together is less than 50, right? If my math knowledge is not leaving
exactly.
me, is it not?
It's 51.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I'm not
Yeah.
doing math on broadcast.
I like to shout out the American education system right here.
Almost less than 50.
It's very close. If they go a little bit faster than they did in their 26s,
Yep.
they can still start that last dungeon.
Hey, wait.
Time is relative. I think
Apparently,
Einstein taught us
Oh,
that.
hang on. Do we have extra time actually today? Perhaps.
Yeah, we started 5 minutes later. We
Okay,
started
all right.
5 minutes later.
Oh.
So with that extra
Because
time,
there was an
it's
issue with
definitely-
the fonts.
I see. Yeah, we had to pick.
I
what,
knew
like,
that.
Times New Roman
That's
or
what I was
Gotta
something?
get a
saying all
papyrus out of
along.
there as fast as possible.
I see. We are a plague to. Yeah. So
What do they expect?
59 minutes then. Maybe makes. I still think that like the problem is like they need to go as fast or faster than their 26s.
They
and the
can
28s.
do that. They're just gonna put on their
really?
racing shoes. Yeah,
Really?
let's go.
I still
Let's
land on the
go.
side of no, but I will admit it's not mathematically impossible anymore with
there you
the
go.
little extra time that we have.
Mitch
So,
just conjured
for me,
up extra
that's gonna
time
be-
and moved the goalposts,
that's-
by the way.
I can't believe that the admins would just add some extra time on the clock just to make me look stupid. So messed up.
No, actually, so before anybody runs with this, at the beginning of the tournament, there was an issue where they couldn't use the fonts in the dungeons, but it was fixed within 5 minutes. So we added 5 minutes to the overall time.
Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. All right, well, Ambition are going to head towards Skullock here. And actually, an important question. Actually, it looks like that 2 chest is probably out of reach for them. 21 on the clock, so there are 3 minutes left until the 2 chest evaporates for Ambition. And I don't think on a 28 Tyrannical, Skullock is remotely possible to do in that quick of a time. So they are just going to be putting up a 28 1 chest here if they are able to kill this boss on this pull, which hopefully they will. The dungeon run has been clean so far, but you can see that we're really starting to enter a different world than we were in those 24s, right? Those 24s had so much room for error. They had so much flexibility. They had the opportunity for 2 chesting. And here in the 28s, it is very much a different story. You're starting to see these dungeons where, like, actually, if we wipe even once, we might deplete this thing. And the 2 chest is something that's kind of falling out of the realm of just mathematical possibility.
Oh, Ellesmere actually going into holy form here.
Yeah, ends up
can
actually
res
quick
him back
canceling
up.
it, which
So-
is good because you want that res while they're still in range.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's going to be super hard for Nerf to be able to get in range otherwise. Like, you don't want to send an engineering res all the way back there to be able to get that dealt with. Koromar, 43%. On a 28 Tyrannical, this is very dangerous to be having this boss up. So whenever the rapid fire from the cannon is
JVC.
going off and the Berserker Leap, you have this like nasty combo that can occur where players just get absolutely blasted down, and JPC dropping dangerously low there. Ambition having no battle reses available for them. They do have Lust up, but Skullock, I think, is going to be casting his ability and knocking the group back. So there's no real point in popping that Lust right here as the Berserker Leap going off. And this is fine. I think that Ambition is going to be able to get Koromar dealt with, and they're kind of home free on this 28.
We'll
Yeah,
see.
one
I mean,
more-
Koromar is still alive, is gonna blade storm around while they run back up. Now, this cannon barrage you cannot interrupt. The first one you need to wait out, so that's gonna cost them a little bit of time. Now they can move on here if they haven't used that Warlock Puddle already. They're gonna finish off Koromar. But here it is. There's a Bloodlust, and we'll see if that gets them in that +2. I think it does, but I'm also still scared.
I don't think the 2 chest is feasible here. Skullock has 75% health, and they have 45 seconds to do. I mean, this is
But they have Dam.
beefy 28 Tyrannical boss that they are looking at here.
At 70% HP,
Zoom,
that
zoom.
thing is at 9 million health.
Okay.
It's a lot of help.
Just to put a number on it, 9 million health, and their damage meter seems to be in the order of tens of thousands. So,
I mean, it's a lot of damage that they are doing, that is for sure, but the Bloodlust is
See?
expiring at the end of this cannon or Grand
yeah,
Smash.
they can't do it.
So it's
right.
not going to be a 2 chest for Ambition in the 28, but that's fine. They're happy to just get the 28 on the board and get those 2 points on the scoreboard. That's going to put them in first place overall, at least until Donuts and Despair time their active keystone. Actually, even after Donuts in Despair, time their active
They'll
keystone.
still be plus
so,
1, yeah.
yeah, exactly. That is going to be a lead for Ambition if they can avoid wiping here to the end of this fight. And really, once you've killed Koromar, this fight stops being super lethal. Koromar is the main threat on the Skulluk encounter.
Where's Ambition go next? Streets 28? Or do you think they go... I would do lower care probably last if I were them.
Yes,
Yeah.
so we're
Yeah.
starting to get to the kind of the metagame angle of you want to do the longest timer dungeon as the one that you start right before the end of the day, right? Because you get the bonus time and you kind of have infinite time. You have as long as the timer is in that dungeon to spend in it. So that is something that they're definitely going to be considering. The question is, with 50 minutes, if they do think they maybe can get 2 dungeons done. I still think the answer is no, but maybe they'll think the answer is yes and try and do the 2 quickest ones.
I mean, either way, they're gonna go either Streets or Workshop first. There's no shot they're gonna go into Lower Karazhan first.
Well,
so
okay.
is it going to be Workshop or is it
So,
going to be Streets? You think
consider
it's
the
Lower
following.
Karazhan?
If they think they definitely aren't going to be able to get 2 dungeons done and start a third, which I think they,
Ooh.
I believe that.
Speaking
to
of
be the case.
restarting, is restarting their Kara, it looks like. People zoning out.
Yes. So for Ambition, maybe you could actually go and try the 29 docks, right? Like you actually maybe want to go spend some time in a dungeon that you might have to reset a little bit because you kind of have maybe 20 minutes of free resetting available if you think you're not going to be able to get an extra dungeon done anyways in the timer. So depending on how they plan out the strategy, that could be something worth doing. Or maybe they'll just go pick up the easy points. Not, obviously not easy, but like the easier points in some of the other dungeons. We'll see what the priority ends up being for Ambition, as they are at 106 points now in a commanding first place.
Ooh.
I mean, Ambition
6th
Ambition
place.
can do basically whatever they want, I think. Oh, sixth place is still going to be able to time this 28.
But they were close to a +2, so
Yeah.
that was
That
a
hurts.
full wipe. That must have hurt them.
Them
no.
being able to time this 28 Streets, though, puts them in a spot where I don't think they reasonably can be eliminated today.
So you think it's going to be floor POV going out then?
But it's between floor POV and Olge. It kind of really just depends on how these Streets go for Olge in this position. But floor POV is definitely the team that is most on the back foot off the issues that they were having in Lower Karazhan.
Oh, yeah.
If
Just
sixth
now.
place is able to get to 28 Streets, I think that's enough points to where they're probably able to secure at least a top 5 on the top 5 out of 6 here. And so I think that they should be okay, assuming that they don't have another wipe to Soasmi. I wonder what happened.
Yeah,
I
didn't
mean,
see.
we all probably were trying to cheese it with like little HP left.
Oh, we
And
heard
then
that they were trying
the
to...
circle came in, yeah.
Yeah,
It's just
some
not-
like they
So the
tried
call
to
was
just
made, commit,
Yep.
and it was in
And
fact a bait.
then it wasn't enough, yeah.
Oh
Well,
no.
Well,
That
whatever you
hurts.
say, it dies or I die. Sometimes you have to commit to the I die part.
Yeah, okay, here's what I'm saying. If you never die after calling commit, it means you're not calling commit aggressively enough. 'Cause there's a lot of great spots to commit to damage in this game. You
Coach
got to
Stratnos
make sure
is
that you're
hardcore.
if it never goes wrong, you're being too conservative with it for sure.
Would you hear this guy's
Okay,
numbers
fair
earlier,
enough.
Doa? This guy knows math.
Yeah.
True.
Whoa.
He does,
I mean, that's impressive to me.
All right, and a quick
addition
look
is
at Donuts
impressive
and
to me.
Despair. It looks like they have 2, if I'm counting correctly, if I'm mathing correctly, Nathrazim infiltrators in this Mises Oasis boss pull with them. They're working on that 26, and the 2 chest certainly is looking in the realm of possibility on a 0-death run for them. This is actually their last boss as well before Soasmi, so a different route than Ambition are using in their streets.
Oh my god.
Dorky actually ends up getting lobbed off of the stage.
just DK things.
Yeah.
The crowd trying to punt him back into the stage, but instead punting him into the wall of the stage. not ideal, but he Timber gripped him back up, so it was fine.
And another infiltrator even coming in for them as they are doing the next
Where did
music
this one
sequence
come
here.
What? Yeah.
I don't know. Dorky just conjures infiltrators out of midair sometimes. It
was
appears.
okay. I actually know what they did. So they took the 2 infiltrators from outside, and those were the ones that they were fighting with the patrons. They didn't grab that one that was just standing there. He just tagged it with Death's Caress. That's what he was hitting. I thought he was hitting the boss for some reason with Death's Caress, but it was actually the mob that's the infiltrator that sits right there. It makes a lot of sense now that I'm thinking about it. Storming is so.
All right,
annoying
but they
here.
still need like. Do they still need trash, or will that be
Oh.
enough with the infiltrator? I don't think it will, right?
No, it's not going to be enough. But the mini boss Commander Zofar, I think is the name of the
Yeah.
mini boss. That
Yeah.
plus like a couple more of the infested mobs that are off to the.
Infested mob.
Did I just call it
That's
infested?
a different season.
That's
A blast from
years
the past
ago.
there. Oh.
Goodness gracious.
Probably it's
Tells us old, you know. That's
shrouded
all right.
mobs, the infiltrators.
He gets confused sometimes. Just bear with it.
What season? What year is this? A couple of the shrouded mobs that are off to the other side should be enough. I think that they should be able to get count just with the mini boss and maybe one shrouded mob. Maybe just this amount of count is enough.
Yeah, I wonder if they're intending. So in MDI, sometimes we see people snap Commander Zofar up to the last boss. I don't think that's something we'll ever see this weekend in TGP, right? Because like that makes it so scary on a high key level. But
Okay.
if anybody, here's what I'm saying: if anybody would do that, it would be Dorky. That's the kind of thing where you just be in the group with him, and he'd be like, "Yep, we're pulling this." And you're like, "What?"
In
And then it's
addition to
snapped
that,
up there, and you're
But
just
that's
doing the
a
fight.
very dorky thing to
Exactly.
approach a dungeon, where it's like, just heal me, and then you start like trying to get some hots on him, and 5 minutes later, this guy is still grabbing mops, setting up the pole, and you're like, I don't know where this is going.
That's
So
the
hear me
proper
out.
tank mindset.
Dorky.
Yips, Timber, and Cryptics did just come off an MDI season, so I think they're probably well equipped to be able to. If there's any team that is well equipped to be able to do that mob snap, it is probably this team.
So, sixth place, able to finish that 28 that we just saw them wipe to. Seeming to
Oh.
have problems again.
Oh,
After
no
they
for
reset their
Hum.
key, they're gonna reset another time.
Huh? All right,
And
so
it's
actually,
starting
Yes.
to get close, right?
it's not necessarily damaging for them as long as they can get finished in the next 40 minutes, 50 minutes or so in here.
Yes.
I guess. Yeah, then they'll be able to still start another key afterwards. So the wipe here is not necessarily going to cost them as long as they still get done with time to start another key before this timer expires. But that is going to be the question. So, probably only has one or two more wipes to give before that stops being true.
Ambition in a 28 workshop here.
Yeah, they're doing well so far. 0 deaths on the board for them with a 3-minute 30 split on the Tussle Tonks.
So, whenever teams were doing this dungeon during Tyran for time trials, a decent Tussle Tonk split, I think, was like in the 4:30 range, maybe like the 4:15 range was like a really fast Tussle Tonk split. I'm not really sure how they did it in 3:30. Maybe it's something.
Well, Onesie is a demonologician summoning
Okay.
those imps in this dungeon, so
Technical
that is a
term.
huge amount of single target damage available for the boss fights in here. That
Some
is
would
something we've
also
seen out of a
say
few different teams in here.
Maybe it's the Nerf Tank diff.
It could well be that.
It's
yeah.
inspiring, so it's like really hard to keep the first pack even grouped up for the Rocket Barrage to be able to get that dealt with. I wonder if they're just in there as 5 then at that point and trying to make sure to stay stacked for the Rocket Barrage, because like it's really annoying on inspiring to be doing.
Yeah,
that
we'll
whole-
try and catch it when they go in here again and maybe in a higher key level and see exactly how they have
Yeah.
that first area done so quickly, because it is
does-
indeed impressive.
It's like
Yeah.
a minute and a half. It's like a minute to a minute and a half saved just by being able to do it, that area so fast, because we saw slow splits of Tussle Tonks in like 5 minutes.
Yeah. It's very impressive for sure. So maybe this means they're going to be even quicker in this workshop than they were in the one that they did before. So maybe they can still do all 3 dungeons, yeah?
I'm going to go ahead and go with no, but
I'm not going to let this go.
Meanwhile, floor
Floor
POV.
POV.
Look at floor POV finishing this Iron Docks, but they're not going to 2-chest it, and I think that puts them in very serious danger of elimination at this point.
well, they didn't deplete it.
Yeah, they still get their 24 points out of here. Florpov, so maybe we could take a look at the scoreboard here once this 24 does get timed, because I think they're going to be in a position where you can actually see on their screen they have one 2-chest on their card. I think their only hope of staying alive and not being eliminated
running
at the
that.
end of the day is running that 26, running the 28 streets, and then also running another key afterwards, probably. Because, we can see the full leaderboard here. They are at 102 points. It is likely that Donuts and Despair and Olge will probably need to get to 105 to avoid elimination
so
to Florpop. So, It's going to be tough.
I think Florpov needs to. Oh gosh. Okay, so second tiebreaker you said was second highest key done, so they have to do the 28 streets, and so then they probably want to go into like a 28.
One of the 26s.
Yeah, or they want to go into one of the 26s. Like 1 point is the exact same no matter which dungeon they're going into, but they need to actually go into
commit.
the.
Ooh, Donuts in
Commit.
Despair call the commit on Soasmi, and this time it is going to work out just great. That is a 2 chest and a
Nice.
26 Streets of Wonder with like 6 minutes to spare as well. Incredible from Donuts in Despair. That moves them into second place, just behind Ambition. And with a similar scorecard, they actually have all the same dungeons except one lower keystone level on their Iron Docks. So a slight edge towards Ambition. Ambition have maybe got something like 40 minutes of advantage at this point, but nothing insurmountable. And Donuts also looking great.
I'm really interested to see how Donuts end up doing in Iron Docks later, because I felt like their strategy for what they were doing in the like the maze area and how they were setting up their Iron Stars and just some of their early pulls was a little bit more scalable to like the 30-ish level in Docks specifically. And so I wonder if that's going to be something that is going to come back to help them, or maybe is the Ambition strategy where they were able to get their packs just grouped up so much faster for the Iron Stars, and they were able to like 2-chest the 26 and then time the 28. Is that going to be more lucrative for them down the line? Like, what is realistically going to be the best strategy in Iron Docks? Is it that slower but probably safer strategy, or is it going to be something that was a little bit faster that we saw from Ambition that looked a bit more scary once you start getting higher?
Yeah.
We'll see. It's something that's like a day 3 conversation, I would say.
Yeah. That's the
Yeah.
thing is like, when you start watching, you realize just how little time 15 hours is for pushing all of these keys. There's actually so little flexibility in here when you're up against teams of this quality. So
Yeah.
it is going to be something that trying to figure out what is even worth, mining for extra time in versus which dungeons you can kind of ignore to focus on the more lucrative ones is going to be an interesting conversation.
We generally have, like 3 hours on day 2 for pushing up the additional first 4 keys, right? Because we only get 1 mystery dungeon tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think we saw on the mystery dungeons as well that the later ones will be starting at higher key levels too. So that means that there will be even less time that needs to get committed in them to make it to the same level.
Sure.
See how that actually plays out too.
So it's one of those things that like normally you're gonna have like 3 hours to help push up those like extra first 4 keys, and that's normally where we end up seeing like the world first keys being done is just on that day 2 whenever teams like historically we saw like a DOS 28 done. We saw some crazy dungeons done on day 2 last season during TGP. Just Halls of Atonement I think also got world firsted on day 2. So things like that.
Yeah, that kind of stuff is indeed, it's something that you kind of earn the right to make attempts at that if you do cleanly in your kind of pushing up keys, right?
Yes.
You start to kind of create this extra time for yourself that lets you spike an impressive dungeon that you don't think anybody else is necessarily going to be able to match, right? That is exactly what everybody is hoping to get here. Definitely right now it is Ambition who are best positioned to be able to do that. Although I think Donuts in Despair will also get several hours of good pulls on that kind of stuff.
Okay, we need to be watching Ambition. I don't know what trash they're skipping. So they're playing that last pack. Okay, look at what Onesi's doing. I think they may be skipping this. I think they may be skipping one of the trash pulls here. Notably that big robot.
The mini boss?
I think so. I think they may be skipping the mini boss here. Yes, if you play the last trash pack that's right before King Mechagon, in which they have been playing in their previous runs, you can skip it.
They have played that, yeah. I was more so asking if you can get over the bridge if you don't actually play the mini boss here.
Yes, you can Warlock a gate over,
Okay.
which is what Onesie was setting up. Alternatively, he could just be standing there so he doesn't have to dodge. But there,
No, he did set a gate up, and they
Yes.
have been playing that very last pack there, so I was wondering where they left the trash, but I didn't actually know you could Warlock gate over there.
yeah, I mean, you can kind of see it on the right. Like it's set up all the way across the bridge. It's a I've heard it's a really weird gate to set up. It's not something that like you can do instantly if you're not like looking for it. But it's something that if you know, you know. And Ambition's posturing here to all gate across.
There we go.
So they're skipping that mini boss. It makes sense where they were skipping their count. In previous, like before the infiltrator count got changed in Workshop, you were able to like skip that mini boss and not have to play that pack that's in front of King Mechagon. But now with that change, you basically have to play everything if you don't want to play that pack in front of King Mechagon.
Wow.
Those are some
Sorry,
impressive.
I got really excited. Wow.
Oh my god.
Yeah, great work by Ambition, as they are also going to tag that infiltrator that hides out in the gauntlet, and all 5 members of the group are through, waiting potentially for the frontal to start from the infiltrator, and then they'll be moving on into the next trash pack. And that's exactly what's going to go on here as they make their way in. That Tinkerer getting gripped right into the middle with Inspiring active. Is Ellesmere going to go for any kind of mind control activity here, or just focus on the healing and the damage? It looks like that is the plan for now. And here comes the mind control eventually out onto the Tinkerer, getting a squirrel out for some big damage. You can see on the damage meters just how much those mind controls add to the dungeon here. Even just getting one squirrel out, huge damage from Ellesmere.
So, Ambition was the team, I think the only team from what I've seen so far, that would use one of the Tinkerers on the Machinist's Garden. And that means the rest of the team can't take any damage. But the last time they were here, in that 26 that they 2-chested, there was a lot going on. Seeds getting procced, feet getting burned. Like, it wasn't as clean as you would like it to be. So I'm really curious how they do 2 levels up the scale.
Yeah, I wonder if they feel like, I mean, they look at the timer, right? 13 minutes into this dungeon so far. Unless they have the ambition to 2-chest this 28.
So dumb.
I think they probably will just play it safe, right? And just go into the boss.
Nah, they have the Tinkerer up there.
They've got the Tinkerer, yep, they're going for it. They are
it.
not interested in any kind of safe strategy. A little bit of a Quake going to come out here and interrupt that mind control. They will have to reset it up. But once they do that, they will start getting those free squirrels. There is that Tinkerer starting to send those squirrels in, and everybody just needs to really carefully dodge here. Those flame cannons, so the hidden flame cannons that come
is
out.
the boss moving out of the squirrel?
Yeah, they have to
hit him?
Yes.
That didn't look like it hit.
Yeah, you can see Ellesmere doesn't have any damage on the meters here, so unfortunately the squirrel dodged.
By the way, this strategy on Quaking, turbo obnoxious.
Yeah.
Yes.
You have to be very careful. The other thing you have to watch out for is the hidden flame cannons, because those will shoot people. They shoot whoever is closest to them, and then they keep shooting that person. But what you can do is you can stun them, and then have your tank be the closest person to them as soon as the stun expires. And that way they'll just keep blasting your tank instead.
One of the big advantages of Demo Lock here is actually those flame cannons. They can use their interrupt, and so if the target's not interruptible, you can actually just utilize it as a stun. And like if they don't have kidney shot available or something like that. Okay, they should always have kidney shot available. But say the mob is far, they can actually use that Demo Lock interrupt as a stun. He's fine. He's running the cheat death trinket for a reason.
That's a lot of damage. Oh, there we go.
Okay,
there it is. Weave of Warp Fates on him. The flame debuff, though, is unfortunately going to proc his actual cheat as well. Now, cheat does give him a damage reduction.
All of the cheat deaths.
Not enough.
Unfortunately, Death, quite angry about being cheated so many times, does come for JPC eventually. That is going to cost a battle res for Ambition.
JPC's last breath saying Monka Cog as he gets taken out.
Mazzala wasn't too happy about that.
Yeah, and Ellesmere looks like still getting the damage from the squirrels is the plan. Looking at our damage meters, it doesn't quite look like this has really been working out all that well, though. As you can see, Ellesmere's done, what, 500k, I guess, from squirrels? So it's a lot better than nothing, but I don't know. I don't know if that's even that much better than...
in past boss fights here, he did between like 8 and 10k.
Yeah.
But this time around, it just feels as if, that's an enemy squirrel coming out here. Is it? Doesn't look like
I'm not sure. Yeah. Okay. There it goes.
It has a nameplate, so usually that means it's not friendly.
Not our squirrel.
Not our squirrel, not the one we wanted. Anyway, so I was saying earlier, I'm not sure if this strat is actually so worth it, at least on the levels that we're currently on, because the higher the level goes, the more, of course, the squirrel damage scales. But it looks like everybody else is just spending so much resources into trying to live that maybe the extra damage that they're getting isn't beneficial.
I mean, the thing is, you don't take any damage on this fight unless you suck and get hit by a mechanic, right?
Exactly.
So just don't,
right, Jatnos.
Yeah, JPC.
Just don't get hit.
Don't say that. He's already at 11%.
Oh no!
Please, don't.
Oh no, he should have listened to Dratnos. He could have avoided all the damage.
Well, they want the Tinker also for the race cars that are after this as well. So,
That's
like,
true.
They,
yeah,
they want
exactly.
the,
Keep it
Exactly.
they want the
Sure.
mod.
And
like,
it does
But you
a
could just like
lot
blind
of
it off to
damage
the
there.
side and
Exactly.
and use it for that if you want. I mean, I think the big problem here as well is the quaking, right? If it weren't for the quaking, they'd be getting so much extra cast from it. But the quaking interrupting the mind control every time
That's so
is so many fewer swirls.
no.
You're not gonna have a Fey Priest doing 7k DPS on this boss regardless. Like, I
Well,
think,
yeah, but
No,
when you
but
think about like
everybody
the
else
time
would
of the
be
death and the
doing
battle
more
res,
damage.
you know, and yeah,
That's
I think
that's
it
a
doesn't
point,
necessarily. You're right. It's probably still worth, but it's definitely sketch.
no, it
Yeah, I
is
think-
sketch. No. That strat,
Yeah.
sketch. Really fast, but sketchy. It's like really sketchy.
I think at the end of the day, like, it's just one of those things that, like, only the best teams in the world can really, like, pull off super well.
Yeah.
Even they struggle because it's so hard to do right, or at least do perfectly, and that's what we're seeing. It's just really hard.
But look at the damage that he's doing with the scroll here.
Yeah, here
and
it's
especially in
definitely
the
good.
next pull, it's
But
so nice here. But
you
I
could-
kind of can't help but feel that it would
You can
be
get
it would be
this-
more efficient to just set it to the side.
You can get this Tinkerer for this pull anyways, though. You could just like
Yeah.
blind it off to the side if you wanted.
Exactly.
And
That's what I'm
still have
saying.
it for this pull. Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, the quake right after the mind control. Unlucky there. They do still
timed
get a
it.
squirrel though. Nice, beautiful work by Ellesmere there, and you can see the damage reflecting it. It is so nice for this pull to have that Tinkerer.
They timed to 31 with this strat. I'm pretty sure it's better.
Oh yeah, it's definitely good. I mean, the problem is just like the quaking being on this, right? Quaking
Yeah.
was not on this dungeon in the time trials, and now they're kind of having to adjust to quaking being here. And I expect that it is nerfing the damage of those squirrels on that boss fight by something like half for them.
In a different note, Olge is actually on their way to Soasmi with 9% remaining and looking really, really good on that +2 timer.
Yeah, Olge actually have been looking rather clean in some of their dungeons here. Once they time this, they'll actually be not far behind. They'll be at 105 as well. They will want to add a 28 to their portfolio, but they'll have the time to do that because we do still have about 35 minutes to get another keystone started here. So they are doing just fine on that timer. Everybody that we're currently seeing has time to finish their current run and start another, but basically nobody has time to deplete this key, start another run, and then start another, if that makes sense.
There you go. Little over 32 minutes remaining to start another run. And there could always be the situation where you're in the middle of something and you're like, all right, we're not getting what we wanted to out of this one, and you, like, dive out right before the timer and then jump into something else, too. Could see that, but we'll see.
All right, I'm just trying to see where everybody else is. So Donuts and Despair are in their 28. They still have a lot of bosses and half of the trash to do, but looking pretty good so far. And I don't think, looking at our leaderboard, we need to worry about them. Currently, they're second place out of 6 teams, and I think they should be fine. I don't think anyone can come for them. Now, Olge and Ha that we're seeing down there, I'm not so sure. Ha has had some trouble in that lower Karazhan lately. Like, they reset that dungeon 2 times, 3 times, and now they have
Yeah.
9 deaths again. It's not doing them too many favors right now.
Yeah, I mean, the dungeon's hard, and so this team was one of the first teams to get 2K the first week. So this team is very well like adept at dealing with these dungeons. They were, I mean, they were pushing on live basically before anybody else was. So I suspect that they're fine, but this dungeon is one of those where, like, if you don't have like a bunch of players who played back in Legion, it's really hard. And so it like they have a lot of young new players on this team, and so this lower Karazhan, it's really easy to accumulate a lot of deaths. We do know it's timeable with 15 plus deaths fairly reliably, and so that is something you can do, but it's not an easy key to get through. Because basically everybody who's zoned in this dungeon on live can attest.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, like you said earlier, Tellus, we were asking teams on like their opinions of dungeons and so on, and one of the questions that we asked them was the most intimidating dungeon that they had.
Yeah.
And Ha was saying that it's lower Karazhan for them because it's the longest timer, they have the littlest experience there, lots of scary and powerful mobs and lots of routing options, as well as tough bosses, and it's very easy to burn time and amass extra deaths. That's what they said about this dungeon.
Yeah.
So seeing them in here, trying to get a timer of like 26 in there, I think is definitely the right play. but it's still like I wish they would do better. I want them to go for another dungeon. They looked pretty good in the 24, and now it's just looking so much harder.
I think them slamming the 28 2 chest on the streets was really, really good for them. Like that is a dungeon that like that's kind of their wheelhouse, right? The Tazaveshes. So like they played a lot last season as well, and so they had really high scores in both Gambit and Streets. And so if Gambit potentially is one of the mystery dungeons, that would also be very good for them moving forward. Whereas we've already seen them having a pretty strong performance in Streets.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, we don't
now
know.
Old, yeah, is finishing off that dungeon. And that puts them up there, exactly. Really, really nice for them. And just look at the bottom teams. I mean, Floor POV currently in that 28, trying to get that jump back to the rest of the group of like 104, 105 points. And then it's going to be really, really close.
The scoreboard is right now in the exact order of the time trials, for what it's worth.
This is actually,
Sure.
I think this is super smart by 6th place. So just in theory, they should probably be in the lower Karazhan 26, trying to time that. But they saw their timer and they realized that they could do the Iron Docks. They know it's a 30-minute timer. They can get it finished off, and then they'll come back whenever lower with like that 15 minutes left on the timer. Probably they'll be able to start that lower Karazhan, and assuming they like 1 or potentially even 2 chest it. That's like basically overtime, and it's free time that they would otherwise not have to be able to start that key and get it completed. I think this is a super smart decision by 6th place.
Definitely, definitely. I'm a little bit worried looking at how they are right now. They still have some trash to do, and I think they're going to get a battle rest back, but still playing that dungeon here with 4 people. And Oshir and Skullock are still coming, so 2 of the battle rests, 3 are already out, have been used, so that means they have to play very safe for the rest of the dungeon here.
Yeah, so to give a little bit of context, we're kind of looking now as we end our day at that race to not be in last place, right? To not be in 6th place. And right now, Florpov are the team that's most under the gun. They're working on this 28 streets, which if they time this, they will tie and 6th place at 104 points. But and 6th place are both working on their own dungeons right now that would bring them up to 105, right? So Florpov needs to have this 28 go well for them, and they probably need to do another dungeon and get to 105, and they potentially need another dungeon to go wrong for either or 6th place in order to not be in danger of getting eliminated at the end of the day. Again, pending tie breaks.
I was looking at this ambition timer and looking at Omega Buster's health, and I was like, wait, are they about to 2 chest this? No, they still trash. I always forget. It happens to all of us. It's so deceiving that I forget that they do that pack after this boss.
Yeah.
I actually like the fact that they do the pack after the boss. It's a lot safer. So they get the checkpoint updated in the boss room as well. So if things go awry, they can just release here and go again.
I think it's also smarter in terms of cooldowns. So they have the first pack on the bridge, where they're definitely using some of their coolies, and then they don't want to do the second pack there. They're just going to go up and do the aerial unit, which, I mean, there's nothing there that's really scary. You're just going to DPS that mob, and it takes a little while. So they can use that time to wait for cooldowns to come back up, then use them on Omega Buster, and then whatever happens after, you just said it, they have the reset point, they probably have cooldowns again, and that's just a very nice way of handling it.
I have a stream pulled up on my second monitor. It looks like Olge has gone to Iron Docks as well, which I think is kind of surprising. Iron Docks 27 for them, as opposed to the zoning into 28 streets. Like if they're really pressed for points or like scared of elimination, they should probably be in that 28 streets, right?
They aren't though, right? Like as soon as they get to 106 points, I think they eliminate the chance of being eliminated today, right? Because Florpov are only going to be able to get to 105 with this key that they're doing and 1 extra afterwards. So I think Olds are okay as long as they don't end up depleting this 27. If they do deplete this 27, that would be pretty catastrophic for them. But the nice thing about this 27 is Iron Docks is the shortest timer dungeon, right? They could actually potentially do this 27 and start another key last second, right? But if they pick a longer dungeon, that may not be possible.
You think so?
It would be
really there's
tight.
another 25 minutes to start keys, something like that. So I think there's just a hair of enough time.
So hold on, can we get the timer and Olge's run so we can have them on
So
two separate
Olge's
screens so we can look
run-
at this real quick?
In that Iron Docks was 24:48, and the remaining time is 25:40.
Okay. So
Yeah.
I mean,
so
it
there's
is
a chance.
possible. There is a
There is a
chance.
chance.
I'm a believer, so I'm gonna say there is a chance. I
gotta
don't
hurry
think it's
it-
gonna happen, but
they gotta
I
hurry it
have
up.
to imagine that is the thought process behind choosing the docks as their dungeon. And again, you don't have time to actually run the numbers on this. You just have to kind of check and look and be like, oh yeah, that seems possible. Okay, we got to start the key right now. As Ambition
There we go. Okay.
are going to put that 28 on the board for themselves.
So-
huge result for them. They will get one more dungeon in their day as well. So
your lower carry is
Great
28
work.
if you're Ambition, right? I feel like that's the
Probably,
the consensus
yeah.
play because it's 42
save
minute
the streets
timer.
for tomorrow. Yeah.
Because Streets is a 39-minute timer, but it's a very lenient 39 minutes.
The other option for Ambition would be to go and just put a 29 on the board as well, if you want. The nice thing about going and doing a 29 is you get 20 minutes of free resets on it, which you may not
I
otherwise
agree.
get value out of today.
So I'm actually with Dratnus here. I think that would, like, competitively be the smartest move. Ambition are in no kind of form, shape, or way in a position where they should be scared to get eliminated. They're super safe on points, and they can just, like, start out with the 28 streets and 28 lower Karazhan tomorrow, whereas the 29 might need some resetting. So I think it's best to do that now.
I don't know, but like for time efficiency, you'd rather just like slam the lower Kara at this point. But I guess maybe now isn't the time to play time efficient.
Maybe
It's
they're gonna start pulling something, testing something out, and then gonna go into the Karazhan. Because I feel if you go into a Karazhan now, that's like 20 minutes that you could have done something else that you're gonna spend in that Karazhan. Like, the smartest way to start the Karazhan is definitely like 5 minutes before the timer runs out. Just make use of that whole extra time.
Sure. I guess that makes sense. It's a question of, do you really want to time 29 Iron Docks right now? That'd be probably a world first key, wouldn't it? That'd be a crazy run. They have the timer for it. It's more of a question of, can they live the first couple of pulls, which are very, very dangerous with how they're setting them up.
But that's what I'm saying. So I think they're going to go in and test that. And if it looks really good, then they maybe send it. But I think they're just going to test it and then go for Loa Kara.
Their 28 Iron Docks is already world first.
Oh. Well, there you go.
Easy.
Yeah, it's crazy as well. 'Cause
Gaming.
right here on the tournament realm, right, these players are also quite a bit more powerful than live
Yeah.
characters are currently because we're so early in the season. So I suspect we are going to see some big numbers next to some of these dungeons by the end of our weekend.
I've accidentally spoiled myself. I know I accidentally had Ambition pulled up on my on a different monitor. I see where they're going, but I won't spoil it for you guys. We can see it in a second.
I know it as well, but we'll see.
Yeah, I know it too, guys. Yep, me too.
I have no idea. I have no idea where
Chat
they're
knows
going.
it for sure.
Yeah.
I
'cause
want to
chat
wait and
knows
be
everything.
surprised. It's more
I have
fun.
many
So-
connections and friends that keep me abreast of all these cool developments.
He knows many people.
It's not like
Oh.
we have a link to our leaderboard which shows where they are, so...
Oh yeah, I can see actually. Never mind.
Something
look
that's
at my
very
monitor.
interesting is Olge is actually playing Frost Mage in this dungeon. It's not something
Yeah.
that we see super commonly, but I think the
Again.
general consensus of why it's good is like multi-target bosses and like the just like the funnel
There
damage
they
that the
are.
Frost Mage gets. They're playing Necrolord Frost and playing Frostbolt Simulator. It's something that, in theory, it sounded really
Yeah.
good whenever it was being presented to me.
Yeah, I mean, just look at those damage meters. Terrasant just freezing things up there, almost beating the blood DK and damage
Wow.
here for
Oh,
Olge. Oh,
he's
actually
exceeded
does
the tank.
overtake as well, so
Nice.
excellent damage coming out there.
Dude,
Nearly doing half of the Warlock's damage.
he rolled
So
boon on his
rude.
gavel. It's not fair.
That is true. All right, well, they are going to be able to get that trash pack taken care of. They're only 20% count here early going in the dungeon are Olge. Not getting, I don't think that's quite as much as Ambition get from the starting area, but the question is just going to be now, how much do Olge, how quickly and efficiently do they handle the Iron Stars?
You can see Trell run off,
Yeah.
so let's see how this goes. Where's the rest of the team? Where's
They're
the
just
rest?
staying nice and
okay.
far behind. They do not want to get hit by any of these abilities.
So the double stop will kill
Yeah.
basically any clothy. You cannot be getting hit by the double stomp, so you need to stay out of combat with those mobs. or you're popping turtle and running with tank. One or the other.
Yeah, or being a warlock is the other option as Cry
Also
hops into that
acceptable.
Iron Star, takes aim, sends one on down the line. You can see that count bar jumps from 20% all the way up to 32%. Here comes that next Iron Star, and again, you can just watch the count for Olge as the star takes aim. It's a little bit of an abstract viewing experience, but just imagine
Bowling
what's
ball.
happening to the mobs
there we
as
go.
Slowly rotating. There we go.
Oh, I was
Wind up.
I liked the minimalism of the other approach. But there you can see.
I was about to paint a picture of Ogrons running down the line.
Yeah,
Your imagination
Falling,
can
being
paint
hit
a more
by a
beautiful
giant
picture.
Iron Star.
it's the most
Ooh.
powerful graphics card on the market.
The human brain.
Imagination.
Yeah.
This
Oh
is,
wow.
This is actually
That's
so cursed.
all right, well, we have a
Alright.
huge pull now, and here comes the third Iron Star, going to be sent directly down towards these enemies. Here it comes.
Boom.
Bam! Big count. 52% for Olge as they finish off this Infiltrator now. A lot of count, and done pretty quickly by them as well, I'll say.
Yeah.
Not bad.
all right.
Check out 6th
Different
place
question.
here, too. Real
Exactly.
Quick. Yeah. About to finish their 27. With that Protection Warrior, they like running it on this. It's working out.
We have
Yeah,
still
Sense
to
has been
figure out
playing,
what
uh,
exactly the reasoning behind this is, because somebody was saying that they're spell reflecting the flame spitters, but they're skipping those mobs. And I
Yeah.
think there is something you can spell reflect on the very first mobs as well in this dungeon, which
So,
is like the magic shots or something.
Sense sent me a message before today started. And he said,
Okay.
if you're wondering if there's any secret tech when I whip out the Prot Warrior, there is no secret tech. I just don't play DK very much. So in some dungeons, Sense has been playing
can
Prot
appreciate
Warrior
that.
for something like 20 years now, I think, and
All right.
has made that class through thick and thin. So you'll see him playing that in a lot of those dungeons. I mean, just look at the damage meter as well.
We
It's
respect
actually-
that.
Doing pretty well here on single target, I will say, and you have to consider as well that the Necrolord is giving some nice mastery to the rest of your group. Now, unfortunately, neither Survival Hunter nor Outlaw Rogue are too jazzed about the mastery stat, but it is still fine.
They are going to
I will
time this,
say-
right?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. No,
Yeah.
they're absolutely fine.
They've got a
On the
minute and a
timer.
half here for 20% on Skullock. As long as
Yeah.
there's not a cannonball barrage related disaster, I think they'll be okay here.
There won't be. They're super fine. 17% remaining. No cannon barrages
So
close
caster
or
cursed.
nearby. Question though: 6th place. Currently are on 5th place.
Whoa! Look at that
And
block
this
gate by
will give
Olge.
them 105 points.
They skipped the big dude with that. Okay.
Yeah.
Well-
the big move there by Olge. You can gateway through the crates in this area, and that is exactly what they've done here to maneuver into the corner here. But yeah, like you were saying,
So you were
makes-
talking about the Frost Mage guys. You wanna go back on that or?
yeah, Frost Mage looking good.
Yeah?
As I was saying, as I've always been a huge
Alright.
fan of Frost Mage. They're owning here. Looking good.
I
Terrasan
mean,
just
it's
blasting.
looking very good on this poll.
Yeah, I'll definitely give you that as well as the fact that there's actually quite a bit of funnel coming out here onto the high health Battle Masters from the Frost Mage too. So working out pretty
Oh.
nicely for Olge.
Bottom right. Is Han going to two-chest this dungeon? It looks like the answer is going to be yes. They're
Yeah,
really
they,
close.
so they
on the
still
timer,
need
though.
they still need to
They
get like
still need
3 mobs
percent.
after as well.
No, they have.
Aren't
the
there
boss right
mobs
now.
in there? There are mobs in there.
Oh, but it's only 2 mobs. They are
Is that
these
enough?
guardsmen enough? I think these guardsmen might be 3 count each, so I think they might end up being at
They
419.
should have enough.
Out of 420. Oh no, there's a hound. Oh no, the hounds are summoned mobs though. I think they're going to be 0.24% off, but I could be wrong.
Or
We'll
the
see how it
guards
works
What?
out for them.
not
Wait,
five.
what?
Are they
They're on
fives? Let's see.
99.5.
No, they are not. Here they go. It's going to be 99.76. There it is. They need one more count to end this dungeon after this boss goes
Well,
down.
that's really awkward.
Yeah.
And
Indeed
once
it
again,
is.
math has ruined the day.
Yeah, as it so frequently does for us here on the casting desk. They are going to be at least able to break through this Maiden Shield nice and easy, but yeah, they have to go and get one more mob of some kind to stop the timer here. I think they'll be able to beat the next shield as well, but the 2 chest would be pretty big for them.
Maybe Quasi
Either
has
way,
a
I think they won't
seed.
be in danger of elimination.
There's a chance that they have a mob seed here. It's I don't know. We'll see. I hope that they're able to get one count before the 2 chest expires. It would be big
Let's
for them to be able to get the 2
go.
chest.
What
Yeah,
is the
15
exact
minutes
timer?
left.
That'd be close.
For 2 chest?
The 2 chest timer in here is 33:36, I think.
Okay, so like half a minute? They can do that.
Yeah.
Run.
They can do that. Come on.
Oh,
Have they realized?
Not realizing.
They have.
Now they've realized. They've realized.
Oh,
There
oh,
goes
no.
Jack with the
Do
big
damage.
life grip.
Let's go.
Oh,
come
And you
on.
could see everybody pause there for a second because that was potentially the first time. No, it mustn't have been the first time
Let's
they killed that
go.
boss and saw the cutscene, right?
Please.
That they are going to be able to blast damage onto these mobs. 15
I don't
seconds
see
to
the
go.
nameplate.
Oh no.
I'm so
It's-
stressed right now.
It's not that. Yeah, they're
Is
not
that
targeting
going
the
to be
sentry.
it?
Oh no!
Kill the
Death.
hound, kill the hound, kill the hound, kill the hound.
Please. Please.
Oh,
Okay.
they got it. They got it.
Oh,
Everything's
Point-
fine.
Oh
2.5
my goodness.
seconds is going to be the differential there. That means they do have the 2 chest.
That's huge.
That is nice for them. It
Oof.
actually doesn't matter for their survival today. Either way, they were going to be good on that, but that is big for them tomorrow.
Yeah.
That has
Okay.
saved them 30 minutes of time tomorrow.
I just turn over and look at chat. Why are people typing that Dreadnought is a math god?
Because he did the math.
Didn't you hear all the numbers
What
he
do
was
you
saying?
mean?
I told you
Clearly,
the
it
count.
means
I
math
had
guy.
I had the count on the guardsman.
He said a
Yeah.
lot of numbers in a
Yeah.
row.
He was saying a lot of numbers and
For
things.
once, it wasn't embarrassingly wrong as well. It was good.
He changed his name to Mathnos.
Donuts
Wow.
and despair in the bottom
that's
left.
taking it too far, Noah.
No.
Please. Please.
Never done that
Are they
before.
going to 2 chest this 28 Streets of Wonder? Indeed, they
Yes.
are.
Yes. It
The
looks
Donuts
really
are
good.
going to be putting a lot of points on the board with this, catapulting themselves back up into second place at 107
Wow.
points now. That is going to be big for them. And their scoreboard actually is looking rather good. That 2 chest on the 28 Streets of Wonder is really big potential for them. We'll see where they decide to go for their last dungeon of the day. 13 minutes left to start the final run. Florpov working on this 28 Streets as well. For them, it is not going to be a 2 chest, but they are on pace to actually finish the dungeon and get 2
And they
points
can do
here, go up to
another one.
104. Then they'll have to do another dungeon, and they'll need to time that next dungeon, and they probably need either 6th place or Olge to not time another dungeon after that as well. So that is what we're looking for. Florpov is the team that will be
Wait.
eliminated today unless they time this dungeon and their next dungeon, and Olge in 6th place don't time any more dungeons. That's
Wait,
probably
no,
how
no,
it's
no,
going to
no.
have to work out.
So they have 102 points right now. They're
Yes.
getting 2 more from this. This amasses them
104.
to 104.
Yep.
And one more dungeon time would be 105. So they would be
That's how
equal
the math
with the
works,
others.
yes.
Right.
They still
Yeah.
need to go to tiebreakers then.
Yeah, so
Like
they have
even
Olge
if
beat on
6th place
tiebreaks.
and or old. Oh, okay. Because
Yeah.
of
Because Olge doesn't have a 28 timed, and our first tiebreaker is going to be highest key level here, and Florpov are
Right.
doing a
Yep.
28 right now. So
I
at
forgot
least
they were
would,
in the 28 right now, and I was like, why? They have a 27, but you're right.
Yeah.
Okay.
they would beat Olge on tiebreaks if Olge doesn't time any further dungeons from here, and if Florpov timed this and another one. The 6th place tiebreak is also going to be interesting. That would come down to the wire. In order to beat 6th place on tiebreaks, Florpov would need, first of all, they'd still need 6th place to not time any more keys, and then Florpov needs to do a 28, and then they need to do one of their 27s instead of the 25 docks. And if they do that, their tiebreak against 6th place would come down to overall dungeon time, which is pretty sweet. Love it. Love getting to our 5th tiebreak or whatever.
So
Thank you,
the path
Mathnos.
for Olge right here, their path is like they need this Iron Docks done under 27 minutes, and then blitz into another key.
Yeah.
Immediately.
For Olge survives the day on just timing this key at all.
Yes.
If Olge put 1 point on the board, they are not
Oh.
getting eliminated. But if Olge want to maximize their chances of winning the tournament, they do want to sneak another dungeon into their day.
Please don't say if Olge times their keys. The last time you said it, the healer died just now. So please stop cursing them.
Well, that's a H priest thing. That's not like a unique experience, of course.
Oh, wow. All right.
Spirit healer activation.
Rude.
That's all.
Yeah. Especially in a heavy physical dungeon like Iron Docks, those cloth classes have a tendency to just die.
Don't say
randomly.
cloth classes. Warlocks are a cloth class as well. It's just Holy Priest doesn't have any good defenses.
No,
really.
that's a tank.
They're not loved. True.
Warlock is a tank.
Very true.
It's very
True.
different.
Still cloth. A cloth tank.
Uh-huh.
Oh, tactics! Purgatory!
That's fine.
It wasn't really fine, It was very scary.
Purg is made to be used, Makes.
All right. You mean
Sure.
he didn't proc this dungeon, so he wanted to get it out here?
Yeah, I mean,
It's just good value.
if you don't use
That's what I'm
it, you
saying.
waste it.
Exactly.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
yeah.
Wasted talent.
So no one can.
It's
no one
basically
can
like not
later
having that
watch the
talent.
VOD and be like, "Why did he take Purgatory?"
It's not just
Yeah.
Gotta
Purgatory
give
as well.
them a reason.
Anytime you proc Purgatory, by definition, you're also getting value out of Will of the Necropolis. So you're getting value out of 2 talents whenever you proc your
Way
Purgatory.
to just say that.
So if you think about it, that's just I mean, it's uncontestable how much extra value you're getting by doing it that way.
Double
I
bonus.
thought Will was just like good protection from getting one shot.
Yeah, but Will of the Necropolis is reduction on damage taken below 30% health. If
Yes.
you proc Purgatory, you're below 30% health, so Will of the Necropolis is giving you value too.
Okay, I guess if you're looking at it like that, yeah, sure.
Let me clarify. I'm not making a smart argument. I'm making a dumb argument to annoy you.
I was like, wait a second.
I like that you
understood.
felt the need to clarify that.
All right,
yeah.
well, just in case there was anybody wondering in the chat.
So Asmi is being very annoying this fight.
Oh yeah,
There's a lot of moving around.
it is still looking pretty good for them. They're doing a good job here. You want to do this. You want to wait to the end of the double technique to kick it the second time. Somebody just instantly kick it, and then everybody else in the group wait until it's just about to be finished to kick it the second time.
Right.
And that way you can just maximize how long she is standing there doing nothing. They're not quite low enough on health here that they should be comfortable committing, so they are going to have to flee from Soasmi here. And it looks like, yeah, this is a good plan.
Oh.
Go, just take
Oh.
circle and then take circle
That's close.
again.
Nugget's fine. He should
Yeah.
be fine. They have GS available. Yeah, okay. It's used on it. He got GS. This is totally fine.
That's a scary commit. I'm not gonna
Uh-oh.
lie.
Here comes another one, though, and they don't actually have the time on this one.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Nugget!
no.
Do we have
Run.
demonic circle available?
Oh,
there it is.
soul shape.
Let's
There we
go.
Gamer soul shape.
He was waiting for it to come back from cooldown.
Ah, beautiful timing. All right, so Asmi at 5%. Can we commit now? Looks like the answer is yes. Touch of Karma sent. Uh-oh. So Asmi flies away, though, for a double technique. And now they have to get back to Soasmi, but the circle is coming
Oh,
at
there we
them.
go.
Oh, thank God.
It's all good. It's all good.
Oh my goodness.
That was
They
a
did do
couple
it,
of
though.
percent away from a disaster for Floor
They can
Pop.
still like go into
Okay.
another key for like 9 minutes.
Yes.
So
Yes, but okay. So this is basically the key that probably matters the most right here. So if Olge is able to time this dungeon, then they will basically just clinch at least top 5 in some form or fashion. They really want this key done in under 27 minutes because then they will be able to also start another key on top of that, and that would be super efficient for their time and kind of catch them back up from that workshop catastrophe that they had earlier on in the day.
Workshop Catastrophe was the name of my
There it
punk band
is.
in high school, too. What coincidence there.
Oh, interesting. It was the name of my keystone last night.
Wow.
What a small world.
Who could have guessed?
wow.
How do you
All
have
right,
a copy
ambition.
paste about you being a math god now? What is going on?
They did that. They did that. It's just ignore it. So ambition actually they reset this dungeon, no? Because when
yes.
they
Yeah.
started
Yeah.
it, that was longer ago than three and a
yeah,
half
that's true.
minutes.
Which makes
So
sense, right?
something must
Whenever
have gone wrong.
whenever you only have like 10 minutes left in the day, you may as well just restart the run if something goes a little bit wrong
Yeah.
at the start, right? Because
For sure.
you know you're not going to get to do another run afterwards, anyways. So, Ambition are going to be trying to put this 28 lower on the board, and the question from my perspective is it possible to two chest a 28 fortified lower Karazhan? Tettles, do you? Would it be crazy to try and make that happen here for Ambition, or should they instead be trying to just play it safe and actually kill these really tough bosses? Because even on Fortified, plus 28 Morose, plus 28 Maiden, plus 28 Ataman, these are some nasty encounters.
I mean, I think it's doable if you. Okay, so these affixes in here, it's fortified bursting storming. So if you're looking for a dungeon that it is doable in, it's this affix set. It's beautiful beast setup. Like it is doable. I think if you have like a deathless run, it's very difficult to be able to get that done on a 28. I think two chest, but like the timer is so lenient to where it is possible. I just don't think it's likely.
Yeah, I think it is potentially possible as well here for Ambition. The amount of damage they've been leveraging in this dungeon in particular as well has been so impressive to me. So
in their 26, they were 3 3 or 4 minutes.
They were
Actually, they were like 5
4 minutes
under
30.
Okay,
under
yeah,
the
yeah.
2 chest timer. Yeah, so there is the time in there. It's just a question of like, are all the same pulls feasible?
Oh,
I think
Joe.
the answer probably is yes.
Top left, Olge has downed Oshir at 22:30. They need this boss done by like 27 minutes and get to town and get into another key. They have Bloodlust available.
Just speed run it. Let's go.
They gotta hurry and be time efficient. However, conversely, if you're a fan of floor pop, you really want Olge to wipe here and not be able to like deplete this key.
Yeah. So if Olge doesn't add to their score, then they will lose to Florpov if Florpov can time this key. Because Florpov have chosen the 29.
Wow.
That means they'll get the tiebreaker against 6th place as well if 6th place don't time their key. But 6th place are just in a 26 lower. So if 6th place can just time that keystone, then they will secure not being in 6th place, and Florpov will be eliminated. Florpov are no longer masters of their own destiny, right? If Olge and 6th place time their current keystones, that is it for Florpov. They will not have enough points to make it through the next day.
I applaud the
I'm so
bravery of
stressed
just going
right
for
now.
29.
I mean, the 29 is a
Yeah.
great play here because it means that they get the tiebreaker against 6th place if they time the key and 6th place doesn't. No other option of theirs would guarantee that. So, a really good move, actually, from Florpov to maximize their chances of staying in this tournament.
I will say, though, that out of the dungeons to do on a 29 streets is probably the easiest that we have currently available. There have been 7 runs of 29 or higher. There's actually been 2 runs of 30 already done for Streets of Wonder in particular. And so it's a dungeon that doing it on a 29 is, especially at this gear level that these players have, is not unreasonable, because people on live have somewhere in the order of like 5 to 7 item levels less normally on average than the players do on Tournament Realm currently.
We could be in a crazy situation here where Florpov could be the only team today to time a 29 and have the
still
lowest
go
points and be
out.
eliminated at the end of the day. Yeah, that is
would be
a
so sad.
a potential way for things to work out here. It will all come down to this, though. Of course, the 29 is by no means a sure thing. That is going to be a hard key for them as they are working on it. And we have only a couple minutes left to start the last keystone. It's a little bit over 3 o'clock Pacific, but we actually started a little bit later today. So we are giving the teams a couple extra minutes to start the last key
Like
if they
2.5
want to.
minutes or something?
3
Okay,
minutes.
3 minutes remaining.
3 minutes. So
That- the
Olge
main
actually
question is
really want
Olge,
to
yeah.
finish this here and run into the next dungeon just
Ooh,
to
can
get
they do
another
that
point.
in under 3 minutes, though?
I
I don't
think,
know.
I think it's going to be really
I think they
hard.
can. I think they can. Skullux at 50%. They have
they
so
can
much
kill
stats
this,
here.
but can they kill this portal out and portal into a new dungeon?
I'm sure they can. Yeah, I'm sure that
in
they're
that
already
time?
talking about that, because right now they're just fighting a training dummy basically. Once you have
A
Koromar
training
dead,
dummy with a lot of HP.
yeah, it's got a lot of HP, but they can talk about, like, everybody can be thinking about, all right, once this boss dies, you know, who's swapping characters, who's Hearthing, like, we can
That's
start
the
this next dungeon in
fastest
30
town
seconds.
portals we're gonna see.
Yeah, I mean, worst case, they could just go start the 28 Iron Docks even and not have to have anybody swap. That might be the time efficient
that might be the play.
thing to do.
Yeah, that's a good point.
If they are really low on time before that happens. Skulluk
would-
now, 38%. It's gonna be close.
If I'm doing a recommendation, I think you just like slam the streets, because Streets 28 is not a dungeon that you're likely. It's a very low chance for them
Ambition
to wipe in that
doing a
dungeon.
redo.
They have a high amount of
Another
experience
one.
in that key in particular, and so we're like 28 lower Karazhan. It's probably the most efficient dungeon for them in theory, and so like I wouldn't hate if they also went to that. But it's also a dungeon on 28 that
Floor
I mean, you see
POV.
Ambition struggling with that dungeon already.
Oh,
Oh
no.
no!
That's
okay, so
not
Floor
help.
POV does have some time. They have time for probably one more restart.
Some is a very generous
Sixth
term.
place
is
are
not
wiping
looking
here.
good. Yeah.
So they're in a lower here, 6th place in the bottom right. So they actually have extra time. They don't need to run out just yet. On the other hand,
Oh, is it intentional?
maybe you may as well run out and restart, because you only have a minute 30 left to start your next key. Looks like they're just going to keep this one going. So this is the race for whether or not they can time this. If they don't time this, Florpov will have the opportunity to steal, but Florpov are going to be restarting their 29 because, again, it's free to do so for the next minute. And that is it's going to come down to this. If Florpov time their key and 6th place don't, then Florpov will yoink that spot and actually put 6th place in their,
Olge gotta
in their
hurry.
place.
Olge's
Town
gotta
portal.
go. 1 minute.
Gotta go fast.
1 minute for Olge to get into another key. and get it
Someone's
started.
relogging.
Oh.
2 people relogging. Let's
Yeah.
go.
They
Come
We're
on,
swapping
you can
characters
do this.
really quick.
3
Oh,
people.
3
Well,
players are
until-
relogging. So much
Everyone's relogging
menuing
except
here.
for tank and healer.
Yeah.
And they say
Menuing
dungeon
the most important
balance
part.
is boring.
Trell already
any
in the
speed
dungeon
run.
already.
We were told they get a little
Just
bit of
making
leeway for
sure.
load screens and things.
Oh.
It's not that harsh, but they
They still
made
have
it,
two,
I think.
like 1.5 minutes or something, or one.
Yeah.
minute.
Yeah,
so they will get to start their next
They will
key.
do it.
Wow.
We
Yeah,
saw
we're
them
really
actually
good.
zone into lower Karazhan. I don't know if this was the pick I would have made because lower 28, like we saw Ambition wipe and have to zone out of that key. It's a very difficult dungeon. I think I would have preferred Streets 28 in this situation because I think that there is a substantially lower chance that Olge would wipe into Streets 28 than
But-
a lower 28.
But think about it this way, right? You're already locked through to tomorrow, so you may as well just do the dungeon that has the longer timer during your unlimited time at
Right.
the end of the day, right? And then you save your streets for potentially doing it tomorrow when you're actually on the clock again. So
Yeah,
I
that's
actually
true.
like choosing the lower here for Olge.
Well, the lower
have the
is
ready
the
check
most
coming
efficient
out.
one. It's by far the
Let's
most efficient
go.
dungeon.
Let's go.
That's
Alright.
exactly what they're going to
They're
do.
going.
That is it. That is the last dungeon start that we will be seeing today. We are now in overtime. Every dungeon that's currently active, you
So-
either win or you lose, and that's it. No more starting new ones.
What's the situation between 6th place and floor POV right now, Dretnos?
So the 6th place and 4 POV, one of these two teams will be going home at the end of our day. If neither team completes their key, it's going to be Florpov going home. If
Okay.
both teams complete their key, it's going to be Florpov going home. But if Florpov complete their key and 6th place do not, then Florpov will be able to stay alive and send 6th place home instead. So that is the current situation.
It's
on the
possible.
ground here.
Notably,
6th place has some
Florpov,
deaths.
who you can see in the top left corner, are currently on a plus 29. So
Yeah.
that is definitely a very, very difficult dungeon to kind of run in a, we need to really time this key situation.
Wow.
Yeah, 6th
I'm
place. We're about to
scared.
get
I'm
started
really
with
scared.
Morose here. And if you're rooting for Florpov, you're really hoping to see Morose do what it does to me and my keys usually here. Let's see if that happens. There's the Bloodlust for 6th place. Big damage coming out onto all those mobs as they interrupt the mana drain. Looks like
I've
they have
seen-
chosen a good... Yeah, the Whirling Edge and the mana drain are their first two abilities that they're going to deal with here. Saving the Iron Whirlwind and the Willbreaker for later.
Not having a blood DK in this dungeon is actually so scary
Yeah.
too, because so DKs really like to go grip, mass grip on the Crispin Ferris Willbreaker cast, but without that Death Knight, they have Shining Force and
Braun, take the wheel.
this guy
Oh,
just said
Let's
Braun.
go!
Oh, he doesn't. Where's Braun?
This thing's like
All right, well, the
shockwave
Willbreaker
work?
cast went off. No, you
Braun
can
comes
only
out for the
knock
next
You need a
one,
knockback?
know?
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's so there's
Oh,
Willbreaker.
just dodge.
But yeah, they're just dodging out of the way. It is nice and doable for them here.
Loki taking a good amount of damage here. Needs to
Ooh, soul shapes out of the next
soul
Willbreaker.
shaping.
It is
very nice.
thick.
Yeah. If you were looking at this yourself and you're like, hang on a second, Willbreaker casts so much more quickly for my group. The thing is, they get more speed when there are other guests around. So
Right.
you want to make sure you're fighting Crispin either by himself or you have like grips and knocks for all of his Willbreakers, because otherwise you will not have time for range players to move out like they do here.
Ooh,
Oh,
Mikali
no.
going down
Uh-oh.
for 6th place.
Unfortunate.
They
They do have a
don't
combat
really-
rest, though.
Yes, but they don't have any good way to cast it except for
Nikali
Nikali, so they're actually going to have to go over and
They're
use the
gonna do it.
NG res. So that's going to be the plan. Oh, here's Braun, just in time.
Yes, that's when we needed him.
Yeah.
So
Now Morose,
this is kind of chill now.
40%. It's a little bit. The Garrotes are going to start to ramp up in damage here. As long as they keep running away from this Iron Whirlwind, though, they should be
But-
all right here.
Okay, look at this. Ploki has his dwarf racial up in 8 seconds as well, so he's just gonna slam that on CD to get the debuff off of him.
Right.
I think that 6th place is going to be fine here.
Yeah, indeed,
Is he?
Morose is not going to beat them.
He
But
can.
there are still two more bosses here. There's still Ataman and Maiden that they'll have to get through. They have a lot of time. They probably have enough time for a wipe or two. But if things go really wrong, of course, that will be the opening that Floor POV need to stay alive in this tournament.
Dretnos, I have a question. Would you
Okay.
describe them as currently having no maiden?
Currently,
Wow.
they don't have Maiden on their.
Wow.
On their
You say I'm
That'll
bad.
probably be the
They
last
are
boss they go to.
maidenless.
Yeah.
You say I'm bad.
They are-
Oh no.
Oh no. Florpov.
Oh dear. Speaking of bad.
Florpov having a wipe here now on a 29 keystone level. Streets of Wonder. I I don't know how feasible this key is with the wipe. It's probably still possible, but they need it to be perfect from here.
They wiped
Ooh,
to Zulgamux after pressing Bloodlust. I think this is an L.
Does this mean
Quick
that Zulgamux is
comments?
now... well, Zulgamux is low. So, like
Okay.
most affix mobs these days, Shrouded mobs do not heal after you die to them. So,
Yeah.
you can finish them off. Potentially, they'll be able to kill Zulgamux here before that first Blood Siphon. It'll be right after the Shadow Eruption. Here comes that Siphon, and they've done it. Oh my goodness. It got captured as it was channeling that Blood Shield. Look at that. Beautiful animation there on Zulgamux.
You guys, I'm not sure if you have your magnifying glasses out, and I know it's not super relevant for who goes home today,
Sure.
but Donuts and Despair are in a 30.
Oh,
Well,
Wow.
they are gamers, so this is no surprise.
Yeah,
to
because
me.
they two-chested their 28 streets, so they are allowed to go
Exactly.
into a plus 30. The big thing for them would be, that would put them at 109 points if they can get that done. That is a lot of points. That's more than Ambition have, although Ambition will go to 110 if they time their lower.
So if we're talking about efficiency score, basically at the end of the day, Donuts and Despair, I would give them like an 8 or a 9. Ambition, a 10. Like it's Donuts and Despair. Even if they're able to time this 30 streets, they have been super efficient with their time. But Ambition, getting the 2 chest on the 26 Iron Docks and then being able to time that 28 Iron Docks, I think for me just puts them a little bit ahead on their like day 1 averages for how time efficient they were, even if they end like 1 point behind potentially where Donuts and Despair are. But hey, they're in a 28 lower Karazhan. This would be world first probably by a little bit, maybe by 2 key levels. I have to go and look real quick. Time to run leaderboards. 1 moment.
You're going to tell
okay,
us
so-
that in a moment, yeah.
It would be 1 key level. It would be a world first by if they
All
time
right.
this 28 lower.
Pretty
Same
good.
with Olge, who I think are also in a 28 lower Karazhan.
That does sound right. Yes, it is indeed correct. So we do have all 6 of our teams still in active dungeons right now as we are over time. No more keys can be started, though, so these are all going to be the ones that count. Florpov hoping to be able to still time this 29 Streets of Wonder after their earlier wipe to Zulgamux. Definitely still possible for them, but it is going to be really tough.
Ooh, Olge has kind of gotten through the first boss, so it's Beautiful Beast. That's like a preset on the tournament realm. And, well, Cogglestone and the Forks do a large amount of damage to your tank. You normally end up kind of saving Lust for it. Olge didn't save Lust for it, so I'm really interested to see where they're going to use it. Assuming they're going to be able to get through this, they're looking kind of okay. They're through the part that kills my group most of the time.
I mean, these forks can be a little bit of a menace.
Oh, Cry
the
going
forks
down.
are scary.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Didn't
Trell is
mean
spiking
to...
really.
Oh.
Trell is spiking really hard right now, but he has Rune Weapon back available for him, so
Kelchi,
he should
no.
be fine.
Oh, the dinner bell goes off. They have purges,
no.
but not for everything here. Trell is about to get absolutely murdered when these forks get back to him. He already has Purg popped, and you can see now he's going to be using all of his
They can
cooldowns.
do
It won't
it.
be enough.
5%, 4%,
His armor is dented.
3%, 2, 1, goes
Wow,
down.
they've done it.
Oh, that was close.
Easy
Goodness
gaming.
gracious, that was scary for Olge,
So-
but they have gotten the boss killed.
To put in perspective, 28 lower Karazhan probably timeable with about 15 deaths. So
Yeah.
those 3 deaths for them, not really too bad in the grand scheme of things. Ambition, in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, also in a 28 lower Karazhan, 0 deaths, and they have made their way to the stage.
Huge.
They've gotten through, I would say, probably the most dangerous part of this dungeon. More often than not, if you're going to wipe in this key, you were going to wipe in the first 10 minutes of this dungeon. And Ambition being able to make it through is remarkable. Nerf immediately
Nerf
partying to
fucking
all his
purgatory.
patrons. This patron pull, I've never seen a tank do all of them at once so far.
Oh,
But
the
Nerf
binding coming out.
Nerf has decided
Very
that
beautiful
this pull
use.
for him.
Yeah,
not-
and they're finishing it off.
MD.
Oh, bursting,
One
bursting!
MD.
Oh, no.
Wow.
No, not like this.
And Ambition planting a garden here. 3 seeds have come out for them.
Wait, no, that's a European team. They're called 3 Pots and...
Yeah,
That's true.
Speed, yeah. That is the team
Wrong
we'll be seeing
team.
next weekend.
Just a
Beautiful,
death tactic.
okay.
showcase. Oh,
Intended.
Intentional, perhaps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
You let the
I can
bursting
explain
kill
this.
you. We saw a different team do this earlier. It might have even just been Ambition.
Yeah.
Died of the bursting
The
intentionally to run
ushers-
back. Yeah.
The ushers are really inefficient count-wise. So the flashlight cast that they do, it does, especially at this level, basically too much damage to be able to absorb. Even if your back is turned to it, it'll probably one-shot you if you have 2 of those contact you at once. in addition to that, they're not very efficient count-wise, and they have a lot of HP. So like the alternative strategy is to just line of sight them permanently, but it's not really something that these teams find super efficient. And Nerf dying immediately off getting those guests pulled for ambition, so they're now paying a second death taxi, having to run all the way back. They're still fine timer-wise with the additional 5 deaths, but they didn't really want to pay that. That's kind of unfortunate for them.
I don't think that one was intended.
That was not intended. No, that was not intended.
All right, let's see. 6th place is currently on Ataman. They need 20 more %, but they're looking very good on the timer despite having 6 deaths. Now, it is between them and Floor POV, right? For who goes home today?
Yes,
Yeah.
Floor POV is going to go home if 6th place can time this. If Floor POV time theirs and 6th place don't, then 6th place will go home.
There you go.
And Floor POV are still on the first boss
but
in
Fate isn't 6th place hands. So
Yeah,
basically
exactly. If
they
6th
just
place
this
time
up.
their key, then no matter what happens in Floorpov's key, Floorpov is going home.
I mean,
Yeah.
I would assume the Floor Pop are gamers and still going to try and finish that key, even if 6th place times it, just to show that they can do a 29.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool. And potentially it would be the highest key done if the 30 that Donuts and Despair are in is not timed. That would be a really interesting situation where the team with the highest key would still have the least points and would go home at the end of the day. That would be unprecedented in Great Push history.
I hope they were listening. They can write history today
Yeah.
if they lose out on
And
points.
hey, this first boss, it's actually one of the harder bosses to get through as well. On 29 Tyrannical, especially because all the future bosses you have so many Shrouded buffs for. So really good job by Floorpop. However, they have spent more than 10 minutes in this first security area of Streets of Wonder. That is a lot of time to spend in this part of the dungeon. They are going to need to hit the gas pedal if they want to beat the timer in this place.
Did you hear that gas pedal? It sounds like somebody was hitting that.
Yeah, it was being pressed on Doa's side.
It's the
of this
goblin bike,
broadcast.
you know?
He
Someone
was
is in
just
there,
helping
they're like,
out, sending some
Warlord's death wheel.
reinforcements.
yeah.
Let's go.
We're supposed to be unbiased casters, Doa. Please do not hit the accelerator like that.
It was
I mean,
just
he's a
the gotta go
host.
fast sound
Oh.
effect. I'm just enhancing the ambience. You're welcome.
Fair enough. Donuts and Despair are currently on the Postmaster. This is Tyrannical. They just used Bloodlust. This boss is actually on a plus 30. Not as easy as they're making it look. So they're going to carry out these packages for one time. And then maybe they're going to full send it after? Or are they going to play them a second time?
Okay, I don't mean to derail you. In the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, Olge did something incredible. So Cry
Okay.
on the Hunter, he turtled and grouped the pack. So whenever you're in turtle, mobs won't cast like abilities on you, and he ran in the middle of all of these mobs that cast like Firelands Portal and whatnot, and got the pack grouped up without having to commit like mass grip or anything. So you're able to reutilize that later to stop the Firelands Portal's cast. That was crazy.
Nice.
So he pulled with Turtle on him.
Yes.
Okay, I get
So
it.
sick.
That's cool.
What the heck?
Uh-oh. Floorpov have, unfortunately, wiped once again in their Streets of Wonder, and they are using their town portals
no.
here. That is them conceding
GG.
the great push here. They will be our team eliminated at the end of the day. 6th place have secured at least not being in 6th place. And we are going to say farewell to Floorpov. Well played by them, though, and I appreciate a lot of their gumption today.
They kept it really competitive.
Oh, yeah.
They were really
Yeah, they did.
It's with these new dungeons, it's so hard to like practice them, especially if you don't have a lot of experience in these dungeons. And the fact that they were in a 29 like as the timer expired, and like they were doing a 29 Streets of Wonder. That is a crazy feat for them, and absolute kudos to them, and big shout out to those guys for showing up and putting on a great performance today.
Yeah, they are indeed. Unfortunately, though, not going to make it through to tomorrow because we do eliminate the lowest placed team at the end of each day to keep the pressure on. that means the pressure now is off on sixth place, but they are still really interested in getting this 26 done. And actually, that 26 2 chest is still an option for sixth place. And if they are looking at not just surviving, but thriving in this tournament, they are going to want that 2 chest in the 26 lower here. So we'll see if that is something they can make happen. They have another 4.5 minutes to do it, but they need a lot of count and they need to kill Maiden. I don't know if they have the time.
All right, but speaking of, now all of the teams that are still in dungeons are playing for tomorrow and trying to, like, most efficiently use the time that they have been given each day. Donuts and Despair just finished off the Postmaster in straights on a +30, and they are on their way to the Oasis, which is really, really nice timing just looking at it. They only have a little bit of Trash and So Ask Me after this to do. And then we're not currently seeing Ambition, but last time we checked, they were in the 28 lower. They're showing up in the bottom right corner right now. And they're also looking really good on that time. 10 deaths, maybe a little bit much, but still doable.
Their 10 deaths were 10 low impact deaths.
Five of them were intended, and then 5 of them were kind of oopsie, but it was okay still.
Yeah, it's fine. You know, it's the 28 2 chest potential, I think, has evaporated as a result of the unintentional deaths, but it is certainly still a timeable key if they can beat these bosses. But look at Nerf's health here. I mean, this is actually a scary boss fight, even just on tank damage there for a bit. They've now recovered, and he is staying at 100%. So they just have Morose, and the Whirling Edge is actually going to be the last one. They've taken care of the Whirlwinding one, so they won't have to deal with it. They aren't just going to kite it for the rest of that fight like some teams do. Yeah.
They have Darius as opposed to Druger.
Yes, they just have to dodge the Whirling Edges here until Darius... Actually, and they're not even killing Darius. They're just focusing Morose and cleaving Darius and dodging the Whirling Edges. Interesting. I like different choice than other teams, yeah.
It's only
a little bit less frantic.
It's only tank damage in like Blood DK this season. Nerf, okay, it is very scary in a 28, but Nerf realistically shouldn't need any additional healing, so Ellesmere can just focus on the targets that have the Garrote on them. He has abilities to be able to remove that Garrote from himself. He is playing Fey, so he doesn't have access to the file, but he is Dwarf, and the remainder of his team is also Dwarf. In addition to that, they have things like Ice Block. They can also pre-feign death that Moros Garrote as well. You're kind of YOLOing it a little bit, but it is also something that you can do to be able to mitigate the amount of Garrotes that are on your party. This is fine.
Not using the dwarf racial though. Ellesmere's like dropping so low and just deciding to heal himself instead of using that dwarf racial here. Wants to hold on to it and does. So only one of the dwarf racials currently on cooldown. Actually 2 nerfs and onesies have been used. Ellesmere used his as well, but it came back up and they can move on here. Nice.
Yeah, that was impressive, being able to actually like save the dwarf racial ability for some time in the future, rather, and using it on Moros right there. He was definitely riding the edge. I think he hit like 10% at one point.
It's good for like bursting in this key, so being able to utilize that later on some of these pulls that burst. So the guests notably don't do on death fixes, so this pull not very dangerous. But for maybe if they went for a large charger pull or something of the sort, it could be useful in that situation. It looks like Olge at the bottom left is getting ready to pull Moros as well.
Indeed they are. We also have Donuts in the top right, working on Mize's Oasis, just getting started there, as they are on a +30.
Oh, this
Streets of Wonder. It is, the last boss before So As Me for them. They are doing great on the timer. They just have to do these bosses cleanly, so that would be huge for Donuts. It'll still be a point behind Ambition if Ambition time there lower, however, but you know, having a 30 on your score sheet is a really good place to be.
Yeah, especially really because in time trials.
Oh,
yeah.
And that's in the bottom right, timing their docks.
Oh my gosh, barely.
Putting it on the board there with 34 seconds to spare.
Not bad.
Putting the 27 on the board, bring them to 107 points. So they are not far behind either as they finish their day.
I'm concerned for them later on with Iron Dock specifically, because a lot of teams looked like they were going to be in position to be able to 28 or potentially even 29 that Iron Docks, whereas really running up against the timer there. Maybe there's some strategy discussion that can happen overnight. Of course,
I mean, compare it to the Ambition run, right? Ambition are 4 minutes faster and a key level higher in that dungeon. That is going to be a lot of work to overtake.
the tournament realms are locked down after these runs are ended as well, right, Dretnos?
Yeah, so they won't be able to actually run these on the tournament realm. They could try and run stuff on live, but this time around in particular, your characters are so much weaker on live than they are on tournament realm. It's actually pretty tough to practice keys at a comparable level, not even factoring in the fact that we are on different affixes on the live servers. So for the most part, it'll have to be primarily theoretical work that teams do, you know, looking at MDT over the next 19 hours before we start up again tomorrow.
I mean, a lot of what they're going to do is looking at...
Ambition.
like,
Nerf got
Nerf
ran over by the
Ambition.
horse. Oh, no.
Beautiful binding shot, though, by JPC. You know, people
They
call
did
him a
get
rogue
him
main, but
back
that
up.
is a brilliant binding shot that is going to give them the time they need to get Nerf
Turtle?
back up and let him regain the threat on everything. Really,
Fury
really well
following.
played by Ambition.
Nice way of getting this back under control.
They also had Feign Death, and they had mirror images as well to try to allow Nerf to be able to regain some threat. Of course, the Warlock, like, a lot of his threat is split with his Infernals, and so he's still going to contribute a large amount of threat for Nerf to be able to regain the pack. But it looks like Ambition, they avoided a catastrophe there. That was an incredible recovery, more often than not, especially this season. If you have a tank death, that goes from like a medium mistake to a full team wipe almost instantly.
Yeah, they handled that really, really beautifully.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, we have Donuts and DeBear about to fight the Soasmi in the top right, but also 6th place are on their last boss. They have all the count they need. The 2 chest in the 26 is not going to work out for them, but the dungeon itself looking beatable for them as long as... I think they're probably going to have one more Mass Repentance here on Maiden in just a sec here, unless they've already gotten through one. And they will, yeah, here it comes. Mass Repentance, Sense using the Fleshcraft. If you're playing Plague Divisor, you can just use Fleshcraft and Ultimate Form it, so doesn't end up having to go and take damage for that. Everybody else, though, is going to need to find another way through it. They have beaten the shield, Maiden now at 15%, and that is going to be 6th place, picking up another 2 points on their board as they get this 26 lower Karazhan done. That's going to bring them up to 107 points as well, tying with and currently tied with Donuts and Despair, although we know that the Despair is going to soon be putting another 2 points on their board.
Yeah, look at the picture-in-picture. They're actually pulling Soasmi with Lost right now.
Ooh, big play for Donuts and Despair. Ambition also doing big plays, but here is Donuts and Despair up against Soasmi in this plus 30 tyrannical Streets of Wonder. Huge dungeon for them.
Funnily enough,
So
this will not be a world record. This will tie the world record, though.
Yeah, we have seen 30 done on the live servers, so it is indeed a tie.
That is kind of amazing.
However,
and it shows you like what the potential of this dungeon over the weekend could be.
Yeah, I don't think we're stopping at 30 in
yeah.
Streets of Wonder by any stretch.
We did see teams struggle here towards the end of this boss when they kind of committed where they maybe should have moved one more time. And on plus 30, this boss has a lot of health. So even though it looks like they can do well here and it shouldn't give them too many problems, it's not super in the back just yet.
Yeah, they got griefed there a little bit when those teleporters relocated and just ran through some of their party and teleported them inadvertently. But Donuts and Despair are getting their big damage in. And yeah, like you said, Mix, the end of this boss fight on High Tyrannical, you start getting those like back-to-back-to-back expanding circles all at once.
Exactly.
And, that's something that, you know, if usually you're just doing this at a key level that's low enough that you can call commit, it can start to be a big problem when that stops working. So we'll see how the Donuts decide to handle this. Good movement for this first circle, 40% on Soasmi.
Bottom right-hand corner of the screen, we have Olge. They're making their way into the Atumen area. It's something that, like, I feel like if they're able to get these pulls dealt with and not have any wipes, they probably are on pace to be able to time this 28 lower Karazhan, kind of similar to Ambition. Both of these teams, if they avoid any, like, major mistakes or wipes from here on out, I feel like this 28 is doable by both of these teams. Their timer, it's looking kind of similar. They're in kind of similar positions with the timer. And so they're looking okay, but it's about being consistent. The timer's never been an issue in lower Karazhan. It's all about like making sure you're able to break the Maiden Shield, making sure you're not wiping to Atumen, making sure you're managing the tank damage that comes out on these flashbacks that we know can be so deadly.
Okay, but we are at a point where Donuts and Despair getting close to those final seconds there.
12% on Soasmi.
Porting around, gonna get more rings in just a little bit. Here they come, right side of that screen. We saw one player already moving through. The rest of them is committing.
Are they committing?
They're still
Oh my
4% on
Okay,
Soasmi.
so they're in
need
trouble
to
here
send
if
it.
they get a double technique. Oh,
Let's
they don't
go.
though.
Come
There
on.
it is.
Okay. Wow.
Let's go.
Plus 30 done for Donuts and Despair. They're going to jump up to first place here until Ambition finishes their dungeon, it seems like. But still.
If
That's
Ambition
amazing.
time this key, Ambition will retake first. But
Yeah.
Ambition do have 12 deaths on their run here as they are working on Ataman on this 28 key level, so it is not a foregone conclusion. But yeah, you can see it is indeed those two teams in first. Everybody else on 107 or below. Although Old will actually... Ooh, Ellesmere.
Ellesmere getting
They have res.
assassinated by a horde of ponies. Just is spawning in his face.
This boss is really difficult to deal with for sometimes. So one of the things is, one, the rider on top of the horse if you're too close to the boss. So it's not just Midnight who melees, but the rider will also melee you, and he doesn't have like a threat table. So you need to make sure that you are not the closest person to the boss. In addition to that, the charges, the skeletal charges that the boss Midnight was casting, if you're in like the 25 to 30 yard range, you can just have the horse spawn on top of you. And so you either need to be at like that 40 yard range, or you need to be playing close to melee, which at that point, it puts you in a position where you can get melee by the boss. And that's why this boss is very, very dangerous.
The problem also is
Oh my God.
the tank and the melees, they need to dodge, of course, the spectral charges as well, which sometimes just moves the boss closer than where it was when the charges started. And that then causes problems for the ranges, which is what just happened. They needed to dodge out of the arena in the middle and therefore come closer to the ranges. And there just wasn't any way where they could have handled that differently due to how they spawned. So yeah, standing outside, really neat if you can actually get it and stay at that range. But other than that, very scary. And can sometimes get you a horse's kick in the face.
So it's actually very interesting. We're seeing a different lust strategy from both of these two teams. So for Olge, who is in that small picture-in-picture, they lusted one of the Charger trash packs. And they just did like a double Charger trash pack with lust. Whereas Ambition, they're saving their lust for Maiden and basically forfeiting one lust because they just want it. It's like a weird setup, and they didn't want to lust and potentially not have it up for Maiden. They also didn't want to just kind of stand around for 3 minutes waiting for lust before they were pulling Maiden, and so for them it just made more sense to hold it here. I don't know. It's a very difficult decision, and Lower Karazhan is not routed or super solved as a dungeon yet, and so it's something that these teams are really on the ground-breaking discovery moment for how they are dealing with this. A great job lining and outranging this mighty stomp by all 5 members of Ambition.
Yeah, very well done. That is a very scary ability as the key level starts getting high there. Another mighty stomp, though, is going to require another line. Oh, Ellesmere not able to do it just in time. Ends up getting angel formed, is going to have to release and rejoin the party. Luckily, you can get back very quickly to this part of the dungeon by heading left after releasing.
Okay. So Old should be pulling Ataman here in just a moment. They're finishing up their last skeletal charger pack. They're going to be doing this boss with hopefully a lot of cooldowns to be able to push this boss. So whenever they were in this dungeon earlier, they were able to get the boss below 20% and make sure that Ataman was not going to remount Midnight on the second, I think, push. I'm really interested to see if they're going to get that in 2 or 3 phases on this 28.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be an important question here for Olge as we see them getting that damage in on the boss. Look at Cry's damage here on the Survival Hunter.
Reses, by the way.
Yeah, that's a little bit worrying. You can see those Jailer runes also starting to lower people's movement speed on the group as well, so it does
Very
make dodging
fun
some of these
trinket.
mechanics a little bit more scary. Everybody playing the Jailer trinket in this dungeon because of the fact that it can break you out of the Mass Repentance on Maiden, but of course you have to play it the whole dungeon, so you're dealing with those downsides during these other boss fights too.
So for anybody who's maybe not as familiar with these terrible trinket, it will damage you over time. Like it'll do like a ticking damage at a certain point of how many runes you have active. And that's why it gets you out of the math repetence, but it also gets you out of invis pots and slows you down significantly, as you can see on the melees who are trying to dodge these spectral charges. It's just, it's a menace, really.
This is so scary for Olge. Like, they're at a point where they have 0 battle reses. So Ambition at the same point had 2 battle reses, so they're able to make up for any minor mistakes. Where for Olge, if they have one error here, like one person accidentally gets clipped by a skeletal charge, or somebody doesn't appropriately soak with the tank on the shared suffering, that will probably be the end of their 28. This boss is very deadly. They actually get the boss dismounted. Atumin at 49%. I think that they should be able to push through that 20% mark and not have another phase here. They don't have an insane amount of offensive CVs. It looks like their coordinated assault is up at 40. They have PI available, and it's popped on their Warlock right now. They need to get Atumin down to 20%, just in my opinion here.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm still very scared. They're gonna get a combat res up
They're
in
good.
just
They're
a few seconds, so that should be helping them for the rest of the dungeon as well. But like you said, they did get Ataman under that threshold. Shared suffering is
Gamer
gonna
down.
come in, kill Kel,
9%,
but
8%.
they can finish off the boss. They can do
Yeah.
that.
The timer here should still work out for Olge, right? Like, even with this, as long as they kill the boss, even if they lose some damage from having a player dead for a while here, maybe you don't even send this battle res against just Midnight, right? Because Midnight isn't that scary. You just line the stomps. Trell is taking big damage from those autos, but looks like he's going to be okay here.
It looked like
18
that was an
seconds until
sack.
Guardian Angel. I think
They
so too.
sacked him to the shared suffering.
I
They
think it was,
didn't have
yeah,
anything else.
I think it was one of those situations where it's like Trell's going to die, he can't solo it. They didn't really want to deal with like life gripping or Warlock gating or something like that. Maybe there was just no setup, and they obviously don't
No
have Turtle available.
GS, no turtle.
Yeah, exactly. It kind of makes sense where they just sack the monk there, and they're like, we'll be fine. Just make sure you don't get killed by the stomp. Cool. This is looking good for both teams in this world first 28 lower Karazhan. Both of them having not a small amount of deaths, but it's a dungeon that facilitates
It's a
a lot of
lenient
deaths.
timer.
Brings me
so-
back. Brings me back to the Legion days.
Oh yeah, or even the Burning Crusade days, honestly, in this place.
Okay, so Nerf and Ellesmere pulling trash back.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're able to grab 1 infiltrator here and 3 sentries. These sentries are going to do a lot of damage to Nerf.
Oh, hello.
Plus a guardsman and a maiden and a hound. All right, we've got a lot of enemies in this pull.
big
As
party.
long as we dodge those guardsman frontals, it's a little brown cloud on the ground you can see when they're about to cast that shield smash. As long as you dodge that, actually a beautiful Dragon's Breath from Azuna is going to mean they don't even have to. They actually have one of those now mind-controlled by Nerf's Control Undead, and it's actually stunning the enemies instead, so a big move there from that Blood DK Control Undead. So they get that Dreadlord taken care of, and this should be count for them. Exactly count, indeed, for Ambition. These next 2 mobs, 3 apiece. That's the 6 they needed. Ooh, nope, that was 4 even. There's the math falling apart. The Guardsman is 3, and that's 421 out of 420.
Let's go. Now they can skip. There we go.
Invis pot used, actually invisibility. That Infernal not breaking them out of the stealth there. Everybody's soul shaping through. And they have more than enough time to attempt this once and wipe and still time the dungeon. The question is just if they can do it without Lust. So they might need to just kill it on their first pull because they're only going to have 1 Lust pull on Maiden here. This is very reminiscent of Legion dungeons, though. Getting to that last boss, having more than enough time, but maybe not being able to kill it. That's always the hard part. Ambition are starting that pull. Meanwhile, Olge are gathering their last little bit of trash. This is all the trash that Olge need, although they do have a player going down. But Ambition are on that last boss, as we can see up now in the top left. Big damage starting to come out on pull. Azuna sending the cooldowns. Actually, that's the thing. It's not even necessarily sending cooldowns. You just have such high combustion uptime with this much haste.
They are not running any of those trinkets, the Scars trinket from Jailer, but they do have 2 ways of breaking out of the Mass Repentance with that. Okay, so actually they have 3. With the Shadow Word Death, they have Ice Block, and then they have Turtle.
Yeah, and you have AMS as well, right? So
So
four ways to break. It's going to be just Onesie who has to take a tick of the dot. So he will do that, and then
he's
he'll
a
be
warlock. He doesn't.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
If he stands in there, he can probably tank it for like 5 minutes. No matter.
It looks like they've got the shield. It looks like he may have actually had a way to break it. So I could indeed be mistaken. I'm not sure how Onesie broke the Mass Repentance. But that was their first shield. Did it even go off? Was there even a Mass Repentance there?
It may have been a potion.
Okay, yeah. A free action potion of some kind?
It's like the... oh, gosh. I'm not 100% sure if it works on the Mass Repentance. I haven't tested it yet. But it's the potion that people are using in like streets to get out of the cage instantly. I can't remember the name of it. Right, yeah. It's the spiritual successor to the free action potion, right? Give me a moment. I'm Googling real quick. I remember last expansion it was the Draenic living action potions we would use, but that one doesn't work
passing,
anymore.
I found
Unhindered passing.
Another one.
Yeah, this time they're going
go.
to use their those abilities, those immunities and such as they break through the second shield.
Oh!
The
Yeah,
Lust
they
as
can do
well
Easy. Rock.
going to be used.
So, unhindered passing makes you immune to stun and movement impairing effects for the next 5 seconds. No clue if it works versus this. I could just be making
That's
stuff
probably
up,
what they were using, yeah, because
seriously.
the rest of the group also didn't like block or anything that first one. They just saved it all for the second one.
Well, they
and
turned.
then they used Lust
yeah,
to break
yeah.
through the shield. And now they're going to have the third shield, which they're actually going to just beat with damage. So that is going to be the 28 fortified. First time I believe this dungeon's been done at that key level by Ambition. Huge congratulations to them.
What a day for Ambition. 28
Ulch
on
now
everything, at
times,
least,
then
except-
Ambition still can say they were first by like 1 minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ulch are working on the exact same boss at the exact same key level, as they are hoping to also add this dungeon to their scorecard for the end of the day. Ulch getting points for being the most efficient with the overtime as well, as they are the only dungeon, or the only team still in a dungeon at the end of our day here.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be like 37 minutes that they managed to cheese out of the format.
Yeah.
That they
Big
didn't have
value.
to put on the 15-hour timer. So really, really nicely done from them.
And this would even move them up to 108 points as well, putting them in third place if they can beat this boss. There's that Holy Bulwark cast. It looks like unhindered passing used by them as well. Do they have the damage to break this shield, though, is the question. And the answer is yes, and they will land that interrupt.
That was
well
close.
done by
They've
Ulch.
lost.
So, yeah, they actually... They have Jailer Trinkets on at least Terrasant and Cry, and that is doing some self-damage to them. That is a nice way. Actually, it looks like Kel also has one of those, so a lot of Jailer Trinkets available here.
So actually, they could undertime what Ambition put down, maybe, yeah? So Ambition had 37.5 seconds. And Ulch is on track to hit that 37 as well.
That's possible.
Yeah, there's one more Mass Repentance coming out, one more shield for them to break. Trell having to dip in here and grab that debuff.
Lust for
Everybody
that.
else finding a way to not need to
Well, they all
take
have
that
the-
nasty dot.
Let's
They all have
go
the
Lust.
trinkets on, right? So look.
Yeah,
look at the
Jailer
DPS.
Trinket doing that self-damage. And they break through, and yeah, that's a great question. So 20 seconds left for them to beat Ambition's time in this run. Either way, we can see
World's
these two teams are
firster.
both so close in here.
Did they both get the world's first tick? What exactly happened?
10
here?
seconds.
We'll have to get a... Yeah, we'll
9.
see what we decide to do. It's going to be faster.
it's gonna be
Ulch actually
faster.
have the fastest 28
Impressive.
lower Karazhan
Not
here.
bad.
Well done by them.
Funny
That's
enough,
going to move them into third place.
that puts us. That puts our final breakdown for the day in the same order that the time trials were.
It actually does. No
Yeah.
way.
So these
Wow.
teams are performing exactly as expected if you take the time trials as your guide. Interesting.
Gonna use the time trials from now on to do all of my
I
predictions.
guess so. Not a bad idea. Well, Ambition reaching the 110 mark, which a lot of people.
Doa?
Which a lot of people didn't think was going to happen, is what he probably wanted to say.
I'm caught with suspense. Dude, look at him. He's
Really?
frozen. Do you see him?
There
welcome
he
back.
is. Hello, Doa.
What happened?
We
Well-
don't know.
Everything looked fine on my end.
Oh, I think it's. Is it technical?
Is he chief robot to you too?
No, I was just pranking there for a bit.
No,
I don't know
Is,
how the rest of you guys.
is Doa
Okay,
chief
Doa
robot
is
for
a
you guys?
little bit, yeah.
What's going on?
That's all right.
That is indeed all
He's
right.
gonna
yeah.
come back to us in just a second, I'm sure. But
Yeah,
rounding this up, I think
In the
that was
meantime, yeah.
really, really impressive from all of the teams today. So obviously, special shout out to Floor POV for giving us their everything. I think they performed pretty well. They were on track to get that 29 in. Unfortunately, didn't work out for them. But yeah, very well played. And then everybody else, especially this time around, the team's making the most out of that extra time. I feel like they even perfected that in comparison to the last TGPs, where it usually was like, okay, like 15 minutes over that midnight mark. This time around, it's like 40 past midnight, and we have still just completed dungeons. So really, really nice to see that come out of these guys.
Okay, I got
Yeah,
a DM.
absolutely.
Apparently, unhindered passing does not work in Maiden Shield. I don't know
Okay,
what they
so
use.
I don't know how
Someone
they
was
got around it
saying
either.
Burning Rush, but I don't know.
They're not. The Warlock is no. There's no way he's not playing Dark Pact. I'm
Yeah.
not certain, but I refuse to believe that he's not playing Dark Pact in a dungeon. I don't know. Maybe
Yeah,
he's playing
definitely.
Burning Rush, and I'm just dumb. But like, I don't know, man.
We'll have to review the tapes for sure on that one. Either way, that is what all these teams will now have to do, as the tournament realm is closed for the next 18 hours and 20 minutes until we get started up again tomorrow. When we do come back, it'll be Ambition with 1 point of a lead over Donuts and Despair. However, if you look at the actual way the scoreboard works out, Donuts and Despair have an extra 2 chest on their
Yes.
scorecard. So once they realize that potential, they're actually effectively tied with Ambition in terms of total score, as long as they do successfully time one of those, or time both of those 28s that they have access to. So we're looking at a really close top of our scorecard here.
Day
Keep in
2 is typically
mind-
the day that we see like a lot of depletes as well, because teams are then starting to really push like the cutting edge of what their gear allows and what their strategies allow. Because more often than not, they only spend like 2 hours in the mystery dungeon that we do not know yet.
Am I
We're
back?
also
Yeah,
going to see
absolutely.
a new dungeon tomorrow.
Yeah, the Mystery Dungeon tomorrow, and the Mystery Dungeon tomorrow is going to start at Keystone level 25 as well.
Yeah.
So that is an extra layer of change this time in the Great Push. Extra key level on that means a little bit less pushing, as you can see. Question mark, question mark, question mark starts at plus 25, and the Sunday Dungeon starting at plus 26 as well means more time tomorrow and on Sunday for that really high key level pushing as they start pushing up against. Are we going to see 31 streets, 32 streets done this weekend? What are the mystery dungeons going to be? If there's let me tell you, if there's a junkyard among either of those 2 dungeons, that number could get awfully high, awfully quickly.
A workshop as well. We saw 31 done in the time trials. And so what are we going to see this weekend?
I think 32 streets is doable. Like, I think after seeing Donuts and Despair doing a 30 streets, that dungeon looks doable on a 32 with the gear and the strategy that those guys were putting in there.
Oh, yeah. Well, that pretty much brings us to the end of the day, I suppose. And one last shout out to Floor POV for showing up. I mean, you never want to be the team that's eliminated first, but to even get this far, you have to be like one of the best 5-man groups in WoW, you know? So it takes a lot to get here. So props to them for making it that far.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. But we are going to end the day here, but do not go anywhere, because we're actually going to be jumping over and we're going to be raiding Big Dumb Gaming, because right now they happen to be running a charity stream, coordinating with Rise Above the Disorders. So raising awareness and some money for mental health, so definitely a worthy cause. And so they're going to be doing a lot of fun things over there, so we encourage you to stick around, join for that raid, and support them as well, because we like to see a lot of great stuff happening in the WoW community across the board, the competitive side, the fun side. There's a lot to do in World of Warcraft, and a lot of good that can be done as well. So we're going to do that. But for us at the Mythic Dungeon International Great Push, until tomorrow, that's it. Don't miss it tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific time. We'll get started again. We'll see some world records. We'll see what people can do in the Great Push. It's going to be great. We'll see you then.